Prologue. On November 1st, 2008, a computer programmer going by the pseudonym Satoshi Nakamoto sent an email to a cryptography mailing list to announce that he had produced a new electronic cash system that's fully peer-to-peer with no trusted third party. He copied the abstract of the paper explaining the design and a link to it online. In essence, Bitcoin offered a payment network with its own native currency and used a sophisticated method for members to verify all transactions without having to trust in any single member of the network. The currency was issued at a predetermined rate to reward the members who spent their processing power on verifying the transactions, thus providing a reward for their work. The startling thing about this invention was that, contrary to many other previous attempts at setting up a digital cash, it actually worked. While a clever and neat design, there wasn't much to suggest that such a quirky experiment would interest anyone outside the circles of cryptography geeks. For months, this was the case, as barely a few dozen users worldwide were joining the network and engaging in mining and sending each other coins that began to acquire the status of collectibles, albeit in digital form. But in October 2009, an internet exchange sold 5,050 bitcoins for $5.02 at a price of $1 for 1,006 bitcoins to register the first purchase of a bitcoin with money. The price was calculated by measuring the value of the electricity needed to produce a bitcoin. In economic terms, this seminal moment was arguably the most significant in Bitcoin's life. Bitcoin was no longer just a digital game being played within a fringe community of programmers. It had now become a market good with a price, indicating that someone somewhere had developed a positive valuation for it. On May 22, 2010, someone else paid 10,000 bitcoins to buy 2 pizza pies worth $25, representing the first time that Bitcoin was used as a medium of exchange. The token had needed 7 months to transition from being a market good to being a medium of exchange. Since then, the Bitcoin network has grown in the number of users and transactions, and the processing power dedicated to it, while the value of its currency has risen quickly, exceeding $7,000 per Bitcoin as of November 2017. After 8 years, it is clear that this invention is no longer just an online game, but a technology that has passed the market test and is being used by many for real-world purposes, with its exchange rate being regularly featured on TV, in newspapers, and on websites, along with the exchange rates of national currencies. Bitcoin can be best understood as distributed software that allows for transfer of value using a currency protected from unexpected inflation without relying on trusted third parties. In other words, Bitcoin automates the functions of a modern central bank and makes them predictable and virtually immutable by programming them into code decentralized among thousands of network members, none of whom can alter the code without the consent of the rest. This makes Bitcoin the first demonstrably reliable operational example of digital cash and digital hard money. While Bitcoin is a new invention of the digital age, the problem it purports to solve, namely, providing a form of money that is under the full command of its owner and likely to hold its value in the long run, are as old as human society itself. This audiobook presents a conception of these problems based on years of studying this technology and the economic problems it solves, and how societies have previously found solutions for them throughout history. My conclusion may surprise those who label Bitcoin a scam or ruse of speculators and promoters out to make a quick buck. Indeed, Bitcoin improves on earlier store-of-value solutions and Bitcoin's suitability as the sound money of a digital age may catch naysayers by surprise. History can foreshadow what's to come, particularly when examined closely, and time will tell just how sound the case made in this audiobook is. As it must, the first part of the audiobook explains money, its function and properties. As an economist with an engineering background, I have always sought to understand a technology in terms of the problems it purports to solve, which allows for the identification of its functional essence and its separation from incidental, cosmetic, and insignificant characteristics. By understanding the problems money attempts to solve, it becomes possible to elucidate what makes for sound and unsound money, and to apply that conceptual framework to understand how and why various goods, such as seashells, beads, metals, and government money, have served the function of money, and how and why they may have failed at it, or served society's purposes to store value and exchange it. The second part of the audiobook discusses the individual, social, and global implications of sound and unsound forms of money throughout history. Sound money allows people to think about the long term and to save and invest more for the future. Saving and investing for the long run are the key to capital accumulation and the advance of human civilization. Money is the information and measurement system of an economy, and sound money is what allows trade, investment, and entrepreneurship to proceed on a solid basis, whereas unsound money throws these processes into disarray. Sound money is also an essential element of a free society, as it provides for an effective bulwark against despotic government. The third section of the audiobook explains the operation of the Bitcoin network and its most salient economic characteristics, and analyzes the possible uses of Bitcoin as a form of sound money, discussing some use cases which Bitcoin does not serve well as addressing some of the most common misunderstandings and misconceptions surrounding it. This audiobook is written to help the listener understand the economics of Bitcoin and how it serves as the digital iteration of the many technologies used to fulfill the functions of money throughout history. This audiobook is not an advertisement or invitation to buy into the Bitcoin currency. Far from it. The value of Bitcoin is likely to remain volatile, at least for a while. The Bitcoin network may yet succeed or fail, for whatever foreseeable or unforeseeable reasons, and using it requires technical competence and carries risks that make it unsuited for many people. This audiobook does not offer investment advice, but aims at helping elucidate the economic properties of the network and its operation to allow listeners an informed understanding before deciding whether they want to use it. Only with such an understanding, and only after extensive and thorough research into the practical operational aspects of owning and storing Bitcoins, should anyone consider holding value in Bitcoin. While Bitcoin's rise in market value may make it appear like a no-brainer as an investment, a closer look at the myriad hacks, attacks, scams, and security failures that have cost people their Bitcoins provides a sobering warning to anyone who thinks that owning Bitcoins provides a guaranteed profit. Should you come out of listening to this audiobook thinking that the Bitcoin currency is something worth owning, your first investment should not be in buying Bitcoins, but in time spent understanding how to buy, store, and own Bitcoin securely. It is the inherent nature of Bitcoin that such knowledge cannot be delegated or outsourced. There is no alternative to personal responsibility for anyone interested in using this network, and that is the real investment that needs to be made to get into Bitcoin.
Hey guys, so the goal for this course is basically represented in this crazy diagram. Let's start at the top. So you have a home, you have a life, you have a family, you have things that you care about. Chances are that you've built those things with your own labor. And if you were going to get involved with cryptocurrency investing or trading, there's some foundational things that you really have to understand in order to keep your house from cracking apart and ending up in one or the other den of lions or vipers. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking through all these different concepts, but I just want to give you kind of an overview of what I'm talking about and what I want to accomplish. So prices is an economic phenomenon. If you have a really good grasp of prices, then you can begin to understand speculation and money. Money can be understood in the same way that any other economic truth can be understood. It can be understood by definition, right? So we don't have to do a bunch of experiments together on any of the topics that we're going to talk about. It's as if I'm teaching you math, right? I'm going to say that by definition, the number 2 means this. And the definition of the word plus means this. So if I say 2 plus 2, then I can tell you that by definition that equals 4. It's going to be the same sort of approach here. Anything that I say on economic truth should be self-evident, or at least based on a very logical, clear train of thought that goes back to very basic fundamental assumptions. What happens if you misunderstand speculation? Well, if you don't really understand what speculation is and how it works, you're going to have a tendency to do investments into things like mutual funds, or try to find things that offer passive income, do the traditional 401k, or try to do rental property, the rich dad, poor dad stuff, or try to diversify when you do investments. All of those things will destroy your wealth. They're all terrible ideas. Obviously, if there's a little bit more nuance, and we're going to go through that, right? There are circumstances in which rental property in and of itself is not a bad thing. But most people that are getting involved in rental property are doing it because they don't understand what speculation is and how it works. And so they expect to have some wins that are just not possible. If you misunderstand money, especially if you're coming into the cryptocurrency space, and even in general, you've only got a few different ways that you're going to end up failing if you misunderstand money. One is being heavily invested in government fiat. And actually, you'll see through the course that we have a bunch of bad options available to us if we're not trying to invest. And actually, government fiat is one of the best that are available to us, depending on the country that we live in, and depending on how much has been printed lately and some other factors. Government fiat, it will destroy your wealth, but it will destroy your wealth slower than all of the other things on this page. The other things that are over here, if you misunderstand money, is you might end up invested in any of these stupid altcoins, right? EOS, Tron, Ethereum, Monero, Litecoin, the list goes on. But if you really understand what money is, you're probably not. And in fact, I've yet to see one person that is a fan of any of these currencies that understands what money is at a reasonable level from an economic standpoint. Other goals for the course. I want you to be more human, and that might sound a little crazy, but there's an aspect of decisions or of thinking that is more animal-like, and there's an aspect that's less animal-like. So it is possible to be more like we talk about this as people all the time. Like, it's possible to just make animal-based decisions, right? It's possible to make investment decisions based on instinct, for example. That's something that I want you guys to move away from and be encouraged to move away from, and move towards something that is more reasoned and well thought out and measured. And this might seem like common sense, but almost everything that any economist has ever said that had any value was common sense, right? A lot of this is, folk wisdom that your grandma might have taught you 100 years ago. But after enough government indoctrination, some of this stuff might seem a little controversial. So I have no problem with the idea that some of this stuff is obvious, since everything in economics is obvious once you understand it. So superstition, the opposite of superstition, and we'll talk about this when we talk about technical analysis, but it's really not a focus of the course, but it's a good way to illustrate it. Superstition is the idea that I don't care why it works. It just works. When I walk around with the dowsing rod, if I get a tingling feeling in my hand, I know there's water there. I don't understand what the mechanism is. I might call it energy, but I don't really mean electrons because it's a superstition, right? Whether it works or not, I have very little interest in the mechanism behind it. That is something that I want to encourage you guys to move away from in your investing and move towards really seeking to understand the mechanism of whatever is happening. Another way of looking at this is unconscious versus conscious, right? It's been argued that, and somewhat convincingly, in my understanding, that young children and animals are unconscious. They don't remember because they're not conscious, and they're not really awake in the way that adult clear thinking people are awake. I believe that you can become more conscious, right? You can learn more, you can be more systematic and clear in your thinking, right? Unconscious would be sort of like you have a bunch of disconnected ideas, right? You have this idea and it obviously conflicts with this other idea, but you're fine with that. That's not very conscious, right? It's like an animal. But what I want to encourage you guys to do is be more systematic, and show you the value of systematic thinking as we go through this course, right? It used to be that if you felt like you had a mastery of a subject, you wrote a treatise, and a treatise was supposed to be a systematic exposition of everything related to the topic, starting with basic principles and working all the way up. Very few people today have ever read a treatise on economics or theology or anything else for that matter. And that's unfortunate, because you're not going to be able to be clear thinking, and you're not going to be able to find the flaws in your thinking unless you're systematic in your approach. Another way to look at this is magic versus technology, right? The dowsing rod is magic. We don't want to do that. We want to understand the mechanism. We want to understand how electrons work. We want to be able to understand that it's technology, right? It's manipulating the universe in an expected way to get expected output. And this also relates to being focused on the cause more, right? If you look at investors or people in general, you'll see a lot of people that are very, very focused on the effect. I did X, Y, and Z, but look what happened. This is what I got. It's amazing, right? Look at these incredible results. And then you'll see another group of investors that are less concerned with the effect, right? And that might seem to be a bold statement because we're all in this to make money. But their time preference is such that they would rather understand the mechanism. They'd rather understand the cause than get the right result. They're not going into a casino and pulling the lever and disinterested in how the mechanism works. They are focused on the cause because they know that over time, and they usually have a very long time horizon, that if they understand how the universe works and why it does the things that it does, that they'll be able to get what they want out of it. So those are some of the goals for the course, are to encourage that sort of thinking. Also, I just have some examples here, right? So these are some things that you're going to hear from people that are a little bit more on the instinct animal thinking side and less on the clear systematic thinking side. It's just got to work, right? This is something that you're going to hear from people in any investment space. It's just got to work. And that level of like frustration and desperation, it's almost as if they think that their time is due, right? Like they've gambled enough time, they're finally going to hit a winning streak. You can like feel that emanating out of these people. Or you'll hear people say the price just popped 20%. So this is obviously an incredible value, right? It makes no sense, right? There's all kinds of reasons that the price could pop 20%, including, some market manipulation, or just a really good PR campaign. But when you're operating at the brainstem level, you look at things like this and you think they mean something in and of themselves, right? Or real simple phrases like Bitcoin is the MySpace and Ethereum is, Facebook, like as if that sentence has a ton of context and clear thinking and value. It doesn't, right? Or, Tim Draper said that I should be invested in Tron or whatever it was that he came out with. That sort of just disconnected appeal to authority, right? If this guy said it's a good idea, it must be good. Once you understand speculation, you're going to understand that these things are just like completely irrational, right? Like appealing to Jim Draper's authority on an investment decision is contradictory, right? Or just the sort of emotional attitude of, I can't believe you would say something like that, right? You're going to, if you get involved in cryptocurrencies, there's a lot of emotional folks, or any investment, right? Angel investing, you're going to hear people that get really upset when you share a contrary view. And that is, I mean, think about what that expresses. I can't believe you would say something like that. That is a completely different attitude than we want to have, because what we want is to understand how all of these really complicated things work. And if somebody has an opposing view, there's opportunity there, right? But it's almost like sort of a religious thing, right? There is an element in these people that's a superstitious sort of thing as well, where if other people say or think that your investment is a bad idea, it's going to affect the outcome, right? It's like getting jinxed. And we want to move away from that to things like, well, I've spent a few months reading on this and I think, right? There's a humility there. And also a certain amount of work that has been involved. Or, I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I'm definitely going to learn something from the experience, right? It's that time preference. I want to know the mechanism far more than I want to have the outcome of getting a 200% gain. Things like, this is my current understanding, but that's always a good sign too, right? That humility and that sort of scientific attitude, right? Like, this is my model of the natural world. And if it breaks, that's fine, because I'll know that I didn't know what I was doing and I'll have to build a new model. And stuff like, I'm correct about this part, but and this is something that hopefully you'll hear from me a little bit in this course. When it comes to economics, I'm correct. And I'm right. And I'm as confident about that as I am with 2 + 2 = 4. Now, when we start applying that to actually picking cryptocurrencies to invest in, that's where things, hopefully you'll feel a change in confidence level in me, right? Because there is a difference between being able to say something that's an economic truth, like, if the price goes down, all other things being equal, consumption will go up, which might sound profound, and people will certainly argue with me about that. But there's a difference between saying that and you should invest in Monero, right? There's a different level of confidence that should be present. Now, with all that in mind, I wanted to kind of just give you guys a preview of a slide that we might come back to, and that is how to create wealth. The reason that this is important, especially at this stage of sort of the talk, is that if you have this in the back of your mind, that there's all kinds of different ways that you can become wealthy. And to a degree, there is a progression, right? If you have built a product business, all other things being equal, you're going to make a lot more money than if you've built something or if you're providing hard to learn labor services, right? Now, this isn't that category of stuff that I would say is not economic truth. And maybe I'll try to call that out as much as possible. This understanding of how things work is based on my entrepreneurial experience, right? Working with a lot of people and starting a few businesses, some of which have been successful, some of which haven't. But I do think that this does represent some systematic thinking. So let me walk you through this. So the cheapest, sort of the hardest way, let's say, that you can create wealth is to be a self-centered laborer, right? To have to be the kind of person that is really focused on your own wants and needs and not focused on others, right? So you're the guy that shows up to McDonald's and he really doesn't care whether anybody enjoys their hamburger or not. Or whether their fries are still hot or the soda's flat. He's just completely focused on his own needs, and he needs to be here for the next 4 hours or whatever so that he can get a paycheck. Those guys have the hardest time making money of anybody that I know of, right? A step up from that is like others-centered labor, right? So at this point, we're starting to care about other people a little bit more. We do care if somebody gets a cold hamburger, right? And that is, that's somebody that if they showed up late, they not only feel bad that they're not going to get paid, but they feel bad that they've put other people out, right? They've caused inconvenience to other people, right? And those people tend to have a much easier time making money than people that are self-centered. Easy to learn labor. Let's say that we're somewhat other-centered now. Easy to learn labor is going to pay you less for the amount of effort that you have to put in on a day-to-day basis than hard to learn labor. Obviously, a brain surgeon gets paid more than a guy that cooks hamburgers, but there's a reason for that. We're not going to go into all of the economic reasons for it, but take my word for it from now that you can make a lot of money if you just learn things that are hard to learn, right? And you don't have to be a genius, right? A genius might be able to learn something in 3 months, and it's going to take you 18 months to learn the same thing. But once you've learned it, you have it and you can apply it, and it's still hard to learn labor, and you're going to make a whole lot more money than before you learned it. So that's a great spot to be, right? There's a lot of people that become very wealthy and become millionaires just by doing that. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with being somebody that does easy to learn labor as well, right? If you're a single mother, there's all kinds of other circumstances that exist that make you a well-rounded person and that affect whether you're making wise decisions or not, beyond how big your bank account is, right? So keep in mind that you don't have to progress all the way to speculator, right, on this spectrum in order to be a smart, very wealthy, very important, very loving and kind person, right? The next step up from that is somebody that starts a service business. Now it's still labor, right? Everything on this list besides speculator is all labor, right? But if you started a service business, if you started a landscaping business, you're probably not always, right? Like if you're a brain surgeon, you're going to make more than somebody that starts a business to do landscaping. So economists are always throwing in stuff like, well, all things being equal, right? And caveating it and things like that. But in general, right, as a general statement, if you start a service business, you're going to make more money than if you just learn hard to learn labor. Now, if you start a service business, let's say, for example, that you're a brain surgeon and you are subcontracted out to 15 or 20 hospitals and you're very specialized. You do a very specific type of surgery. You're probably, and you set up a business around that. You're probably going to be more wealthy than the surgeon that just works at a single hospital and as basically just gets paid for his labor. That said, or just gets paid for the job of being a surgeon, right? Because the first guy is just a surgeon. The second guy is a surgeon that also owns a business, right? And by owning and managing a business, that's not really speculation yet. It's just another category of labor. But chances are, in my experience, and the general trend seems to be that guy's going to be better off. He's financially, right? He's going to make more money. The next step up is more of like a streamlined service business. So you'll notice that there's basically 3 different types of service businesses that I have on here. And in my experience, the more you progress and the closer you get to being a product business, in general, the more wealthy, or the easier it is to create wealth in that business. And the reason for that is basically just automation, right? So if you have a service business and you cut lawns, and then you streamline that, what would that look like? I don't know. Maybe you realize that you can outsource 1 or 2 specific tasks. Maybe edging you outsource to somebody else because it's the least profitable part of your business. And so you don't do that. You only do the other things, right? Or you streamline it and you become a landscape architect, right? Which just means instead of showing up and just cutting grass, you only design where the grass should be, right? So maybe that's a little bit more streamlined because you are neglecting certain tasks and focusing, right? If you wanted to take that to the next level, a productized service business is something like, it feels like, as a consumer, it feels like a hybrid between buying a product and buying a service, right? Buying a service, you generally call up somebody and you say, hey, I have this problem. Can you perform this task for me, or this set of tasks? And it feels somewhat custom, right? That's why there's sort of an automated effect to it when you become more of a product business. So if instead of having that sort of relationship, you have a relationship where somebody comes to your website, they provide you some information. You immediately, you have some software that goes out and grabs a satellite image of the property. You have Google Maps set up. Maybe immediately a support ticket is opened once they make a deposit and somebody drives by the house and takes photos so that you have more high quality photos. And then that goes off to a department that creates 3 different versions of possible landscapes. They're always the same sort of 3 major categories. It's presented to the customer, they select it, and then maybe all you do is outsource actual implementation to a landscape company. And then you have another support ticket that kicks off once they say that they're done, to have somebody go out and take after photos, and then immediately, an email goes out to the client asking for approval, and that's the whole process, right? That would be more of a productized service business. It has a product feel, even though ultimately it is a service that you're providing. The next step up would be a product business. So a typical progression here is from let's use the software world for an example, right? When you first start out, you really have nothing to offer. You eventually learn some easy to learn skills, right? Like software testing, click around and say when something's broken. Eventually you can learn how to actually write code. Maybe at some point you create a consulting service, right? And as a consultant, it's a service business. You go out and you write code for people. But over time, you productize that to a point where maybe you do integrations between only 5 or 6 different applications, right? SAP and HP's ProLiant, whatever, right? And you get it to the point where it's very streamlined. This is the point where you could actually step over into a product business, right? Or it would be natural to step over into a product business where instead of doing these integrations, making these systems talk together, you would actually build a product, build an application that's already pre-set up after you install it to talk to all these different applications and make it work, right? So that would be an example of the way that you can progress to the product business sort of stage. Now, speculator is beyond that, right? And there's a reason that I have this laid out like this. The speculators that I know that are effective are experts. So they have a niche, they have a field, and after going through this entire process, they get to the point where they don't want to build products anymore. They want to help, let's say, build companies, but more directly or more clearly, I should say, they want to buy pieces of companies. They don't want to manage a business. They've done it. They've been successful at it. So they can identify people that do manage a business well, but all they want to do is say, this stock is undervalued because I understand the problems that this business is solving. So I'm going to buy some and I'm going to wait until it goes up and then I'm going to sell it. So hopefully that's clear as to why it would be a natural progression to get to that point. So a lot of people, they think that they can just go from basically the educational system and government has encouraged people to become speculators in all kinds of areas that they don't understand. And hopefully it'll become clear that that's not a good idea as the course progresses. Also, I said this a little bit, but this chart is to represent the fact that this is where most wealth is created, right? There's a lot of people that get their wealth in this sort of self-centered labor category, right? Out of the 400 million or so people in the United States, it wouldn't surprise me if 300 of them live, right here, or maybe 100 million of them live here. 200 million of them live here, 75 million of them live here, and easy to learn labor. There's not a whole lot of people that make their money as speculators. Even people that you think of as entrepreneurs are probably not making their money as speculators. They're probably making their money doing labor, and it's somehow mislabeled, right? But there's not a whole lot of people that make their money on products, right? A lot of people make their money right down here in the somewhere between the easy to learn labor and the hard to learn labor categories, right? In this space. And that's fine. It means that they have to work harder to create wealth than they would if they were operating up here. But that is often a reasonable trade-off to accomplish the goals that people have in life. So just to wrap up what we're going to try to accomplish in this course, we're going to walk away with a foundational understanding of economics that's necessary for cryptocurrency investing and trading. And that is that requires that you understand what trade is, barter, and price, right? That's the bottom brick on the diagram above. Really understanding what prices are, where they come from, why they matter. The next is money, right? Obviously, if you're investing in cryptocurrencies, it's a really good idea to understand what currencies are, what money is, right? What problems and what solutions have been tried over the years, and what are we looking at currently? And then finally, we're going to talk a lot about speculation, entrepreneurship, trading, and investing. So at the end of this course, when you have all of that, I believe that you guys will have what you need to be set up for success, at least to avoid 90% of the pitfalls that are out there. So in this section, we're going to be talking about barter. And the reason that that's important is that it's really necessary to understand what money is and how it works in order to understand the advantages and disadvantages of any given cryptocurrency. So let's imagine that it is several thousand years ago. And the reason that we have to use our imagination here is that we don't have historical record of how money came into existence. Economists really have to do thought experiments to think about the nature of money and discover why it's useful and how it works because of that. So that's what we're doing here. We're going to do a thought experiment. We're going to think about how money works and why it's useful. And the simplest way to start is just to imagine a very simple exchange. Now, to have an exchange, we have to have something called an economic good. And an economic good is something that's both scarce and desired by humans. Something like air is desired. Obviously, we need to breathe. It's very important to us, but it's not scarce. It's abundant. It's all around. If somebody offered to give you a gift of air, you wouldn't really value that or appreciate that. So an economic good is something that's both scarce and desired. So if you can imagine two people, meeting out on the plains, and one has a chicken and the other has a animal pelt, and they decide that they're going to trade and exchange the chicken for the animal pelt. There's some things that we can observe about that circumstance that are really, really helpful. One is that there has to be a coincidence of the goods that they desire. If the guy with the chicken is really looking to get his hands on a spear, he's not going to trade the chicken for the animal pelt. He's going to continue on and keep searching for somebody with something that he actually wants and trade with that person. So both people have to want what the other person has, or the trade is not going to take place. And that would be unfortunate because we know that if the trade does take place, that both people are better off. Otherwise, the trade wouldn't take place. We're assuming that this is a voluntary exchange of goods. There's no violence being used here. So unless both people were going to be better off with each other's goods, maybe the chicken farmer has an abundance of chickens, and maybe the guy with the pelt is a full-time hunter and he's specialized in that and he's got plenty of pelts. So the exchange wouldn't take place unless both people were going to be better off economically and they were both going to be wealthier after the trade. So it's unfortunate if there's not a coincidence of goods desired. The other thing that has to happen is there has to be a coincidence of timing, right? The guy with the chicken may want an animal pelt in the future. He may have wanted an animal pelt in the past, but unless he wants an animal pelt right now, the trade is not going to happen. And again, that's unfortunate. If there was a way to solve that and facilitate this trade, even though the timing isn't right, that would be great because both people would be wealthier if the trade was able to occur. And the final thing that has to happen in order for this barter to take place is a coincidence of amounts, right? A chicken has to be roughly worth the same value or exactly the same value as the animal pelt in order for these people to exchange. So if the animal pelt is worth 10 chickens and the guy that's selling chickens or wanting to trade away his chicken only has one chicken, that's unfortunate. You probably are not just going to hunk out, a chunk of the animal pelt because the pelt is more valuable when it's one nice piece of material that's waterproof and useful for a variety of things. So you also have to have a coincidence of amounts in order for this trade to take place. And the reason that it's a good thought experiment to think about the problems facing people when they barter is that money is exactly created in order to solve those problems. So in the next section, we're going to be talking about price, um, and eventually we'll have a really good grasp of what money is, and we'll have the right foundation to talk about how to design and build a digital money. In the last section, we talked about what is trade or barter, or barter-based trade. Now we're going to talk about price. So price is really unintuitive and confusing, especially if you live in the Western world, because we very rarely negotiate price. So if I ask you what the price of a gallon of milk is, you're instinctively going to say in your mind, well, whatever the seller lists on the bottom of the gallon of milk, at the bottom of the shelf where you grab the gallon of milk, that's the price. And that's actually not the price. You can think of that as the asking price, but the price of a good is always historical. And the price is the ratio of goods that occurred in previous exchanges. So in the example before, let's say that, two people meet each other on the plains. One is carrying a chicken and the other an animal pelt. And the exchange doesn't happen because the animal pelt is more valuable than the chicken. Now, the exchange is partially based on price, because in the mind of the two people that are exchanging, let's say the guy with the animal pelt, if he knows that previously he was able to get 10 chickens per animal pelt, he's going to be less likely, even if he needs an animal pelt, to accept only one chicken for it, because he knows that typically they exchange more favorably to him. And that is the price. It's a historical fact of exchange ratio between two goods. Now, because we live in an economy that has money, and in a civilized world that uses money, we always measure price in money. But price can exist even without money, because it's just a ratio of goods that have exchanged for one another historically. And it is a good guide for future exchanges, but it's not a guarantee. So just because, typically you can get 10 chickens for an animal pelt, it doesn't mean that you're not going to come across somebody that is unwilling to part with 10 chickens. Maybe they only have 8 chickens and they think that somebody will give them an animal pelt if they look long enough for those 8 chickens. So the price is a historical indication of what things are worth on the market. What's typical as far as what people value goods and what ratio they value goods to, but it doesn't determine future exchange rates at all. Other than the fact that it could guide people in how they're thinking about future exchange rates. So next time you go in and you buy a gallon of milk, just remember that that's not the price, that's the asking price. And if you want to know what the price is, you're going to have to wait until after you buy the gallon of milk. And that will have been the price of that gallon of milk. Now, obviously, people also will aggregate prices over time, right? Or average prices over time. So if typically you can get 10 chickens for an animal pelt and you hear about some guy that gave 20 chickens for an animal pelt last month, that doesn't mean that you automatically say, oh, well, the price has gone up to 20 chickens per animal pelt. That could be an anomaly. It could be an unusual circumstance. So we have a tendency to sort of smooth that out when we're trying to figure out what things are worth. But knowing what the price is and how prices work is really important, especially when we talk about money and why money is useful at exchanges, which we'll be talking about in the next section. So far, we've talked about 2 really important concepts. And now we're going to talk about introducing money. So the 2 people that have exchanged goods or have been in a situation to exchange goods, a goat for an animal pelt, we've talked about how there's a lot of problems with that. We have to have everything line up just right in order for this to take place. And it's hard to keep track of what things are worth, because the typical ratio of animal pelts to chickens, that's only going to really be in both people's minds if they've recently exchanged both animal pelts and chickens. So the historical price of those goods is yet another barrier that really makes it hard for these folks to end up in a situation where they actually accomplish a trade. And just to reiterate, when a trade happens, both parties are wealthier for it. All of society is actually better off. So we want trades to happen when appropriate. And if we can find tools to remove all the barriers and all the friction and difficulties that we've talked about, everybody would be greatly benefited by that. And so, so what we believe happened historically is that humans faced these challenges and they came up with a solution. And that solution was to take a third item and use that in exchanges. So it could be something like seashells. You know, there's been a lot of different examples in different areas of the world where they had access to different resources. Sometimes it was gold, but sometimes, you know, people on islands didn't have access to any gold or didn't even know how to find it or refine it, even if they did. So they used other things like seashells or, you know, large stones. But in all of these different cultures, they faced this problem and they came up with a solution. And we can look at what they did, and we can also just think through the problem logically and come up with the best thing that we have available, because we still would have these problems if we didn't have a tool available. And so by thinking through this kind of the ideal attributes of the best tool to solve this problem, we'll be able to figure out whether the current tools that we have at our disposal meet that requirement, right? Whether we have a money that works really, really well, or whether we can improve upon that with things like cryptocurrencies, and which sorts of attributes of cryptocurrencies would be ideal. So what we're talking about is grabbing a third item, right? So we have a chicken and we have an animal pelt, and it's unlikely that everything's going to line up where this trade is going to take place, even though both parties are willing to part with their own goods, because the chances that they want the other person's goods at the right time, in the right amounts, and that they have the ratios that they need, or the historical ratios and kind of the market value, if you will, of those goods in their mind isn't very likely. So what we want to look at doing is introducing a third asset. And that third asset, it's not going to be animal pelts and it's not going to be chickens. Let's say that it is seashells. They're rare and hard to find seashells that we start using. So the reason that we would pick something like seashells is we want something that is going to that's going to make the trade happen. And so some attributes of things that would be ideal would be something that has a long shelf life, right? If we just said, hey, we're going to use steaks, a certain sized piece of steak is going to be the third thing. And both of the people that show up to try to sell their animal pelt or sell their chicken are also going to show up and have steaks in their pockets because they're going to help facilitate trade. That's not ideal because the steak is going to rot, right? It's not easy to just throw that in your pocket and carry it around. The other person's not going to want a steak that's been in your satchel for, the last 2 weeks. So a long shelf life for that third item that we're going to bring into the equation would definitely be ideal. We would also like it to be divisible. If we said, hey, we're going to use goats, and goats are going to be that third item that people are going to use to lubricate trade and make these exchanges happen. The problem is, what if your chicken is not worth a whole goat? I can't really lop off a goat leg and throw it to you because the goat, when it's whole, is more valuable when it's after it's been slaughtered and has, you can think of it as less shelf life, right? So not being divisible, a goat wouldn't be ideal. We'd rather have something that, like wheat flour or something that we could just measure out and it's just as valuable, when it's separated as when it's combined. And then we would also want it to be uniform. So something like wheat flour would actually work for this, but something like, let's say, precious gems, right? Like diamonds, they wouldn't make a very good money because even if they're the same size, which they're not all the same size, so that's a problem. And even though they're not really divisible, the other problem is that they're not uniform. So I can't say I want 3 diamonds. I have to say, well, I want 3 diamonds with a certain cut and clarity and, all that sort of stuff. So we would prefer if the items were completely uniform. And then we also want these things to be basically easy to transport. We want to be able to move them around. If they're very difficult to move, that's not as ideal as something that is difficult or something that's easy to move. Because a lot of times when you're engaging in commerce, you have to travel in order to do that. And bringing something that's heavy along with you would be just as bad, if not worse, than bringing something that has a short shelf life. And we also want it to be easy to store. We don't, if it's big and bulky, even if it's light, have a storage cost associated with it. People aren't going to want it as much in an exchange, because then they have to factor in how they're going to store it until they're able to sell it to the next person or trade it with the next person. We also need it to be hard to steal, and those sort of things, hard to move or easy to move, easy to store, and difficult to steal. In physical terms, they tend to be very similar, right? It's something you can hide in your mattress, or you can hide in your pocket, or if somebody robs you, you can pretend you don't have it. If you're carrying a goat along with you, everybody sees it. It's hard to store. It's not necessarily the easiest thing in the world to move, and it's going to be pretty hard to avoid robbers, and put it in your back pocket and run off. So as humans, we're going to look for an asset, right? An economic good that meets those criteria in order to select it to be able to help solve this problem. So a couple more attributes of what would be good to use in facilitating trade that I forgot to mention last time is that it should be popularly wanted, and it should be easy to sell and a stable value, right? You don't want to end up accepting seashells in exchange for your chicken, and then several months later need to buy a chicken and only be able to buy a quarter of a chicken, right? You want it to be stable. That would be ideal. And again, it doesn't mean that you can find all of these attributes, or that all peoples in every section of the globe have always found all of these attributes. But these are all things that would be useful in selecting that item to use to help to facilitate trade. And so we can apply logic and say, well, people would tend to try to use the asset that has these attributes rather than assets that don't have these attributes. So once a economic good starts being used to facilitate trade, something else happens that's very interesting, and that is it becomes more valuable. So let's assume gold is used for trade. Gold would have had some economic value previously. It's not just laying around on the ground, it's pretty scarce. So if it was around and about and people were trading it, it would have been for some reason. And it's assumed that it was probably for jewelry, because it is particularly good at being molded, and it's a beautiful metal. So a lot of economists basically posit that it was used for jewelry. And then once people realized how useful it was to facilitate trade, it started being used for that purpose as well. And what that means is that it would become more valuable than it was before. So let's assume that there's 10 people that want it in the village because they produce jewelry, or they enjoy jewelry. So they have a demand for gold, and the supply remains the same amount of gold. But then another 10 people start using it, even though they don't want to make jewelry out of it, because it just is useful for facilitating trade. They start using it as a money. Well, it's going to be more in demand than it was before. So it's going to be more valuable. So when it's exchanged, let's say before, maybe an ounce of gold could have been traded for a cow. Maybe now, because it's much more desirable, because people are using it for more things, they're using it to solve more problems. Maybe now it's worth 2 cows. And what economists say is that something that's used as money has both an asset value and a monetary value. So in this example, it's worth an ounce of gold is worth 1 cow just because it's useful for making jewelry or whatever it's used for, but it's worth another cow. So it's got a monetary value of 1 cow as well. And in something like gold, it's, likely that over time, when gold was more and more used, its demand for jewelry was, the same. Maybe it went up because people actually desired to display their wealth, but probably 90 or 95% of the value of the market value of gold was associated with its monetary value. And only, maybe 5% of it was because it was desirable and useful to use as jewelry. Now, all these things are intertwined together, but when you're trying to think about the economics of something, you have to kind of tear it apart and think about it simply to get the concept. So hopefully it makes sense that an asset would be valued both because of whatever it was valued for before and because it's used as money. And so it would be even more valuable. What's interesting about that is that would also encourage additional adoption because if the price goes up, if it's appreciating value, it becomes more desirable. So there's really a viral sort of thing that happens, or that we would imagine and assume would happen when a more useful money came into existence. So let's imagine a village is using seashells and they're trading seashells. But the problem is, if you put enough work into it, you can go out and you can get a lot of seashells, let's say. Or let's say that a shovel is invented and now the shells that people are going after, they start becoming, more abundant than is ideal. And then somebody else brings gold, from another village. We would expect that people would adopt gold as money very rapidly. And part of the reason for that is that trade is sort of a very viral sort of activity, right? You're engaging in, dozens or hundreds of trades in a day. And every one of those trades is an opportunity to, infect the other person's mind with this idea of using gold for money instead of seashells. So we would assume that it would be something that would probably be adopted rapidly. And the more it's adopted, the more desired it is, the more valuable it is, the more popular it is, right? It's this very virtuous sort of circle that would reinforce the adoption of money. And so what's good to know about this situation is that it could be rapid and that it's motivated by getting the thing that works best to use to facilitate trade. Okay, so now we're at the point where we have a third good, we have gold, and it's being used to facilitate trade. There's another thing that happens once people begin adopting money, and once it becomes universally adopted within a community. And economists call this a unit of account. So initially we were bartering. We had multiple goods that we were exchanging one-to-one, or both sides of the exchange were economic goods that people wanted. So trade was hindered. We had all kinds of problems with coincidence of wants. Now we're at a point where a new money has been introduced, a third good, a medium of exchange good has been introduced, and it's been adopted, over time because people can see that it's useful for solving their day-to-day problems. But eventually something really amazing happens, and that is it becomes universally adopted. And the reason that it becomes universally adopted is that the more people that you exchange and trade with that use the same thing for money that you use, the more useful that money is to you and to them. So there's going to be a rapid tendency, and we do see this historically, for everybody to coalesce on one thing and use one thing as that money. When they do that, it becomes a unit of account, which is really sort of the highest attribute that we look for when we're trying to figure out if something is money, or if something is being used as money, we should say, because obviously any asset could, in theory, be used as money. But if you want to know if something is money, you have to look at how it's used. And being a medium of exchange and store of value, there's things that can do that that aren't necessarily money. But once you talk about a unit of account, that's sort of like the tip of the pyramid. You're talking about money if it is adopted to the point of being a unit of account. And what a unit of account means is that because every transaction involves this item, right? Before we would trade goats for sheep. Now we trade goats for cash, or we trade goats for gold, and we trade sheep for gold, right? Every exchange, every individual exchange, with rare exception, is going to involve gold. What that means is that our mental accounting becomes much, much easier, because before we had to keep track of the prices, right? We had to keep track of the exchange ratios of goats to chickens, to dogs, to cows, to acres of land, right? And if we're only talking about four things, that's 16 different ratios that we have to keep a track of in our head. And there's obviously a lot more than 4 economic goods that are in play. So it becomes very, very challenging to be able to do that math, do that mental accounting, and know what things are worth, right? Know what the market value of things are. But because now we have gold being used, it's not utopia, right? It's not super easy. It's not like we can say that an ounce of gold equals 1 cow today, and an ounce of gold will equal 1 cow, in 10 years. But, and the reason for that is that cows may become more or less abundant, right? Prices fluctuate because the universe fluctuates, right? Everything is in change. People's desire for different assets is constantly in change as new tools are invented. We have an abundant year in wheat production. The value of wheat's going to be less. We have a really bad year. We have a famine. The value of wheat's going to go way, way up. So because things are always in change, prices are always in change. The amount that people are willing to give in order to receive another asset is always going to be in flux. So we can't clear up that problem. But because we have only one good that's being used as one side of all of the exchanges, at least we only have to keep track of the ratio of cows to gold and the ratio of chickens to gold and the ratio of acres of land to gold. We don't have to keep track directly of the ratio of acres to gold or acres of land to chicken, right? We get to basically forget about that, not worry about that. And then when we talk about prices, we can always talk about prices in relationship to one asset. So we can say that the price of a chicken is 1/8 of an ounce of gold, and the price of an acre of land is 2 pieces of gold, right? 2 ounces of gold, whatever. And that is super, super useful, because once we measure all assets in terms of an exchange ratio with just one thing, we get to do something that is revolutionary and we all take for granted. And that is to be able to do profit calculations. So if I start the week out and I have a piece of land, 3 goats and a duck, and I finish the week with 4 donkeys, am I richer or poorer now? Well, that's really hard. You'd have to try to figure out the ratio of donkeys to land to ducks to, whatever, right? Like doing that is very challenging. And we're only talking about one short period of time and, a few different things that have changed. But the reality is things are constantly changing, right? The assets that you have at your disposal are varied over time quite a bit. But you want to know if you made a good decision, right? You want to know if over the last year of labor, you have barely survived or become a little poorer or become a little richer. And that's called profit calculation. And the way that you can do that is you can just measure all of the things that all of your assets, right? Your current net worth in terms of gold. And then you can, a year later, do that again. So it's okay that those things are different because they're all tied back to gold. You could look at this on a project basis or a really, really narrow basis as well. So you go to the marketplace and you walk in with 10 chickens and you walk out with 3 ducks. Are you richer or poorer? Well, you would know that you had a good day at the market if the ducks that are in your possession are worth more gold than the chickens that were in your possession when you showed up, right? It sounds really simple and obvious, but without having that central asset that you can compare everything to, it's just too difficult to do that math for most people. And it's certainly not intuitive to do that math. So by being able to do profit calculation much easier in your head, you get a lot of value there. The other thing that's required to be able to do profit calculation is you have to really be able to trust those exchange ratios, right? Even if you did do the math between the ratio of acres of land to ducks, you probably wouldn't trust that ratio very much. There's probably not enough exchanges of ducks and acres of land to really be all that confident. But if everybody that you trade with, everybody in your region, really, people even that you don't trade with, you really want them to be trading with gold, because then when you find out that 3 towns over, people that you've never met are exchanging milk for, 1/8 of an ounce of gold, like a barrel of milk for an ounce of gold, let's say. that's really useful information to you. And it's only really useful information because they're using the same medium of exchange, and you know that that medium of exchange is used broadly. So you really can't have even trustworthy prices without a single thing being used as the unit of account, without a single thing being used as money. So you have much better business decisions that are possible. And that's incredibly valuable. And that would naturally evolve out of people over time selecting the item that works best as money. But that's an incredibly valuable effect to have a unit of account. And, what's important to really grasp here is that you can't have two units of account, right? If we're doing all of our trades with gold and then we introduce animal pelts, and a lot of our trades involve animal pelts to acres of land, we've stepped back towards a barter economy, right? A barter economy is when goods are traded for each other. A money economy is when goods are traded for money. And what money is that one thing that everybody uses to trade. So we can't have more than one thing act as money. We can only have one unit of account. And hopefully that's clear from sort of the use of money, that yes, it obviously has to be one thing, right? We're measuring value as a community. We don't want to measure value in terms of yards and inches and meters, right? We want to have one thing because it's much more valuable, and it only solves these problems that we've talked about if it's one thing. Okay, so now that we've got a pretty good grasp of what money is, how we believe it came into existence, and the attributes that we want to look for in money, let's talk about government money. So government money is a bad thing to use as money. And it's probably pretty obvious now that we've talked about what we want out of money, that government money is not it. So to start, it's digital, so it's very easy to make more of it. Now, cryptocurrencies are potentially different, but government money is not a cryptocurrency, so there's no scarcity. In order to create more government money, a government official just has to make an entry in a database. There's no labor, there's no cost involved with that. Printing the paper version of government money, which is not the majority of government money, by the way. The majority of it is never printed. It's all in databases now. Printing more of it does have a cost, but it is a very low cost. Printing a $100 bill is extremely inexpensive. And it's helpful to know sort of how it came into existence. So government money, we economists don't believe that government money would have come into existence without a series of frauds that took place. And basically the way that this worked is, before, if you had a $100 bill or a $20 bill, you could go redeem that for an ounce of gold. And so when you were holding the paper, you didn't really trust that the paper was going to be valuable. What you were trusting is that the gold was valuable and that the paper gave you access to gold. Eventually, those things got disconnected. So now, if you have government paper, you cannot redeem that for gold in any country in the world. There's no country in the globe right now that issues government paper and actually has any gold to give you, or anything else for that matter. It is just paper. And there's also no reason to believe that there's any that people would have fallen for that, right? There's no reason to believe that if you had just walked up and said, hey, this is government paper now and it works, people would have accepted that and began using that as a medium of exchange and as a unit of account, which they do today. But again, it was because there was kind of a tricky fraud and an evolution of frauds that got us to this point. So, so knowing that helps understand why we have it, even though it's not good, right? Like it's not the tool that we would choose to use as humans because it doesn't solve these problems best. But in combination with the threat of violence, if you try to use something else, and the way that it was introduced, here we are. So let's talk about the other reasons that it wouldn't be selected if people were free to choose whatever tool they wanted to use on the shelf as money. Government money wouldn't be one. And one of the reasons is that you have to trust the government not to produce massive amounts of it. So when we were talking before, we were talking about how it has to be an economic good and it has to be, easy to transport. And what that really means is that if you want to buy a car, you need to be able to have enough of this stuff to buy a car with, and you need to be able to transport it to whoever is selling the car. And you also want it to be scarce, right? You don't want it to be freely available, or nobody's going to want to exchange for you. So what you're having to do with government money is you're having to trust that they're not going to print a lot of it, because if they print 10 times more of it this year than is in existence the year before, your money is going to be 10 times less valuable, right? You'll be able to buy a candy bar for $1 instead of a dime if they increase the supply of money by 10 times. So you're really trusting when you're using government money, or at least when you're saving it and holding on to it, that they're not going to produce massive amounts of it. And more often than not, they eventually do produce massive amounts of it. So it's not ideal for that reason. These people are humans, and if you give them the ability to print their own money, there's very few humans that can resist that temptation. So that's a good reason not to want to use this as money. It's also difficult to transport the paper version of government money. So again, most government money is digital, but there are, paper notes that you put in your pocket that are government money as well. And if you're trying to transport, if you're trying to go buy a house and you're trying to transport enough government money to buy a house, it's going to be very, very heavy. If you watch movies, people walk around with $10 million in cash, in their backpack. $10 million in US dollars is very big and very bulky and very heavy. And so it's not ideal from just a bulk standpoint and a weight standpoint. If you use the electronic version, it also requires permission. So if you want to buy a house, and obviously you could show up with a pallet of $100 bills, but there's all kinds of risks. It's easy to steal. That's another reason that it's not great. If you have a pallet of $100 bills, it's hard to hide that you have that. And it's very bulky. So again, that doesn't work well. But if you don't want to go that route, you can go the electronic route, and you can do a cashier's check or something like that, which is typically done. The problem with that is that requires permission. If you have a pallet of cash, there's nobody that can stop you, in theory, from putting that in the back of your van and driving it to the guy that's selling you the house, right? It's just an exchange between those two people. If you use a cashier's check, there's other people that have to give their permission to this transaction. There's your bank, there's the receiving bank, and ultimately there's the government that's deciding whether this transaction is pleasing to them or not. So that's a big downside. And it's also not easy to sell. You might think that it's easy to sell, and in a sense it is, right? Within your own border, it is the easiest thing to sell, right? Like if you have a $100 bill, anybody in the United States will take that $100 bill in an exchange. Although now there's so much counterfeiting, that's becoming more difficult, but generally it is the easiest thing to sell if you're in the United States. It's a whole lot easier to buy an item with a $100 bill in the United States than it is to use an ounce of gold or Bitcoin or anything else. That being said, we do a lot of international trade, right? The marketplace is a global marketplace now. And if you want to buy something internationally, they really don't want to take the government money that only exists within your border. So it's not to say that means it's so bad it shouldn't be used, but this is a downside, right? Obviously, humans want to grab the thing that works best. And these are all reasons that government money does not work best. These are also all reasons why, if the government didn't use the threat of violence to keep people using their government money, it wouldn't be used, because there are better alternatives, and there have been better alternatives for a long time. But you don't have a choice. You have to pay your taxes in government money. You have to accept payment for debts in government money. All contracts have to be written in government money. So you're not free to choose which money to use, and that's why government money is still in play. But hopefully you can see from just looking at what would be the right tool for the job that government money is not it. Okay, so we've talked about why government money is not the best thing to use as money, and wouldn't be used if people were free to choose it. Now let's talk about gold. So a lot of people believe that gold is actually a good money, and it's not. It's not a good money, and this is why. One is that it's not easily divisible. So if you want to buy a house with gold, maybe it is a few kilos. But if you want to buy a can of soda for gold, it's going to be a really, really tiny amount of gold. It's going to be such a little tiny piece of gold because there's so little of it that is in existence in the world that has been mined, that which makes it valuable. So basically, the problem is it's too valuable per amount. An ounce of gold is too valuable to make a great money, and that's why throughout history it was often used in conjunction with silver. So silver had to be used for small exchanges in cultures that use gold. And the problem with that is that there's no fixed exchange ratio of silver to gold, right? We talked about how different assets, they're always more or less in supply and demand and more or less desirable based on the circumstances of the universe and how much people want those particular tools, want those particular assets to solve their problems. So silver and gold was always in flux, just like everything else is in flux as far as the prices go. And that meant that, if you were selling a suit and it was, 1 ounce of gold and 5 ounces of silver one day, the next day, to get the same amount of value for your suit, you might need to charge 1 ounce of gold and 7 ounces of silver, right? Or if somebody walked in and they only had silver and they wanted to buy your suit, the amount of silver that they would have to pay, even if it was 1 ounce of gold and 5 pieces of silver one day, and the next day it was still 1 ounce of gold and 5 pieces of silver, the amount of silver that you would have to provide to be the equivalent value to that ounce of gold would change between those 2 days. So maybe the first day it is 50 pieces of silver for 1 piece of gold. So you could buy the suit for 55 pieces of silver. The next day, the value of gold, or the value of silver went down, right? Or the ratio of gold to silver changed, right? The silver became less valuable in relationship with gold. So the next day, even though the price of the suit is 1 ounce of gold and 5 ounces of silver, you might have to provide 80 ounces of silver. So it was a real mess. It was the best thing that we had available at the time. And so that's why it was used. There was no government force or violence that was used to mandate that people use gold and silver. So we can look back at history and say that must have been the best thing that they knew how to use because they're humans and they grab the tool that works best. That's a very simple assumption. And we know that to be sort of the nature of man. They don't do things that are more difficult. They don't choose to cause themselves problems. And so if they were using gold and silver, it's because it was the best thing at the time. And we can look back and look at all the attributes that I compared with government money and say, man, gold checks almost all of these boxes, right? It's easy to transport. It's divisible. It's uniform. It's actually, arguably a very good gold, except it's not easily divisible. And that, that's what they had to live with because that's the best that they could do. Now, governments did try to use force and violence to create a fixed exchange ratio between gold and silver. And like all price fixing schemes, that blew up and caused, great suffering and destroyed a lot of value in the economy. And that's because the nature of the universe is not fixed. So you can't fix that ratio. If you try to force it, then you're just going to be deceiving yourself and causing other problems. But that being said, the motivation for creating a fixed ratio, you could see that there would be people that would think that's a good idea because it really is a pain to have two different things in play. And in a way, once you introduce silver, you are sort of going back to a barter economy. You're not completely using one thing as money. Now, they were still using gold as the unit of account primarily. And so, I would still say they were using gold as money, but it's not ideal, obviously. And you are, if nothing else, you are stepping back towards barter if you haven't actually crossed the line into barter when you're using silver in conjunction with gold. So that's a big downside for gold. Another big problem with gold, and this applies to everything physical, is that it's easily stolen. So FDR in the 30s, Franklin Delano Roosevelt in the United States outlawed gold. And basically what it was is he confiscated everybody's gold and stole it and used that for, government funding. So that's not great. We would prefer to have a money that's hard to steal. Now, if we're not talking about digital currencies yet, you could say that gold is not hard to steal because everything's relative, right? So it's harder to steal gold than it would be to steal an equivalent amount of value of cows, right? You got to leave the cows outside. You have them tied up. Somebody can steal them and run away with them. At least an ounce of gold you can hide, in the dirt, or you can hide it under your pillow. So relatively speaking, gold is certainly harder to steal than cows. But it's a whole lot easier to steal than something like Bitcoin. The government has very little trouble stealing gold. It's also hard to get across borders for that reason. If you wanted to take, $100,000 of gold from the United States to Canada, you'd probably have a pretty hard time doing that. So that's not an ideal attribute of money. And I know a lot of people that are into gold don't like to hear it, but these are downsides of that particular asset, and maybe it's as good as we can get. But the whole point of what we're going to be talking about with Bitcoin is that Bitcoin is an attempt to solve all of these problems. So it's difficult to transport. If you did want to bring enough gold to buy a house, $300,000 worth of gold, I don't know what's gold at, maybe let's say $30,000 a kilo or something like that. You're talking about 10 kilos. Kilo is a couple pounds. You're talking about 20 plus pounds of gold that you're going to have to, you can't really throw 20 pounds of gold in a suitcase. The handle would probably come off and it would definitely be hard on your arm. So, it's possible, but it's still, difficult to transport. And that's really sort of the Achilles heel of gold, in the end, is that because it's difficult to transport, people started using banking. And banking is basically where you get a receipt for your gold. So you get a piece of paper that says you have $200 worth of gold in our bank. And in theory, you can give somebody else that piece of paper, which is, again, how government money started. And they can take that piece of paper and at any time go and get the gold out of the bank. That works, but obviously there's the potential for counterfeiting, and we have all kinds of other problems that introduces. But again, you can see that there was real problems with gold that were trying to be addressed by banking. So in the next episode, or in the next section, we'll talk more about banking. But yeah, gold is not, it doesn't really work all that well as money. Okay, so in the last section, we talked about gold and why it doesn't work super well as money, although arguably it's as good as anything that we've talked about, and as good as anything probably before the internet. So for thousands of years, it was the best that we could do, but it's important to recognize its limitations. One of the limitations was that it was difficult to transport, it's easy to steal, all of those sort of things. So because of that, the solution was you would deposit your gold with a banker. The banker would give you a receipt, and then you could easily transport that receipt. It'd be easy to hide that receipt. And the bank, then you have a piece of paper that is backed by gold, right? But there's some other problems with that. One is that physical banks are very difficult to audit. Because I gave you a receipt that says that you have $200 worth of gold, does that mean that anytime you want, you can come in my vault and look through all of the shelves and make sure that my books show that $200 worth of gold that I have, assigned to you is not also assigned to other people, right? What stops me from engaging in fractional reserve banking without being transparent about it? What stops me from taking the gold out of my bank and just hoping that not everybody comes and asks for their gold at the same time? Not a lot. That's a problem. Physical banks are also easy to extort, because if you have a building and it's full of gold, it's going to be very hard for you to resist attackers. And ultimately, this is what happens that brings about government money. So governments around the world had different banks that operated within their borders. And at a certain point, they decided, and there's all kinds of, excuses for this, bank runs, and, we needed government insurance, and, the Great Depression, all this. But whatever the excuse, the reality is that governments looked at all of these independently operating banks, and they all had money inside them. And they said, you're going to follow our rules. And if we don't, we're going to use violence against you. You're going to submit to these regulations. You're going to perform in ways that we tell you to, whether you want to or not. And if you're a bank, your choices are basically secede from that country, right, and fight it, or submit. And that is a big security problem, right? When you have a money that's based on being stored in central locations of physical banks, you have a big security problem that you've introduced. So the United States, they did this. They nationalized the banks through regulation. And over time, what they ended up doing is creating a central bank. So not only were they telling the banks how to operate, but they basically turned all individual banks into branches of the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve makes all of the important decisions. It's the lender of last resort, and it's got all of these different things. But really, in the United States and in all the other countries around the world, there is one national bank, and there are branch offices that are allowed to operate and make really unimportant decisions. They don't get to decide who they lend to. They don't get to decide how much money they keep in the vault. If in the United States, or really anywhere in the world, you decided that you wanted to create a bank and you wanted to make sure that you had 100% of all the money that people had deposited. So you're gonna try this new crazy idea, which isn't, because this is how banking came about in the first place. And you're going to, everybody that puts their paycheck into your bank, you're going to turn that into dollars, and you're going to keep those dollars in the vault. Or better yet, you're going to keep gold in the vault, whatever the current value of gold is. You're not allowed to do that. That would be illegal, and you would go to jail because you're violating banking regulation. You have to lend that money out at the ratio that's specified by the Federal Reserve. So there's very little that, there's very little difference between Chase and Bank of America and US Bank. That's because all the important decisions are made by the Federal Reserve. So we had a central bank in the United States, and then the next evolution was we still had gold, right? In theory, we still had all of the gold for all of the dollars, which were at the time basically banknotes, right? They were pieces of paper that you could use in lieu of gold, because gold sucks to transport, and it's hard to subdivide. We didn't have to do silver anymore, because if you're using paper, you can use smaller denominations that represent smaller amounts of gold. That solved that problem, but the problem that ultimately we had was we had one bank with all of the gold in it, and we had all of these receipts floating around. And that bank, the Central Bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve, decided that it was going to not maintain the same amount of gold as all of the dollars that were floating around. They maintained that charade for quite a while, until President Nixon in the 70s decided that he was no longer going to pretend that they had the gold available. Other countries in particular were asking for gold that they were owed because they had US dollars. And President Nixon said, no, that's it. We're off of the gold standard. We're closing the gold window, which means you're no longer able to get the gold that we told you we were holding for you. And the reason that they did that was simple. We used the gold for other stuff. We ran a crooked bank. So that problem with central banking is really a direct result of the inadequacies of gold. We wouldn't have government fiat if gold wasn't difficult to transport, because that evolution wouldn't have occurred otherwise. All right, in the last section, we talked about central banks being a direct result of some of the limitations of gold. In this section, we're going to talk about some of the negative side effects of having a central bank. So my argument is that gold was the best thing that we had available, but it had limitations that resulted in banking. Banking had limitations from a security standpoint that resulted in central banking. Central banking resulted in corruption that allowed people to basically pretend they had gold in the vaults that they didn't have. And that eventually resulted in a disconnect between the banknotes that we circulate as government money and gold in the vault. And this actually has another set of side effects that we're going to talk about now. So central banks tied directly back to limitations with gold. And now we're going to talk about some of the problems that are caused by central banks. So the biggest problem with the central bank is that it has no competition and therefore no incentive not to steal. Now, we can hope and pray that government officials are going to be so good and selfless that they will make decisions that are not in their own best interests and not even the best interests of their own families in order to take care of us. But history shows that that's not something that is reasonable to rely and depend on if just logic and knowledge of human nature isn't enough. So one of the things that happens when you have a central bank is that you want to produce money, right? If you had a printing press in your basement, every time you had a bill that was due, you'd hit the button and you would print money. And even if you knew that that was going to steal value from everybody else that's already holding those dollars, it would be very tempting for you to do that. Probably irresistible if you knew that you couldn't get caught and you knew that there was no competition, right? If you did that too much, then maybe you would go out of business and you wouldn't be able to trust the money anymore. That might be a check. But if you don't even have that, if you can just print without consequence, then it's going to be very tempting for you to do that. Now, if you print too much, obviously, if you print truckloads, then people are going to stop using your money because it's just going to be worthless. So the trick from a central bank standpoint is to print enough to enjoy that wealth, but not print so much that you kill the goose that laid the golden egg. And that's exactly what central banks do. The problem is that even though they sometimes, like the United States, only steal maybe 5 or 6% of everybody's savings account every year, which is very damaging. And maybe it's closer to 2 or 3%. Like their figures are 2 or 3%. Other people think it's closer to 5 to 6% in general. And maybe it's been even a lot more recently. But everybody can still function. It's not ideal. Obviously, you don't want to have your savings stolen from you, but you can still function in that circumstance. But there's another negative side effect that comes along with that. And it's what the economists call the boom and bust cycle. So if a central bank increases the amount of money that's available in the economy, then entrepreneurs that are trying to decide whether they're going to build a new car factory or they're going to put in a new housing development, they're going to have greater access to capital than they would normally have access to, right? The cheapness of money is higher than it was before that money was printed, right? It's more abundant. But the problem with something like money is that we're using it as a unit of account. So when an entrepreneur looks at a housing development and says, okay, that's going to cost me, $100 million to produce this housing development, and I can sell this housing development for $110 million, and I'm able to borrow money so cheaply because there's just a lot of money available that people want to lend out. And I can borrow money for, 2% interest, then everything pencils out and it looks like that's going to be a profitable venture. So they begin building the housing development. The problem is that at some point, the central bank stops printing as much money because they know that they can kind of do this in spurts, and they can do it. They can kind of push it and, steal a bunch of money in the short term, but then they got to stop because if they continue to do that forever, it's going to go to zero. Right. And the way that consumers know and experience this is through inflation. Things just cost more. So the game for the central bank is to try to not allow people to realize what the game is, right? You don't want consumers, you don't want all the citizens in your country to realize you're really stealing out of their savings account and making everything more expensive for them. So at a certain point, you do have to stop printing money. The problem with that is that this causes sort of truth to come back to the economy. There really wasn't that much money available earlier, but it looked like there was. So the housing development begins being built, but then the interest rates go up, right? The amount of money that you have access to on loan goes down, which means the interest rate go up. And now you look at this housing development and you realize, I should not have done this, right? This is an unprofitable venture. I'm 80% of the way there. and I go out of business, right? I'm going to be, $10 million in the hole. I'm calling it a day and I'm filing bankruptcy. And the reason is that the housing development should never have been built in the first place. If the central bank hadn't been printing money and deceiving entrepreneurs and how much money, which is another way of saying how many saved up resources are available for investment in various activities, if they hadn't done that, the entrepreneur would have seen that the interest rate was high, too high to make this low margin development make sense, right? And he would have probably moved on to other things and found an opportunity to build something that was actually going to be profitable, accounting for the cost of money. But because he was deceived by the amount of money that was newly introduced into the market, he made bad economic decisions. And that's what economists call malinvestment. So a major damaging side effect of central banking is that it deceives the economy. It deceives entrepreneurs into investing in things that are foolish. And we saw that in 2008, the United States, with the housing bubble and the global financial crisis that followed. But we've seen this boom and bust cycle in every country that has a central bank ever since central banking existed. And, you can look at it historically, but you can also just look at it logically. And obviously, I'm not spending a ton of time on this in this course, but you can look at it logically and see that this would be the natural consequence of a central bank and of people with the power of a central bank making decisions that are in their own best interest. Just briefly, I'm going to mention the Keynesian court historians. So everything that I've said to you is true, but there's probably alarm bells going off in your head because most of us have been indoctrinated with government schooling. And so we're thinking of things like, well, the velocity of money has to be, high enough in order to keep the economy going. Or if we have a deflation, if we don't have inflation, right? If money doesn't become cheaper over time, then people will hoard it and they won't spend it. This can't be right because we know that government money comes from a decree by the government. The king has to say what is money. I'm not going to go through all of those fallacies. I will recommend Safety and Amoose's book, The Bitcoin Standard, as a great place to go, or something a little bit older. The Libertarian Manifesto by Murray Rothbard is also something that I'd recommend if some of this stuff just doesn't quite click or you don't buy it. There have been thousands of pages and thousands of man hours put into double checking all these things and making sure that these things are true, because they're really, really critical for human thriving. So you definitely don't have to take my word for it, but yeah, there are some very negative consequences that come from central banking, and central banking is a natural consequence of the world that we live in and the access to violence that humans have when you have banking. And banking is something that you're going to have to use if you have gold. So now the question is, where do we go? What do we do from here, right? All right, in this section, we're talking about speculation. And speculation has a few different synonyms. One of those is investing. Investing usually implies that there's like long-term and responsible action involved, that, it's what smart people do. They do investing. But really, that's just another term for speculation. Trading is a lot of times contrasted with investing, where they say, trading is like short-term and risky. Another synonym for speculation, or another, was the word itself. So it's, but the concept of speculation usually implies, when it's used in, common American vernacular, that it's selfish, it hurts the little guy, those evil oil speculators is usually the context. And then the last way that speculation is referred to is entrepreneurship. And that usually has the connotation that it's cool. It involves running a business, those are the good guys, right? The speculators are the bad guys. Maybe the traders are the bad guys too, but the investors and the entrepreneurs, those are the good guys. All of these terms from an economist standpoint are completely synonymous. They don't involve any significant variations in the activities that are involved. And they should be used synonymously with the term speculation. So what exactly is speculation then? Speculation is basically transporting goods to people that need them more, but you're transporting them through time, not space. So if there's a town over the hill that maybe they don't have any potato farmers, and you're in a town that has a lot of potato farmers, you pick up those potatoes and you drive them to the town over. You've moved goods from people that want those goods less to people that want those goods more in space, right? But if you identify that there's probably going to be a shortage of potatoes next year for whatever reason, maybe you can see that there's blight coming on, and you store potatoes until next year, then what you've done is you've transported those potatoes through time, right? And either way, you're bringing those potatoes to people that want and need them more. And that's the best way to think about speculation. It doesn't matter how long it is, right? It could be a couple days, it could be 10 years. And it doesn't matter whether you call it entrepreneurship or whether you call it trading, or whether you just refer to it as speculation. It's the same activity. You're identifying that people want something, and you're providing for that and getting ready to provide them that in the future. And the thing that's important about that is that you are identifying a need in the future that not everybody else has identified yet. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an opportunity to meet that need. It is absolutely essential to human life. And the reason for that is that it creates or destroys wealth. So in the example that we had, moving goods through space, let's say that you get a bunch of potatoes from an area where potatoes are desperately needed, and you transport those 1,000 miles away to a place where there's tons of potatoes. There's an abundance of potatoes, and potatoes are just rotting because there's so many potatoes, nobody needs them, and the real issue is transportation. What you've effectively done is destroyed all of those potatoes, right? For all intents and purposes, you took potatoes that were desired in one area and you moved them to a place where they're worthless. The same thing can happen with speculation. If let's say in the example of the anticipating potato blight, you take a bunch of potatoes and you store them, and you wait until a year later when you're anticipating that there's going to be a potato famine, and it turns out that actually there's new technology. There's maybe farming techniques are better. Let's say fertilizer is better, and actually there's a ton more potatoes now. There's actually a excess potatoes because we figured out how to farm potatoes with proper fertilizer, and now we have more potatoes than we know what to do with. We've actually overproduced potatoes, right? So they're just sitting around rotting in piles. And then you show up and say, well, actually, I took some potatoes from a year ago and stored them until today. All you have done is destroyed the value of those potatoes, right? They were useful, they were needed, they could have fed hungry people, and you've transported them to a time where they're worthless. So this is a really, really important thing to get right. If you get it right, you create life, right? If you get it wrong, you kill people. This is a very important activity. And then the last, really nice thing about speculation is that promotion and demotion is proportional and automatic. So what that means is that if you're a good speculator, you immediately get rewarded with additional economic resources that are going to be at your disposal for you to manage. If you do a poor job, you're immediately demoted. Like, let's use the potato example. If you transported potatoes from a point in time where they weren't valued to the point in time where they're much more valuable, the community, the marketplace is going to reward you by making you more wealthy, which just means giving you more stuff, right? You're going to be able to trade one potato for 2 ears of corn instead of one potato for half an ear of corn, right? And so when all is said and done, now you've got, for your 50 pounds of potatoes, you've got 100 pounds of ears of corn, right? So you're wealthier and you have more resources to manage. But if on the other hand, you take 50 pounds of potatoes and you transport them to a point in time where they're worthless, well, now you don't have that 50 pounds of potatoes worth of wealth that you're managed, right? You've automatically lost that wealth. It's automatically been removed from your management. So that's wonderful. And that has a bunch of positive consequences, obviously, because if people that, if this is a really important activity and people are automatically removed from doing it or rewarded for doing it, then we get better results. A good example of this is in the Bible. One of the earliest stories of entrepreneurship that I know of is Joseph and Pharaoh. Joseph realizing that there's going to be a famine in Egypt. They're going to have 7 good years and then they're going to have 7 bad years. And so for 7 years, he buys a bunch of wheat and stores it so that when the famine hits, the people don't starve to death. And it results in Joseph and Pharaoh becoming, much wealthier, and also preventing a famine, right? So it doesn't get any better than that. And as far as speculation itself or entrepreneurship, it can be really simple, right? It can be as simple as just collecting toys and waiting till 50 years later when they're rare and they're desired by people that have nostalgic feelings towards those toys, right? Pretty straightforward. Or it can be as complex as buying shares in a mine that's only going to be valuable after we colonize Mars, because that mine, that mine produces cobalt, and cobalt's going to be particularly needed in space exploration for whatever reason, right? It can be very, very complicated, but the essential element, right? What it is that we're talking about remains the same. You are obtaining resources, and you're transporting them to a time where they're more valuable. And the other thing to keep in mind with speculation is that it's one out of only 3 ways that economists recognize that you can make money. You can speculate, which, you're buying goods cheap and you're selling them high, right? Buy low, sell high. Or you can earn interest. Now, interest, I think, is somewhat overrated, especially in an economy with central banks, because they tend to push the interest rate so low that you really can't get anything. And it's, we'll talk about this later, but it's always tied up with speculation, or almost always tied up with speculation to some degree. But interest is basically a reward that you get for giving somebody else use of goods, and delaying your own gratification. So you got $5, you would like to go buy candy with that $5. Instead, you buy a shovel, and you rent out the shovel and you end up getting more for it because you delayed gratification. That's actually more, that's probably as good as an example as I can think of right now. But really, for the purposes of this course, just assume the interest isn't all that valuable and put it to the side, because it's usually a couple percent per year. We think the natural rate of interest would be in most circumstances. That's not much. And like I said, it's always, there's no way to get just pure interest, right? It's always, it always involves risk, right? You give the bank your money and they pay you interest. That's maybe a classic example of being able to earn interest. The problem is you're taking on a lot of risk. Is that bank going to give you money back? If you're in a fiat economy, is the interest that you get going to exceed the amount of decrease in value of the money, the inflation that you're going to experience? So it's not easy just to get pure interest, and it's a very small amount. So we'll just set that aside. And then the third way that you can make money is labor. And this doesn't mean necessarily dumb labor. I think a lot of people are confused about the role of entrepreneurship because they think that the guy that manages a business is an entrepreneur. From an economic standpoint, he's not. He's doing a job, and that job might be a high-paying job, but just managing a business is labor. It's not speculation. Like I said, most human activities involve a combination of the 3 of these things, but it's still helpful to think about these things in distinct parts, right? So if you invest in a business, and you manage that business and you invest $100,000 in it, it's important to know that if you get $102,000 back, that $2,000 increase might just be interest, right? There's an element of the reward that you're getting that is simply because you delayed consumption. So if you only get $102,000 back on a business that you invested in, you probably shouldn't think of yourself as speculating successfully in that case, right? So it is helpful to think about these in different categories. Similarly, if you engage in speculation, if you buy a business and then you manage that business, like you're there at 8 a.m. and you leave at 2 in the morning, and you do that for a year, and you invest $100,000, and at the end of the year, you haven't really taken a salary and your business is worth $110,000, you should probably recognize that that under those circumstances, given how expensive labor is, you've probably actually been a bad speculator. You've actually probably destroyed wealth in the sense that you thought that this business was going to be more valuable in the future if you mixed a certain amount of your labor with it. You mixed more of your labor with it than $10,000 worth, and now it's worth less. So that means that one of the ways that you can interpret that is that you were a very bad speculator, right? You could have been a terrible worker, but assuming that you did useful, productive labor, maybe the business would have been worth a whole lot less, right? Maybe it's a bookstore, or it's a small specialty shop, and Amazon moved in, right? So that would be a result of bad speculation, not necessarily a result of doing bad work or being a bad laborer. So those three concepts, if you can keep them separate, even though almost all human activity has them bundled up together in different degrees, it's still very, very helpful for clear thinking. Okay, so now we're talking about speculation a little bit more. So one of the things that's very valuable to understand about speculation is that it is one of only three ways that you can make money, according to economists. And again, it's valuable to be able to think about these things clearly and distinctly as concepts. So speculation is one of them. And what we talked about last time is that it's transporting goods through time, right? It's not transporting them through space, it's through time. It's predicting the future. It's trying to figure out what somebody's going to want, that they don't want that much right now, or that's not super valued right now and will be more valued in the future, and moving it to that time. Another way that you can make money, according to economists, is you can earn interest. Interest, I think, is very much overrated. The natural rate of interest, what interest rates would be if we didn't have, central bankers completely screwing with our economy all the time. A lot of people think it's going to be around 2 or 3%. It's not huge. And the other problem with something like interest is these are distinct ways that you can make money. But when you actually do something as a human, you're often doing a combination of things. So I'll come back to that in a second. And then the last way that you can make money is through labor. Labor is just doing work that people want done. And a lot of people that call themselves entrepreneurs, people that run businesses, they're really just laborers. Now, there's nothing insulting about the concept of labor. But what it means is that you're doing work, right? So if you're managing a business, you might be getting paid a few $1 million a year to manage a business, right? A CEO of a company, in as much as he is just performing the task of a CEO, is not an entrepreneur. He's a laborer. He's a very, very valuable, highly paid laborer, but he's doing tasks and he's performing work in order to get paid. That's called labor. Speculation is different, right? So if you can keep these three concepts clear in your head, even though various activities might involve more than one of them, for example, let's go back to interest. So let's say that you want to just earn interest. You don't want to do any speculation and you don't want to do any labor. And you have $1,000. You can drive down to a bank, but you're already engaging in a certain amount of labor to do that, right? You're doing work in order to accomplish this task. So you're already introducing labor just driving down to the bank. Then you can deposit your money with the bank, but you have to keep in mind that there's a lot of things involved that you're actually doing when you decide to deposit money into a bank. You are speculating that you're going to get more money back in the future than you are right now. And yes, interest exists. And so in theory, if everything was static, you would get a couple percent back. And I'm going to ignore even the presence of central banks for simplicity. Let's say we're in a free market situation and you deposit money with the bank. Well, you're also having to trust that the bank is not going to go bankrupt, right? And even with things like FDIC insurance and all the other games that get played, when banks go bankrupt, they can print money to get out of it, but all that does is steal your money in a different way, right? Like in Egypt, not that long ago, they decided that they were going to take a certain amount of people's deposits. They just took it. They called it a redeposit or something creative like that. I can't remember what it was called. But yeah, they just said, look, hey, we don't have enough money in the bank, and so we're going to decrease everybody's balances. And they just made an entry in the database, and that was the end of it. So you are engaging in trying to decide how risky this thing is, because at the end of the day, it's actually an investment, right? It might be a very low yield investment, but if I put my money in a bank, the bank is turning around, they're lending that out to other people to do work with that. It's very hard to tell the difference between that and a venture capital firm, right? Or it's basically you're outsourcing the task of speculation. But even when you're doing that, you're speculating that the person you're giving it to is a good investment, right? So I don't want to go into, we could talk about this for a long time. The important concept here is that human activities often involve three of these sort of things at the same time, right? They're a type of activity, they're a type of action that gets you paid, that earns you wealth when you do it well. When you do it well regarding speculation and labor, and in theory would pay you back even if you do nothing. If all you do is delay consumption, you could get paid interest. And it's good to know that these three concepts exist, but when a human is doing something, they're often more than just that involved. Okay, so that's hopefully helpful. I feel like there's more that could be said about that. I know that we'll come back to it later, but I think one of the things that's helpful to know about that is setting interest aside. If the only things that could make you money, and I think it's helpful to set interest aside because, again, it's a small amount and it's really hard to just get pure interest, especially in today's world. Speculation and labor. So let's say that you open up a coffee shop and you decide that this coffee shop, you can buy this coffee shop for $50,000, but in a year and a half, you're going to be able to sell it for $150,000. Because it's in a new neighborhood that not a lot of people realize is up and coming, let's say, right? And so you expect that you're going to be able to sell a lot more coffee. And once the business is selling a lot more coffee, you're going to be able to sell it to somebody else that's happy to take it for the increased cash flow that it has. So you buy it for $50,000 and then you work on it for a year. Now, let's say that at the end of that year, the business is only worth $70,000. If you're not trying to think clearly about these different activities, you could come to the conclusion that you've earned $20,000, that, you bought the business, you were a good speculator, but you weren't a great speculator. You thought you were going to go from 50,000 to 150. You went from 50 to 70 in a year. That's a pretty good return on investment, right? As a percentage, it's really high up there. So you could still feel like you were a good speculator. But the other thing that you have to factor in is how much of that $20,000 increase was just from your labor, right? Did you repaint the building? Because if you personally repainted the building, that's probably about $20,000 of labor right there, right? And if you repainted the building and then you performed management tasks for a year and you got rid of the bad staff and brought in the better staff, you did all these sort of things, it could very well be that you're a terrible speculator, that you greatly overestimated the amount of demand that the neighborhood was going to have for coffee. And even though you're $20,000 richer, you have spent more than $50,000 in labor in order to get that. So not only were you a bad speculator, but you didn't not just make, you speculated so poorly that you not only failed to have a return and enjoy more wealth because you created more value for the world, but you actually took your own labor and squandered it, right? You took $50,000 worth of labor and you made it only worth a $20,000 improvement. That means you destroyed $30,000 of productive resources that could have made the world a better place. You're such a bad speculator that you have a massively negative return on that activity. So this is just an example of why it's really helpful, even though these activities are all jumbled up together in our lives, to try to separate out the concepts and think clearly about them. And the interest could play in there too, right? You could say, well, part of the reason that the business is worth $70,000 now is from interest. So I've got to take off at least a couple percent off of that, right? Again, it's usually not a game changer in anything that matters. So I tend to set it aside, but it does exist. And it is one of the ways that people can create wealth. So, okay. I feel good about that. Let's move on to the next part of speculation. So speculation is tough. And the only reason I talked about interest and labor was to help us understand speculation a little bit more. Speculation is tough. It's really tough. And what it involves is knowledge of the future, right? Because what you have to do in order to be a good speculator is you have to know future prices. If you buy something that's worth $10 now and you believe that it's going to be worth $15 in 2 years or 20 years, the reason that you're doing that is that you think that you know the future price of that good. And if you just sit in that for a minute, that is a heck of a bold statement, right? It really is very, very difficult to know anything about the future, right? It's hard to know where you're going to be living in 10 years, let alone what the price of wheat will be in 9 months, right? This is not an easy thing to do. But there is good news, and that is that all human action is predicting the future, right? When you decide that you're going to go to work in the morning, that's because you are predicting the future. You believe that if you go to work today, your life will be better than if you don't. So the right way to look at speculation is somewhere between absolute terror and it's just a mundane, normal thing that we do, right? If you really think about what's involved here, you're not going to take it lightly, but you're not going to be afraid of the bold, cold reality that this is a game of predicting the future. Can't get my slide to go. All right. So, future prices. Let's think this through. Let's analyze this a little bit, because we don't have to predict who is going to be president in 3 years necessarily to be good speculators. We could. That's something that you could speculate on, and if you knew who it was going to be, you could certainly profit from that knowledge. But let's dissect this task a little bit. So, predicting future prices. We've talked about prices. Prices are a ratio of the goods exchanged in a trade. Okay. Humans trade things that they value less for things that they value more. And so all we really have to do is we have to think about, what will humans want more? What are they going to want more in the future than they want today? In the example earlier, we said, we're going to buy a coffee shop, and we're going to buy the coffee shop because we believe that humans are going to want more coffee in this particular neighborhood on this particular street corner, right? It's not necessarily rocket science, but it is predicting the future, and that means it's very difficult, right? There's going to be a margin of error there. If you decide that you're going to build a coffee shop or buy a coffee shop in a particular neighborhood, and then there's an earthquake that destroys the neighborhood, it doesn't mean that you were a fool, but it does mean that you failed to predict the future correctly, So probabilities is really what we're looking for, right? When you go to work in the morning, you don't know your life is going to be better than if you sleep in. It's possible you're going to die in a car accident on the way there, or that this is the day that you and your boss are just going to meet eyes in a way that's not good, and you're going to end up getting fired, right? You don't know anything about anything when it comes to trying to predict the future, but you have probabilities, you have likelihoods, right? You believe it's more likely if you go to work today that your life will be better, that you won't get fired, et cetera, than if you don't. And that's what we're talking about when we're speculating, right? We're trying to specifically try to predict future prices. And all we have to do is be better than random chance, right? If you could predict the future price of wheat, with just barely better than random chance consistently for the next 20 years, you'd probably be the most wealthy person in the world, right? You would have essentially a money printing machine. Assuming you could do that every day, right? If you could think of it this way. If you could go into a casino and you could have, if you could be the house, right? If you could have a 52% chance of winning every time you rolled the roulette wheel, you would be guaranteed to be as wealthy as you wanted to be, assuming you could roll that roulette wheel as long as you want and you have enough, let's say you start out with enough money to be able to roll it, 50 times or something. So you're not going to get wiped out in the beginning due to, variation or variance, right? So that's what we're shooting for when we're talking about predicting the future, just slightly better than random chance. And that's good enough to be very, very, very successful. Okay, so last session we talked about what speculation is and that it is the brutally difficult task of predicting the future, but we only have to do it better than random chance to be successful at it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of time to analyze and to break that task down further, right? If you can think clearly about all of the different steps involved in building a house goes from magic to technology, right? Which is where we're trying to go. So one of the things that you have to do when you're trying to predict future prices is, because prices are a result of human decisions, you have to think about what are the circumstances that people are going to be in the future. What problems will they be faced with? If you know that there's going to be a lot of people that live in a certain neighborhood that have a certain amount of income, you're going to be able to predict the problems that they're facing, right? So let's say that that there's this professional neighborhood that's being built, lots of condos, whatever, office park, and there's not a coffee shop around. Well, what are some problems that future humans are going to be faced with? They're going to be faced with the fact that they have to drive 10 minutes to get a cup of coffee, right? So they want coffee. What tools they have available to fix those problems? Well, right now they have a coffee shop 10 miles away, but you are thinking, well, maybe you're going to be able to give them a better tool, right? A coffee shop that's 2 miles away. So trying to just think through this in a very logical way takes away some of the mysticism, right? And makes things like, technical analysis, I think, a little bit more obviously nonsense, or the idea of giving somebody else your money and having them throw it in a mutual fund, or, just blindly throwing money at your 401k and thinking that you're a wise investor. I think when you understand what speculation is and that it involves predicting the future, and we can break it down into these separate steps, hopefully you'll be asking yourself, wait a minute, if I'm not doing these steps and these are what this is about, right? And I'm not earning interest and it's not labor, something's fishy, right? And it is. So predicting future human circumstances is an essential element of clear thinking when it comes to speculation. But that's not enough. You also have to think about future human values. What are humans going to value in the future? What matters to them, right? So let's think about that professional neighborhood that's being built. Now, if we were at a time 70 years ago and we were predicting what people would want, somebody might say, hey, we should set up a daycare, right? Because these professionals that live in this neighborhood, they're going to want to drop their kids off when they're heading to work and then come home and get them at night. And Montessori is really hot right now. So let's do a Montessori school, right? And we'll start at ages, 3 and go to age 8. If you said that 70 years ago in the United States, there'd be a lot of kind of confused looks, right? Because the answer would be, wait a minute, that doesn't reflect our values, right? We assume that women are going to stay home and watch children, right? The reason that we have this nice neighborhood that all these professionals are in is because the husband is expected to get a well-paying job and go work, and the wife is expected to stay home with the children and raise the children. And that would be a circumstance if you were speculating and you set up a daycare 70 years ago, or if you bought a daycare that was operating and you thought that you were going to see a big increase in the amount of traffic or the amount of clientele that you had because there was a professional, the neighborhood was about to become more professional, you would be wrong. And you wouldn't be wrong because you misjudged the problems that these humans are going to be facing in, a year when the neighborhood is built. You'd be wrong because you misjudged their values, right? They could solve the problem of childcare by putting kids in daycare, but they could also solve the problem of childcare by having a spouse stay at home and raise the children. And you have to know what these people's values are to know what they're going to do. So when you're trying to predict future prices, you need to predict the circumstances that these people are going to be placed in. And you also need to predict their values and what tools they're going to have available to fix those problems are going to be selected based on their values. And I think that story illustrates that. The other thing you have to think about is how much those values vary between people, right? Right now, the opposite is true. Like most people value putting children in daycare from a pretty young age. I think maybe 3 or 4 is typical in the United States right now, and having both spouses work. But there was a transitional period, right, where I couldn't have told you what most people would choose. And something like daycare, it's pretty binary, right? Like you either like it and both spouses work, or you don't like it and one person stays home. But there's all kinds of other things that could vary quite a bit, right? So if you have a coffee shop, how many people that walk through the door really just want a friendly face? How many people want a specific type of drink? How many people have a specific allergy, right? So trying to figure out what problems people are going to be facing and what they value, you also have to figure out how much those values vary. And are those values likely to be the same in the future, right? Are they going to change? If they're not going to change, then it's a little bit easier to predict. But if it seems like you're trying to catch a trend, you're about to set up a bunch of Montessori schools in San Francisco, it's going to be a little trickier, but there's a greater reward probably there as well, to go along with the risk that you're predicting those changes in human values correctly. So future human choices is what we're trying to predict, right? Because that is reflected in the price. And so you got to figure out what given the circumstances, right? And the values that you expect these people to have, then you're able to be in a position to figure out what choices they're going to make. And then that is how you predict future prices. So it's not easy, but once you know what people are going to do, you can associate that with price, right? If you know that the typical price for a daycare is, $42 a day, it is very much possible to say there's going to be a lot more people in this neighborhood that are financially well off that are going to need that service. So I predict based on that if it has been historically $42 a day, that it's going to go up. But you have to have the historical prices, but they have to be armed with your theory of future human action, right? And you have to have everything that we just walked through in order to make an informed guess about how prices are going to be affected. If you don't do that, you're not going to be successful. It's guaranteed. If you do all of those tasks, but you don't do them carefully and systematically, that's fine. You can still be successful. Not everybody that has made an investment decision has had to stop and specifically ask themselves if the values that humans have are going to change over this period of time. But it's still a good idea to be aware of the different mechanisms involved, right? The different things that are going to affect the success, so that you can decide which ones can be quickly skipped over. Like, for example, you don't really have to consider whether mothers are still going to love their children in 6 months, right? That's probably not necessary. But this is a really hard task. Predicting future prices isn't easy. So at least teasing out those different mechanisms can help you think more clearly about it. Okay, so we've talked about how difficult it is to do speculation because you have to predict future prices, and we've talked about some of the ways that you can tease apart building that house into the foundation and the roof and the different components, which are you have to predict people's future values, you have to predict the circumstances that they're going to be placed in, then you can predict the choices that they're going to make, and then you can talk about how those choices, or you can more clearly predict how those choices that you believe they're going to make are going to affect the price of goods. But that's not good enough. Even if you do all of those things, and even if you're right, you're still not going to be a successful speculator. And that is because unless you have secret knowledge, none of it matters, right? If you go to somebody that has a coffee shop and that coffee shop owner says, hey, you should buy my coffee shop because there's this new building that's coming in and it's going to have all of these professionals and they're going to demand coffee more. And therefore my revenue right now, my annual profits right now are only $10,000, but they're going to go up to $25,000 after this thing is built. There's no opportunity there, right? The future demand of this good is already priced in, because he's not going to sell you the coffee shop based on current revenues. He's going to sell you the coffee shop based on current and future expected revenues. The opportunity comes if you're the only person that knows the office building is going in, and then you go and you buy the coffee shop, right? So unless you have secret knowledge, and this is the thing that if there's one thing that I want you to walk away understanding about speculation, it is this. If you do not have secret knowledge, you do not have an opportunity to make money. If you're looking at the same trading charts as everybody else, and you are looking at the same prospectus on Microsoft and Amazon and Google and AT&T or whatever, if you're looking at the same data as everybody else, there's no secret knowledge, you have no special insight, you have no opportunity to make money through speculation. That is an economic truth that I can prove to you in as much detail as I can prove to you that 2 + 2 = 4. And if you accept that, then you kind of walk into a bigger world in a bunch of ways. So let's think about, there's a couple different ways you can think about this. One is that your competition already beat you to the problem and you have nothing to solve, right? So let's say that you walk into the coffee shop and you have this conversation. What you would immediately realize is that the guy that owns the coffee shop, he already knows that there's going to be increased demand for coffee, right? So he's already planning to bring in more staff. He's already planning to, maybe update the facade to appeal to the new crowd, whatever it is. There is no opportunity because there's no problem for you to solve, right? A simpler example is, let's say that you discover that the price of potatoes is going to go up in the future by 30%. And that's because there's, blight is coming into the area, right? The demand is going to remain the same, but the supply is going to go down. You think about it, you run some very simple math, no crazy equations or anything. And you realize that you think the price is going to go up probably 30% on potatoes. Now, if you're the only one that has that knowledge, you can profit because you can buy potatoes now and then you can sell them later when they go up. But what if everybody else already knows that? If everybody knows that blight's coming to the area, then everybody else is going to value the potatoes that they have right now more because they're going to be more valuable in the future. Now, they might not value them 30% more because maybe there's costs, right? There's the fact they'd rather have their money now, right, than have it later. So there's sort of an interest element to it. There's also the fact that they have to store the potatoes, right? And there's, let's say, storage costs associated with that. And labor costs associated with storing the potatoes and then selling them later. So maybe they're not going to increase the price of the potato by 30%. They're only going to increase the price of the potato by 20%. And you would look at that and you might think, well, that's a 10% margin. There's money to be made there. But no, there isn't. And I can tell you there isn't, at least not from a speculation standpoint, by definition, because everybody already knows the same thing you know. And that 10% must therefore represent a combination of other costs, labor, and interest. So even if you can predict the future, you have to predict the future better than the market, right? Better than everybody else, or there's no opportunity to solve a problem. You can think of this in the time versus space thing as there's already, you hear that the neighborhood a couple miles away or a couple towns away is buying milk for 40% more than your neighborhood, right? Maybe your neighborhood is in the middle of a good country for dairy cows, right? And you decide that you're going to travel over there. If you and everybody else knows that, then you're probably going to look out your window and you're going to see trucks already on the road, right? If you're the last person to find out that the town or that the town a few towns over has a demand for milk that's resulting in milk being sold for a premium, it's probably too late to do anything about it if you're the last person to find out, right? It's the same thing with speculation. If you are the last person to find out that the price of the potato is going to go up, the fact that the price of potatoes is going to go up is already built into the current price. So it's as if you looked out and you saw there are already trucks on the road, right? There are already people that are solving that problem by taking potatoes off the market now, storing them, and transporting them through time to deliver them into the future. So there's nothing for you to do. Just go home. Okay, so you might be thinking at this point, this is really hard. And it is. It is really, really hard. You have to predict the future. You have to predict the future better than everybody else. And that's not easy. And when we look at how intense your competition is, I think it'll make it even more obvious that this is a very, very difficult task because you are competing and you have to predict the future better than everybody else. But you're competing with the smartest people in the world, right? The smartest people in our society tend to end up doing speculation. And part of the reason for that is that dumb people don't last long in this business. You could be a mediocre you could be a poor plumber, right? And it's going to take a long time before everybody realizes that you're not very good at your job, right? You'd have callbacks, you'd have leaks, you'd have all these other things, but it might take quite a while for your reputation to actually cut down on the amount of business that you get. And it's sloppy. So you may end up getting more business because you're a bad plumber because you get, more service calls. But that's not how it works in speculation. Speculation is really, really cutthroat and immediate. The market is a very brutal, efficient, and clear manager. So dumb people don't last long doing speculation. They go broke. Your competition is also very focused. They know that the very smallest insight can make them win big, right? They know that if the price of oil is going to be affected because of a conflict between a couple families in Qatar, that can make them millions and millions of dollars. And because they know that, they know where to focus, right? They practice and they know where to find this information. And they're also very, very motivated, right? There's nothing more motivating than immediate rewards, right? If you have a kid and he does something bad and you punish them 2 weeks later for it, it doesn't have the same effect as if you punish them immediately. And the same thing is true for us. If you do something great and you immediately get a bonus for it, that's going to be a more powerful reward than if you have to wait for your next review 9 months later. Because just because of the way that our brains work, right? Immediate rewards and punishments have a bigger impact on our behavior than those that are mediated by a bunch of time. And these people that you're competing with in speculation, they get that. They get immediate rewards and punishments, because if they make a good decision, as soon as they know that it was a good decision, they know they made money, and vice versa. They're also very specialized. So, crude oil investors, there's crude oil investors out there that they only get involved in a certain set of circumstances, right? They know that if there's a storm in a particular place and there's a certain geopolitical crisis going on, that's the moment that they're going to get involved. Otherwise, they'll just sit out the game, right? They don't have to be invested all the time. They can just wait for that one circumstance where they know that they can predict the future better than random chance and better than the competition. And that's when they go. So these games are not easy to win, right? And the competitors are very, very good. They're also corrupt. If you are aware of how economics works and you know that the only way that you can make money as a speculator is with inside knowledge, that makes the whole idea of insider trading pretty interesting, right? How can you make money off of Microsoft stock? You could know that their next product is going to be awesome. Sorry. If everybody else knows that their next product is going to be awesome, it's already priced in. You could know that there's going to be a management change because the CEO is getting removed from the board and he's been a very popular CEO. So that's probably going to tank the price. But then again, if everybody else already knows if everybody else already knows there's probably going to be a management change, there's no opportunity to profit. But what if you're friends with that guy? What if you're friends with the CEO and he tells you at a dinner party that they're really having a hard time with their new product and they haven't told the board yet? Then there's some opportunity to make money. So the whole idea of insider trading actually being illegal is really just nonsensical once you understand what speculation is. If you don't have secret knowledge, you can't profit. But the law says that if you have secret knowledge, you'll go to jail if you profit. Those are the kind of circumstances where if you're clear thinking, you realize that the law is not designed to prevent that problem. It's probably designed to put somebody else in a better position. So, if you are a very good investor, you need to keep in mind that if your competition gets pissed off at you and they're politically connected, you could go to jail for insider trading. Here's some other things about your competition. They're powerful, and not just powerful as far as corruption goes. They're also powerful in the sense that they often have a lot of money. And that means that they have a lot of economic resources at their disposal to solve problems for them, to get work done. So they can pay somebody to research a very specific thing. They can have somebody on staff that does nothing but watches the Facebook account of the Prince of Qatar, right? That's not corrupt, right? They're doing their job as a speculator. They're trying to understand the world and solve problems and transport goods to people that are going to want them more. And if they've been successful at that and they have a bunch of economic resources at their disposal because they've been successful, that's great because they're making the world a better place for all of us. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be easy to compete with. And in fact, the better that they are at their job, the more powerful they are as far as being able to influence the allocation of economic resources. It's all good, but it's hard to compete with them. Okay. They're scalable, right? So let's say that they find out something about the future price of oil. This is not like competing with another plumber a couple towns over, right? If there's a plumber a few towns away, or even a plumber in your own town, they can only unclog so many pipes at the same time, right? If you're a software developer, you can only write so much code at the same time. But if you're a speculator and you have a piece of information, you can scale up your ability to leverage that information almost infinitely. And if you're already wealthy and you're already connected to other wealthy people, you can do that even more. So, for example, you might find out that the price of oil is going to go up a little bit because of some circumstance. Well, that and you might be the only person that knows that, right? But you're competing with other people. You could profit from that knowledge. But now let's say that that somebody else notices something that's maybe not the exact same thing, but it's related, and they decide not only are they going to buy oil futures, but they also know that they can short the insurance company that's likely to suffer a loss because this particular oil company really gets sloppy with safety procedures when there's a boom, right? Or they can buy shares in the company that transports the oil, right? They can buy a ship. So even if you're able to be in the right circumstance, unless you can fully take advantage of that knowledge, right? Unless you can reach out to all of these other circumstances that are tangential to the insight that you have, you're not going to be able to make as much money as somebody that can. And they're advantaged, right? Talked about this a little bit with the corruption, but there are many laws in place that make it illegal to compete with these folks, right? If you have a small software company and you can sell it to somebody that's already listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and usually that involves some degree of corruption. At least there's been big checks written to companies just to go through the process of putting you on the exchange. The revenue that you have as a small software company is at least 10 times more valuable once it's purchased by a big software company. That's a really weird circumstance, right? And the reason for that is that big companies that are already listed on the stock exchange, they get access to money much easier, right? If you're a normal person, you can't invest in a small software company, but you sure as heck can invest in Microsoft. So if Microsoft buys your company, that little trickle of revenue is now worth 10 times more, roughly. And it varies, but there's all kinds of things like that in play that put the big players that are politically connected when it comes to speculation in an advantaged position. Now, it doesn't mean you can't be successful, but it is a reality that you're going to have to accept. They're informed, right? They're informed because if they're good at this and they've been doing it for a while, they can go spend $10,000 to spend time with the Federal Reserve Chair at a dinner, right? And the whole name of the game there is not that you really think that Bernanke or anybody else is particularly attractive. You're just hoping for one little sentence, one little nugget, one little indication of where the economy is going, because these guys control the economy to our detriment, right? But they do decide when we're going to have a boom and when we're going to have a bust. And so you're competing with people that are willing to pay for that knowledge. And that puts you at a disadvantage, because the more informed they are and the less informed you are, the less likely it is that you're going to predict the future and outcompete them. Okay, so at this point, you're probably asking yourself, is it impossible to speculate successfully? Maybe you should just completely focus on labor and leave speculation to other people. And if that's how you're feeling right now, and that's how you're thinking, that is exactly where you should be. It is very, very hard to make money through speculation. And I highly recommend that you do exactly what you're doing right now, maybe for hours instead of just moments. And that is something that I've been talking about and thinking about a lot lately. And that is just stare into the abyss, right? It is a really, it's a really difficult thing to do, to accept the universe as it is. But once you get kicked around for a while, you build up a little bit more willingness to do that. You slowly become more comfortable with the idea that things are not easy and that in a lot of ways it is a very, very brutal world out there, and you're not going to be able to be the special sunshine that you thought you were when you were 6 years old. So do that, right? Like when the course is over, go back to this point, this emotional state, and just consider how hard it is and how brutally difficult it is to be a speculator, to make money through speculation. And be informed that there's two other ways to do it. One is labor and the other is interest. And interest is basically not worth talking about. But labor isn't that bad, right? Labor is a wonderful way to make money. And we'll talk more about that later. But let's finish out talking about speculation. So in order to be a good speculator, you have to do what they do, but better, right? And I'm not saying that you have to buy the $10,000 dinners at the Federal Reserve, but you have to know things that they don't. And there are ways that you can do that, but don't get into the game until you're ready, right? If you're going to do this, and I think that you should only do this if you accept how hard it is and you've built up some expertise, then get in, right? Because you can outcompete these people, right? There's nothing stopping you from putting in the work and understanding something that they don't understand and profiting from that. But don't take it lightly, and don't do it until you are unstoppable, right? Until you have some claws and you have some teeth, and you are ready to tear some stuff up. Just keep studying. Don't be afraid to stay in cash or other assets that shrink slowly. It's not comfortable, right? This is another staring into the abyss moment. There's nowhere for you to put your money, my friend. Like, you've earned it. You've worked hard for it. A lot of people are trying to take it from you, and there's no safe place to put it, because we live at a point in time where we have many blessings, like MRI machines that are keeping us alive in all kinds of circumstances where otherwise we would be dead. But we do not have a sound money or a secure money. And because of that, we got to be comfortable with the idea that you're either going to be a speculator, which is something that requires a lot of specialization, or you're going to probably have to put your assets into things that shrink slowly if you're lucky. If you're in the United States and you can put your money into US dollars and they only shrink at 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6% per year, count your blessings, because there's a lot of places where you'd be lucky to have your money shrinking at 22% per year. Survival isn't easy, and in a world where there's no sound money, it's arguably much harder than it would be otherwise, for sure. So, but that's all right, because there have been a lot of people that have been very, very successful, right? Your doctor, your lawyer, these people probably have money, right? They're probably not unsuccessful. And yeah, if they can avoid getting screwed over by investing in some new scheme, they are going to be better off than if they try to be armchair speculators. It's the worst possible game to play without some specialty and without some focus. So take your hit, maybe buy some real estate, have a nice house. You're going to get slaughtered every 7 or 8 years when the bust happens on real estate. It's not going to be a great investment, right? You're not going to become super wealthy by investing in houses. But if you only lose your wealth, if you only lose your savings at a few percent per year, you're doing great. And just be comfortable with that. If you want to become a speculator, don't forget that you have to understand something better than anybody else in the world, right? Do not invest in oil futures unless you understand in excruciating detail exactly why the price is going to do what you think it's going to do in a couple months or a couple days or a couple of years. So you have to specialize, and you have to really, really know what you're doing. And you also have to have enough wealth to put into play, right? If you know that the oil price is going to change by a couple percent, If you have very little money, that knowledge doesn't matter to you much, right? Especially if you don't have a track record and you can't convince other people to risk their money based on your advice and give you a piece of it, right? That's another way to go. But generally, you have to have enough money of your own to risk and put into play, and it should be money that you can afford to lose, right? Because if you are one of the best speculators in the world, you've got a 53% chance of being successful on a typical move, right? 3% advantage over random chance with predicting the future of a price is outstanding. So you can't play the game when there's a 47% chance you're going to lose the money that you're investing with money you can't afford to lose. And that's why I think for the vast majority of people, they should just invest in education, right? Invest in education. And I don't mean like university education. That's probably the worst investment that you can make right now if you're in the United States. I mean, invest in understanding how the universe works, right? Invest in wisdom. If you get to a point where you really understand what's going on with coal mining or something like that, then that's the point where you step up and become a speculator. But go through that progression that I showed you on the slide earlier, where you become a good laborer and you take on more and more difficult tasks. And you help your friends and family take on more and more difficult tasks, because that makes the world a better place. And it also makes you more wealthy over time, right? So take the long game here. And if you wake up at some point and you're in a position to be a speculator, if you've mastered a subject and you know that you know it better than anybody else, yeah, take advantage of that. But don't feel like you have to be forced into that. If you're a school teacher and you just really want to teach kids, then be okay with having your wealth eaten away a little bit. And don't try to become a gambler, because that's not going to pay. All right. So now that we are armed with knowledge of what money is and what speculation is, we can finally start talking about intelligently how to speculate on cryptocurrencies. My position on cryptocurrencies is pretty simple. I think there's one legitimate project that is attempting to be money, and we'll go into some of the other ones and why they don't even, they're not even credible competitors. But we couldn't have started with this, right? Because if you didn't have a good foundation on money, and if you didn't really have a good foundation on how speculation works, then trying to go into the details of a specific investment opportunity, right? Which is, I'm supposed to avoid certain words, but that's what this is, right? Buying cryptocurrencies is investing in cryptocurrencies. And the whole point of this, from the standpoint of an investor, is to make money doing it. So I'm not going to mince words. I'm going to be honest with you guys that that's what's happening here. But at the same time, hopefully you guys have been well prepped to know how risky and how difficult it is to make money investing in anything. And you feel like you would have to have some inside special knowledge of what's happening in the cryptocurrency space to actually be able to make money. But that said, this is a course on investing in cryptocurrencies and trading cryptocurrencies. So it's time to talk about some specifics. Okay, so I believe Bitcoin is going to become global money. And one of the reasons for that is that it's scarce, right? We talked before about government money, that it's not scarce, even though it's digital. Bitcoin is interesting because it's the first digital asset ever created in the history of the world that is scarce. And that has profound implications. And it makes it particularly good to use as money. It's also unforgeable. If I hand you gold, you could, you may, well, actually, let me tell you what you have to do in order to understand whether you've been handed something that's forged. If you have a $100 bill, it's basically impossible. You can use certain technologies to make it less likely that you're holding a forged $100 bill, but this is a piece of paper with ink on it. I'm sorry, but the technology exists to copy that. And it is definitely done quite a bit. Panama exports millions, if not billions of dollars in forged counterfeit $100 bills to the United States last time I looked. And you will not be able to tell the difference most of the time. So that's a problem for $100 bills. What about gold? Periodically, people that store gold will have a rumor that some of the gold in their vault is not legitimate. And when this happens, I'll tell you the procedure that they go through to actually make sure that they have gold. They take the gold bars off the shelf, they completely melt it down, and then they re-pour, and they make sure that as they re-pour, they hit the right purity. Now, why don't they just look at the gold on the shelf, right? Why don't they just feel that it's heavy or bite it with a tooth or just drill it in a couple spots or do all of the things that you would think would be easier? The answer is they're not stupid, but the people that create fake gold are not stupid either. And the only way to be 100% confident or even very confident is to melt that stuff down. Bitcoin doesn't have any of those problems, and those are major expensive problems. And it also doesn't have any of the other problems that we talked about that got us to the point of central banking, because it's very difficult to steal. It doesn't have storage needs, so you don't have to put it in a bank. If you have your cryptocurrency in a centralized exchange like Coinbase, you're doing it wrong. So it's unforgeable, it's scarce, and it's hard to steal. And basically the reason that it's hard to steal, got a little ahead of myself here. Basically, the reason that it's hard to steal is that it's digital. It pretty much comes down to you have a really big password that's impossible to guess. And it's really hard to steal somebody's password, especially a password that is written on a piece of paper, cut into 14 different places and stored in 2 different safe deposit boxes and is never used except for, for years later when you have to crack into your savings account. So it is very hard to steal it. And that is why I believe Bitcoin will be adopted as global money. Now, why do I think I can profit off of this knowledge? Because most people don't, right? Most people don't understand that Bitcoin works so well for money. And therefore the future demand is not yet priced in, right? So I don't have to be the only person that has this knowledge, but I have to know more than the people that I'm competing with, right? I have to know more than the market in general. It has to be a secret. And relatively speaking, the fact that Bitcoin will become global money, if I'm right, is relatively a secret still. So let's talk about some of the competition, altcoins. The first one that came out was Litecoin. Litecoin is absurd. All of these are absurd, but I'll tell you why Litecoin's absurd. It's basically a direct copy of Bitcoin with a couple of unimportant parameters changed. That's all that it is. Why is that not enough for it to be money? Well, it's far less secure than Bitcoin because there is there's sort of a network effect that happens. We need to spend a lot of money on electricity to secure the network, and a lot more money is spent on securing Bitcoin than is spent on securing Litecoin. They intentionally introduced some security flaws. They introduced an algorithm in addition to changing some things that don't matter, like block time and little minor things. They also introduced a mining algorithm that is specifically designed to be difficult to commoditize hardware. And that means that they are going to be insecure, and they're going to be insecure longer. Don't have time to go into exactly why that is right now, but take my word for it. You want to be an ASIC hard network as soon as possible. And Litecoin specifically avoided that because it's good for marketing, but it's bad for security. So in the long run, I don't think that it'll be able to compete with Bitcoin. And even the founder, Charlie Lee, has said he sold all of his Litecoin. So that tells me the Ponzi scheme is on the downward slope. Next one, Ripple. Ripple is, if you can believe it, stupider than Litecoin. It is basically a cryptocurrency without the crypto. They have a chief cryptographer, but they don't use any more cryptography than Google Hangouts uses when we have this conversation over SSL. it is a centralized database that is not an attempt to make a government hard currency. And in a lot of ways, neither is Litecoin. And that's the whole name of the game here, right? If we're creating a currency that is going to compete with things like government currencies, then it has to be resistant to government overthrow. Or what are we doing here? So Ripple is nonsense. Monero, also another one that's nonsense. This one claims to be more private. There are so few transactions that you can do on Monero that it's actually less private. It doesn't have a lot of great developers working on it the way that Bitcoin does. So if it was a startup, I would say that it's a third string sort of startup. It's not looking good. And the only reason that it really has any credibility at all is that it took the idea that one of the Bitcoin developers came up with of confidential transactions and implemented it, sort of. So not at all worried that Monero is going to overtake Bitcoin. And again, remember, money can only be one thing, right? This is a winner take all proposition. So if Bitcoin is successful, these have to die. If these are successful, Bitcoin has to die. What do we got next? Grin. Grin's interesting. The Mimblewimble protocol is something that has some really interesting properties. That said, I don't think there's any way that this thing is going to overtake Bitcoin. In the case of Grin, the inflation schedule, the amount of new Grin that's created every year is very high. It never decreases the way that it does with Bitcoin. So there'll be 21 million Bitcoin. The amount of Grin that's coming out is much higher. It never decreases. So I think that's a huge problem with Grin. And then there's other problems as well. It just lacks a lot of features and functionality that Bitcoin has. And you really, you get some more privacy in transactions, but with what we have going on with Lightning, and potentially there's a lot of privacy related improvements that are coming down the line for Bitcoin. And finally, Ethereum. Ethereum was just stupid from the beginning. Basically, they took the most insecure programming language that mankind has ever seen, JavaScript, and used that to do smart contracts that were supposed to be immutable and completely secure. It was an obviously bad idea from day one. They've proved that they can rewrite history with Ethereum. So if you don't understand anything about the technology, you can just understand that when there's transactions that the Ethereum team, we'll call it, doesn't like, those transactions go away. That's not how secure money works. We might as well go back to digital transactions where the Federal Reserve decides which transactions are going to happen and which ones don't. So that's altcoins for you. The next section, we're going to talk about deception techniques. I'm trying to move a little bit fast through here so we can get to the Q&A because I know that will be productive. But what I want to do is go over some of the things that the competitors of Bitcoin do to deceive you into thinking that they are viable competitors. So the first one is they fake stats. They fake stats all over the place. One of those fake stats is the market cap. And the way that this works is if you issue 1 million coins and then you sell your mom $10 worth of coins, you can say you have a $10 million market cap. That's how market cap is calculated. So all you have to do is manipulate the price of the last trade to manipulate the market cap. And if you control all of the coins, if you have, there's 1 million coins in existence, but you own 99.99% of them, it's going to be very easy for you to manipulate the market cap just by pretending to sell yourself some stuff that's not even a real transaction. So you don't want to trust market cap, but that is something they push at a lot. They'll also, this is Ethereum's favorite technique, is they'll talk a lot about developer count. Look at how many developers we have building on our technology. And they can do dirty deals with, with companies like Microsoft and HP and, these old dinosaurs, and make it seem like these guys are building writing a bunch of code on Ethereum, and they have, thousands of developers dedicated to it when they really don't. And looking at just developer count isn't a good idea anyway, but they can definitely fake that number and make it seem like they are more important than they are. The next one is node count. So all of these cryptocurrencies, they have some kind of a concept of a distributed computing platform, right? Where you have computers, all over the world that coordinate and work together to validate transactions. This is a stupid stat to look at, though, because it's very cheap and inexpensive and easy to spin up a computer, especially on something like Amazon Web Services, and run some code. And they'll often use this in conjunction with showing the trend, right? Well, we don't have as many nodes as Bitcoin has, but our node count went up by 150% over the last month, and Bitcoin's node count only went up by 3% or something. Therefore, we're growing, right? We're a viable competitor. But again, because it's so easy to fake that number, they do fake that number. Another is user count. You never can really know what the user count is on these things, right? There's not a concept of a user account and password. You have different addresses, but one user will often have many addresses, basically an address per transaction. So there's usually no way to actually measure the number of users that are using a cryptocurrency in the first place, but they can still, they can still say that they have X number of users, or there's been X number of transactions. Now, keep in mind that most of these fake cryptocurrencies, they have almost zero transaction fees. So that means that they can just move a bunch of money around, right? Or move a bunch of these stupid tokens between 2 or 3 different addresses, or 200 or 300 different addresses, or 200,000 addresses in another, for basically free. And then they can say, look at how many transactions. That implies that we have this many users. So that's just another vanity metric. So app count and usage. This is another thing that Ethereum really did well. They said, hey, we've got CryptoKitties, and look at how many people are buying and selling these cats, these cat cartoons. It was a stupid idea, but it certainly got a lot of attention, to the point where I think CryptoKitties was purchased for $15 million. But these things can be faked, right? When somebody says, I bought a drawing for $150,000, I don't necessarily believe that, right? I'm assuming that this guy is related to the artist in some way, and that the money is not really trading hands. And even if it is, it doesn't mean that this is going to go on for very long. So these guys, I mean, the CryptoKitties thing, I think, will go down in history as kind of one of the most absurd software startups. Maybe it's the Pets.com of this boom. But Pets.com had a whole lot more reason to believe they'd be successful than this stupid thing. But anyway, it's easy to fake how many applications are on your network. You can buy JavaScript developers, especially if you outsource it for relatively cheap and just have them build a bunch of stuff that nobody's using. And transaction account and volume. So this is kind of like faking user count, because you really don't have users. It's really transactions. But we talked about how it's very easy to fake that. Let's see. So that's the faking statistics section, right? I'm going through this stuff pretty fast, but I hope it's obvious that if a cryptocurrency is pointing to these things as indications of success, there's a good chance that they are trying to scam you. The other thing that is a dead giveaway for any of these cryptocurrencies, and this works, I think, for all of them, because none of them have the guts to say that they actually want to compete with Bitcoin, because they'd be laughed out of the room, and their sucker acquisition cost would go through the roof. Is they'll find tricky ways to say that they're not competing with Bitcoin, even though, now that you understand what money is and how it works in the economy, they're obviously competing with Bitcoin, right? We're not going to have 2 digital units of account, because that's nonsense. So Ethereum will often try to say, we're not trying to be money. My slide says ethereal, but it's Ethereum. They'll say, we're trying to be the world's computer instead, or some absolutely stupid thing. Or Litecoin, we're not trying to compete with Bitcoin. We're trying to be silver to Bitcoin's gold, Well, the only reason that we had silver in play when gold was around is because gold had limitations that digital currencies don't have. So that's nonsense. But it worked well enough to make some money off of suckers. Another technique they'll try is we're not trying to compete with Bitcoin. Bitcoin can be the store of value. We're trying to be the medium of exchange, right? And so this is kind of what the Bitcoin Cash guys have done. And it's starting to look like whatever economic fallacy is in play that's related to money, there's going to be an altcoin that's taking advantage of that. And I think that you guys are more prepared to deal with this environment than most because you understand what money is and how it works. And hopefully you get that a medium of exchange and a store of value are different ways of describing what money does. They're not different monies, right? It's nonsense. Let's see, diversification and other economic fallacies. So this is something that they use quite a bit. So Monero will say something like, or Fluffy Pony of Monero, he's kind of the front man on that particular scam, will say, no, you should definitely be invested in Bitcoin, but you want to be diversified. You want to hedge your bets. And this is a privacy coin and it's special in all of these ways. So you should probably, have 90% Bitcoin and 10% Monero. That's a story for suckers, right? Diversification is not something that makes sense once you understand speculation, because if you don't have inside knowledge, you can't make money. So you shouldn't even be playing. And to get inside knowledge, you're not going to be diversified. You're going to be very specialized and focused. But like I said, whatever other economic fallacies are out there will probably result in an altcoin. So the more you know about economics, the more immune you are to this nonsense. In the next section, we're going to talk about non-monetary tokens. So we've talked about prices, speculation, money, and Bitcoin. And now we're going to talk about non-money tokens. So when you say cryptocurrencies, sort of this general term that applies to basically this whole class of digital assets, for lack of a better term. Now, 99% of them are competing to become money, right? All of the altcoins are competing to become money. But it also has introduced this other capability that is not as important as money, but is interesting and important, of non-monetary tokens. And basically, this is a way to do accounting using the Bitcoin network, or using something that's built on top of Bitcoin, let's say, so that instead of just transferring around Bitcoin, I can also transfer around things that represent other value. So you could think of these things as, let me hit play here. Sorry. So you could think of the way that these non-monetary tokens work as like if you had a dollar and you wrote on the dollar, this entitles the holder to my pickup truck, right? And if you give somebody the dollar, they own the dollar, but they also own your pickup truck, right? And that might seem trivial and not all that interesting, and that's probably good instincts. But there is the few little areas that could become really big eventually that are worth talking about. The first is equity tokens. So right now we form companies. When you have ownership in a company, you have equity. What that entitles you to is a percentage of the future profits of the business, and it also entitles you to make certain decisions about the business. The way that we do that right now is pretty goofy. It's not actually paper certificates, it's entries in a database, but these databases are very insecure and there's a ton of corruption. When you think that you own some Microsoft stock, you probably don't. This is all I'll say for now. And you probably don't even own like a direct derivative of the Microsoft stock. It's a total mess. So if we can build systems that allow you to own equity in a project or in a company, and transfer that equity around without having to get permission from anybody and prove ownership of it, there is some potential value there. That said, if it was equity or stock ownership in something like Microsoft, it's all going to come down to government decisions, right? We're outside of the realm of trying to do anything that's government hard, probably, because somebody like Microsoft is going to obey whatever the government tells them to do. So if you, quote, have ownership in Microsoft through a government hard token, but that's only going to be enforced at the pleasure of the government, you're not getting a ton of advantages there. And so it's very, very different than something like a cryptocurrency where it is government hard. There's nothing that somebody can do to stop you from transferring your Bitcoin to somebody else. But equity tokens don't have that same robustness. Now, it doesn't mean that it's not a useful concept. I will say that I don't think anybody is doing it well right now, although Blockstream just released this liquid sidechain project that will allow you to do assets like equity and other things on that. And I do think it's worth playing with. And I do have a couple projects where I'm exploring the possibility of using equity tokens to solve problems. But it's a very dicey space. It's not clear exactly how these things are going to be treated under the law. And it is pretty clear in most cases that you need them to be treated well under the law or they're pointless. So this is an offshoot of the battle to create a secure money that's not nearly as important, but is still interesting and is worth talking about. And I will say that anybody that's trying to do equity tokens, they're not trying to become money. So they're not trying to compete with Bitcoin. And that makes the chances that they're legitimate in some sense better, but almost nothing in this space is legitimate as of the middle of the year in 2018. So we'll see how it goes. The other non-monetary tokens are, not the slide master today, are physical asset tokens. So physical asset tokens would be something like I talked about before, where if you have this digital token, it entitles you to ownership of a truck or an apartment or anything, right? Anything that exists in the physical world. They're a little bit different than equity tokens, but they have some of the same limitations, right? If I have a digital token that says that this is my car, it still doesn't ensure that somebody doesn't steal my car. And it still doesn't ensure that the government actually gives me my car back or mediates in any kind of helpful way if my car gets stolen. So again, kind of interesting, an area that's worth exploration, but not nearly as important as creating a digital money, a digital global money. So hopefully that gives you some context of some of the sort of strange things that are going on out there that are not directly related to Bitcoin, but are still part of the cryptocurrency umbrella, let's say.
The goal of this video is to explain how Bitcoin works under the hood, to give a clearer idea of what it really means to own, send, or mine Bitcoins. First, a brief high-level overview of what Bitcoin is. At its core, Bitcoin is just a digital file that lists accounts and money like a ledger. A copy of this file is maintained on every computer in the Bitcoin network. These numbers don't represent anything in the physical world. They only have value because people are willing to trade real goods and services for a higher number next to their account and believe others will do the same. The numbers only have value because we believe they have value, just like any other fiat currency. To send money, you broadcast to the network that the amount on your account should go down and the amount on a receiver's account up. Nodes or computers in the Bitcoin network apply that transaction to their copy of the ledger and then pass on the transaction to other nodes. This, with some math-based security, is really all there is, a system that lets a group of computers maintain a ledger. While this may sound similar to the way a bank maintains a ledger, the fact that the ledger is maintained by a group rather than a single entity introduces a number of important differences. For one, unlike a bank where you only know about your own transactions, in Bitcoin everyone knows about everyone else's transactions. Also, while you can trust your bank, or you can at least sue it if something goes wrong, in Bitcoin you're dealing with anonymous strangers, so you shouldn't trust anyone. The Bitcoin system is amazingly designed so that no trust is needed. Special mathematical functions protect every aspect of the system. The rest of this video will explain in detail how Bitcoin allows such a group of strangers to manage each other's financial transactions. At a basic level, for Alice to send money to Bob, she simply broadcasts a message with the accounts and the amount. Send 5 Bitcoins from Alice to Bob. Every node that receives it will update their copy of the ledger and then pass along the transaction message. But how can nodes be sure that the request is authentic, that only the rightful owner has sent the message? Bitcoin rules require a kind of password to unlock and spend funds, and this password is what's called a digital signature. Like a real handwritten signature, it proves the authenticity of a message, but it does so through a mathematical algorithm that prevents copying or forgery in the digital realm. Unlike a simple static password, a completely different digital signature is required for every transaction. Keep in mind that in Bitcoin, you're dealing with complete strangers, so you never want to reveal a password that could be copied and reused by someone else. A digital signature works by utilizing 2 different but connected keys, a private key to create a signature and a public key that others can use to check it. You can think of the private key as the true password and the signature as an intermediary that proves you have the password without requiring you to reveal it. Public keys are actually the send to addresses in Bitcoin, so when you send someone money, you're really sending it to their public key. To spend money, you must prove that you're the true owner of a public key address where money was sent, and you do that by generating a digital signature from a transaction message and your private key. Other nodes in the network can use that signature in a different function to verify that it corresponds with your public key. Through the math behind the digital signature, they are able to verify that the sender owned a private key without actually seeing the private key. Importantly, because the signature depends on the message, it will be different for every transaction and therefore can't be reused by someone for a different transaction. This dependence on the message also means that no one can modify the message while passing it along the network, as any changes to the message would invalidate the signature. The math behind this is fairly complex, and while I won't try to explain it fully now, here are some topics you can Google to get started: elliptic curve digital signature algorithm and mathematical trapdoor. More at the end of the video. So far, we know that digital signatures are used to ensure a transaction is authorized, but I've oversimplified how nodes in the network keep track of account balances. In fact, no records of account balances are kept at all. If you don't keep track of how much money any given person has, how do you know if they have enough to send to someone else? Instead of balances, ownership of funds is verified through links to previous transactions. Here's how this works. To send 5 Bitcoins to Bob, Alice must reference other transactions where she received 5 or more Bitcoins. These reference transactions are called inputs. Other nodes verifying this transaction will check those inputs to make sure Alice was in fact the recipient, and also that the inputs add up to 5 or more Bitcoins. Let's look at a real transaction to see this in practice. This transaction references 6 inputs for a total of 139.6 Bitcoins. In the output section, notice that there are 2 lines. The first one of these is actually going back to the sender as change for the transaction. A simplifying rule states that each input must be used up completely in a transaction. So if you're trying to send an amount that doesn't exactly match one of your inputs, you need to send any remaining amount back to yourself. Through these reference input linkages, ownership of Bitcoins is passed along in a kind of chain, where the validity of each transaction is dependent on previous transactions. But how can you trust those previous transactions? You can't, and you should check their inputs too. In fact, when you first install Bitcoin wallet software, it downloads every transaction ever made and checks each one's validity all the way back to the very first transaction. Remember, you're dealing with complete strangers, so it's important to verify every transaction for yourself. This process can take over 24 hours, but it only needs to be done once. Once a transaction has been used once, it is considered spent and cannot be used again. Otherwise, someone could double spend an input by referencing it in multiple transactions. When verifying a transaction, in addition to the other checks, nodes also make sure that inputs haven't already been spent. To be explicit, for each input, nodes check every other transaction ever made to make sure that input hasn't already been used before. While this may seem time-consuming as there are now over 20 million transactions, it's made fast with an index of unspent transactions. So instead of a ledger of balances, Bitcoin nodes keep track of a giant list of transactions. Owning Bitcoins means that there are transactions in this list that point to your name and haven't been spent, or in other words, used as inputs in other transactions. One interesting consequence of this ownership structure is that figuring out your own balance requires iterating through every transaction ever made and adding up all your unspent inputs. Another interesting note about transactions is that the system can support more complex ones than simply sending funds to one person. You may have noticed a cryptic-looking line of text in the output shown previously. It turns out that outputs are more like puzzles to be solved rather than simple to addresses. Rather than emailing, sending money in Bitcoin is more like putting money in a public locker and attaching a math puzzle that must be solved to open it. The puzzle is defined using a special scripting language, and while it's typically designed so that only a single owner of a public key can solve it, more complex conditions are possible. For instance, 2 out of 3 signatures could be required for an escrow-based transaction. Another example is the very first Bitcoin transaction ever made, which was a puzzle that anyone could solve. While most Bitcoin software hides the scripting layer for you, you're free to write your own software and claim conditions, although this can be risky. Over 2,600 Bitcoins were lost in one batch of transactions due to a malformed address. This highlights an important part of Bitcoin. As there is no bank or credit card company you can appeal to, any user error mistakes can result in permanent loss of Bitcoins, and not just from your own account, but from the Bitcoin economy overall. If you lose your private key, any funds associated with the corresponding public key will be gone forever. Because people will likely lose private keys due to hard drive crashes and insufficient backups, this means the Bitcoin currency will eventually be a deflationary one. Before explaining the final piece that secures Bitcoin, mining, I want to highlight a few points about anonymity in Bitcoin. If you access Bitcoin through a Tor network that hides your IP address, you can use Bitcoin without ever revealing anything more than your public key. And to avoid someone linking your transactions together, remember they're all publicly stored on every computer, you can generate a new public key for every incoming transaction. It is possible, however, to inadvertently link public keys together. In the transactions shown earlier, 6 input transactions were used as sources, and despite the fact that all those inputs were sent to different addresses, they all became linked in that transaction. The sender proved that he owned all of those addresses by supplying the digital signature to unlock each one. Researchers have in fact used these links to study Bitcoin user behavior. You might think that generating a public key receiving address could potentially create a link to your true identity, but even this step is anonymous and amazingly can be done with no connection to the network. You simply click a button in your wallet software and it randomly generates a new private and public key. Because there are so many different possible addresses, there's no reason to even check if someone else already has that key. Compare this to signing up for an email address where almost everything you might try has been taken. In fact, if you did guess someone else's key, you would have access to all their money. This is the total number of possible Bitcoin addresses. These large numbers protect the Bitcoin system in several ways, so it's useful to try to appreciate just how big they are. Some estimates for the number of grains of sand in the entire world are around 7.5 million trillion. Now imagine that every grain of sand represented an entire other Earth of additional grains, and you're still much smaller than the possible number of Bitcoin addresses. Let's recap Bitcoin security so far. By verifying the digital signature, we know that only the true owner could have created the transaction message. And to make sure the sender actually has money to spend, we also check each referenced input, making sure it is unspent. But there is still one large security hole in the system that can make this unspent check unreliable, and this has to do with the order of transactions. Considering that transactions are passed node by node through the network, there's no guarantee that the order in which you receive them represents the order in which they were created. And you shouldn't trust a timestamp because someone could easily lie about the time a transaction was created. Therefore, you have no way to tell whether one transaction came before another, and this opens up the potential for fraud. A malicious user, Alice, could send a transaction giving money to Bob, wait for Bob to ship a product, and then send another transaction referencing that same input back to herself. Because of differences in propagation times, some nodes on the network would receive the second double spending transaction before the one to Bob. And when Bob's transaction arrived, they would consider it invalid because it's trying to reuse an input. So Bob would be out both his shipped product and his money. Overall, there would be disagreement across the network about whether Bob or Alice had the money because there's no way to prove which transaction came first. In light of this, there needs to be a way for the entire network to agree about the order of transactions, which is very much a daunting challenge in a decentralized system. Bitcoin's solution is a clever way to both determine and safeguard the ordering through a kind of mathematical race. The Bitcoin system orders transactions by placing them in groups called blocks and linking those blocks together in something called the blockchain. Note that this is different from the transaction chain we discussed earlier. The blockchain is used to order transactions, whereas the transaction chain keeps track of how ownership changes. Each block has a reference to the previous block, and this is what places one block after another in time. You can traverse the references backwards all the way to the very first group of transactions ever made. Transactions in the same block are considered to have happened at the same time, and transactions not yet in a block are called unconfirmed or unordered. Any node can collect a set of unconfirmed transactions into a block and broadcast it to the rest of the network as a suggestion for what the next block in the chain should be. Because multiple people could create blocks at the same time, there could be several options to choose from. So how does the network decide what should be next? We can't rely on the order that blocks arrive because, as explained with transactions above, they may arrive in different orders at different points in the network. Part of Bitcoin's solution is that each valid block must contain the answer to a very special mathematical problem. Computers run the entire text of a block plus an additional random guess through something called a cryptographic hash until the output is below a certain value. A hash function creates a short digest from any arbitrary length of text. In our case, the result is a 32-byte number. Here are some examples of a specific hash function Bitcoin uses, SHA-256. Note how much the output changes in result of a single extra period at the end of the third example. The output is completely unpredictable, so the only way to find a particular output value is to make random guesses. It's very much like guessing the combination to a lock. You might get lucky on your first guess, but on average it takes many guesses. In fact, in Bitcoin, it would take a typical computer several years of guessing to solve a block. With every computer in the entire network all guessing numbers, it takes about 10 minutes on average for someone to find a solution. The first person to solve a math problem broadcasts their block and gets to have their group of transactions accepted as the next in the chain. The randomness in the math problem effectively spreads out when people find a solution, making it unlikely that two people will solve it at the same time. Occasionally, however, more than one block will be solved at the same time, leading to several possible branches. In this case, you simply build on top of the first one you received. Others may have received the blocks in a different order and will be building on the block they first received. The tie gets broken when someone solves the next block. The general rule is that you always immediately switch to the longest branch available. The math makes it rare for blocks to be solved at the same time, and even more rare for this to happen multiple times in a row. The end result is that the blockchain quickly stabilizes, meaning that everyone is in agreement about the order of blocks a few back from the end of the chain. The fact that there's some ambiguity in the end of the chain has some important implications for transaction security. For instance, if your transaction finds itself in one of the shorter branches, it will lose its place in line within the blockchain. Typically, this just means it will go back to the pool of unconfirmed transactions and be included in a later block. Unfortunately, this potential for transactions to lose their place opens the door to the very double-spend attack that was our original motivation for an ordering system. Let's look at how a double-spend attack would work in the system described so far. A fraudster, Alice, sends money to Bob. Bob then waits for the transaction to get confirmed into the blockchain and then ships a product. Now, because nodes always switch to a longer branch, if Alice can generate a longer branch that replaces the transaction to Bob with one to someone else, his money will effectively get erased. Bob's transaction will initially get tossed back into the unconfirmed pool, but since Alice has replaced it with another transaction that uses its same input, nodes will now consider Bob's transaction invalid because it's referencing an already spent input. So how does the ordering system prevent Alice from defrauding Bob? You might think that Alice could pre-compute a chain of blocks to spring on the network at just the right time, but the math puzzles in each block actually prevent this. We need to look a little deeper into the cryptographic hash explained earlier to fully understand why. As mentioned previously, solving a block involves trying to get the cryptographic hash of the block to be below a certain value, and you do that by trying different random numbers at the end of the block. Once solved, the hash output is like a fingerprint that uniquely identifies that block. If even a single character in the block is changed, the block's hash would be completely different, just like we saw before when an additional period was added. The hash output, or fingerprint, is actually what's used as the previous block reference. One result of this is that there's no way to switch out a block in the middle of the chain, because the hash value for the new block would be different and the next block's reference would no longer point to it. And subtly, but even more importantly, a block cannot be solved before the previous block is solved. The previous block reference is part of the text that goes through the hash function, so any changes to it would require resolving. Getting back to Alice, this is why she can't pre-compute a branch. She can only start solving blocks once the block she wants to build on is solved and its hash value is known. She is therefore in a race with the rest of the network until Bob ships a product, which is when she wants to present a longer branch. One last question is whether Alice might be able to outpace everyone if she had an extremely fast computer, or perhaps a room full of computers. But even with thousands of computers, she would be unlikely to win the race to solve a block because she isn't racing any one computer, but rather the entire network. You can think of it like a lottery. She can operate thousands of computers, or equivalently buy thousands of lottery tickets, but even then, it's much more likely that someone else would win. She would need control of half the total computing power in the entire network to have a 50% chance of solving a block before someone else, and much more to have a high probability of winning several blocks in a row faster. So transactions in the blockchain are protected by a mathematical race, one that pits an attacker against the entire rest of the network. A consequence of blocks building on top of each other is that transactions further back in the chain are more secure. An attacker would have to outpace the network for a longer amount of time to carry out a double spend attack, replacing a block further back in the chain. So the system is only vulnerable to a double spend attack near the end of the chain, which is why it's recommended to wait several blocks before considering received money final. One last comment on the blockchain before explaining the final pieces of the Bitcoin system. Amazingly, nothing described so far requires any trust. When you receive information from strangers in the Bitcoin network, you can check for yourself that block solutions are correct. And because the math problems are so hard, you know that there's no way any attacker could have generated them on their own. The solutions are proof that the computing power of the entire network was brought to bear. Now that we've discussed how money is transferred through digital signatures and transaction chains, and how the order of those transactions is protected in the blockchain, let's go over the final piece, where Bitcoins come from. To send money, you must reference a previous transaction where you were the recipient, but how do coins get into this ownership chain in the first place? As a way to slowly and randomly generate and distribute coins, a reward is given to whoever solves a block. This is why solving blocks is called mining, although its real purpose is to verify transactions and safeguard the blockchain. Every 4 years, the block reward is cut in half, so eventually no more coins will be released. About 21 million in total will be created. Bear in mind that you can send down to 1/100 millionth of a Bitcoin, so the total number available will likely not limit the currency's usability. Once the block rewards cease, what incentive will miners have to process transactions? In addition to the block reward, miners also get any transaction fees that can optionally be included with transactions. Right now, miners will include transactions with no fees into blocks because their main incentive is the block reward. But in the future, transactions will likely be processed in order of the fees attached, and ones without fees will likely be ignored. So sending money in Bitcoin will probably not be free, but will hopefully still be cheaper than current credit card fees. As mentioned before, on average, it would take several years for a typical computer to solve a block, so an individual's chance of ever solving one before the rest of the network, which typically takes 10 minutes, is very low. To receive a steadier stream of income, many people join groups called mining pools that collectively work to solve blocks and distribute rewards based on work contributed. These act somewhat like lottery pools among coworkers, except that some of these pools are quite large and comprise more than 20% of all the computers in the network. The fact that some of these pools are so large has some important implications about security. As mentioned before, it's very unlikely for an attacker to solve several blocks in a row faster than the rest of the network, but it is possible, and the probability increases as the attacker's processing power gains in proportion to the rest of the network. In fact, one of these money pools, BTC Guild, has solved 6 blocks in a row by itself, and has voluntarily limited its members to ward off distrust in the entire Bitcoin network. Even with substantial computing power, the farther back in the blockchain a transaction gets, the harder it would be for an attacker to change it. The current recommendation is to wait for a transaction to make it into at least one block or get one confirmation before considering it final. And for larger transactions, wait for at least 6 blocks. In light of BTC Guild's ability to solve 6 blocks in a row, you might want to wait even longer. By design, each block takes about 10 minutes to solve, so waiting for 6 blocks would take about an hour. Compared to the several seconds a credit card transaction takes, waiting this long for a confirmation may seem burdensome, but keep in mind that credit card customers can claim a stolen card months later to have charges reversed from merchants, called chargebacks, so Bitcoin is actually much faster from a merchant's perspective. The particular choice of 10 minutes was somewhat arbitrary, but extremely short times could lead to instability and longer ones would delay confirmations. As more computers join the network and specialized hardware is designed specifically for mining, the block solution time would get very small. To compensate, every 2 weeks, all the Bitcoin software recalibrates the difficulty of the math problem to target 10 minutes. For comparison, a similar digital currency called Litecoin has been able to operate with a 2.5-minute block time. In summary, Bitcoin is a mathematically protected digital currency that is maintained by a network of peers. Digital signatures authorize individual transactions, ownership is passed via transaction chains, and the ordering of those transactions is protected in the blockchain. By requiring difficult math problems to be solved with each block, would-be attackers are pitted against the entire rest of the network in a computational race they are unlikely to win. Bitcoin promises many interesting ideas, such as insulation from government meddling, anonymity, and potentially lower transaction fees. It also has many challenges, as it is currently very difficult to exchange Bitcoins for other currencies, and it has been cited as a haven for illegal activity and tax evasion, so governments may try to ban it. Also, the mathematical race that protects the blockchain uses a substantial amount of electricity. If you'd like to view a written version of this video, you can find one on my personal blog, imponderablethings.com. The blog also has some additional explanations of the math behind the digital signatures and cryptographic hashes that underlie the system.
Shelling Out: The Origins of Money by Nick Szabo, originally published in 2002. Read by Guy Swan, host of the Cryptoconomy podcast. Abstract. The precursors of money, along with language, enabled early modern humans to solve problems of cooperation that other animals cannot, including problems of reciprocal altruism, kin altruism, and the mitigation of aggression. These precursors shared with non-fiat currencies very specific characteristics. They were not merely symbolic or decorative objects. Money. From the very start, England's 17th century colonies in America had a problem: a shortage of coins. The British idea was to grow large amounts of tobacco, cut timber for the ships of their global navy and merchant marine, and so forth, sending in return the supplies they felt were needed to keep the Americans working. In effect, early colonists were supposed to both work for the company and shop at the company's store. The investors and the crown much preferred this to paying in coin what the farmers might ask, letting the farmers themselves buy the supplies and, heaven forbid, keep some of the profit as well. The colonists' solution was at hand, but it took a few years for them to recognize it. The natives had money, but it was very different from the money Europeans were used to. American Indians had been using money for millennia, and quite useful money it turned out to be for the newly arrived Europeans. Despite the prejudice among some that only metal with the faces of their political leaders stamped on it constituted real money. Worse, the New England natives used neither silver nor gold. Instead, they used the most appropriate money to be found in their environment: durable skeleton parts of their prey. Specifically, they used wampum, shells of the clam Venus mercenaria, and its relatives strung into pendants. Image of a necklace of wampum. During trade, the beads were counted, removed, and reassembled on new necklaces. Native American shell beads were also sometimes woven into belts or other mnemonic and ceremonial devices that demonstrated the wealth and commitment of a tribe to a treaty. Clams were found only at the ocean, but wampum traveled far inland. Seashell money of a variety of types could be found in tribes across the American continent. The Iroquois managed to collect the largest wampum treasure of any tribe without venturing anywhere near the clam's habitat. Only a handful of tribes, such as the Narragansetts, specialized in manufacturing wampum, while hundreds of other tribes, many of them hunter-gatherers, used it. Wampum pendants came in a variety of lengths, with the number of beads proportional to the length. Pendants could be cut or joined to form a pendant of length equal to the price paid. Once they got over their hang-up about what constitutes real money, the colonists went wild trading for and with wampum. Clams entered the American vernacular as another way to say money. The Dutch governor of New Amsterdam, now New York, took out a large loan from an English-American bank in wampum. After a while, the British authorities were forced to go along, so between 1637 and 1661, wampum became legal tender in New England. Colonists now had a liquid medium of exchange, and trade in the colonies flourished. The beginning of the end of wampum came when the British started shipping more coin to the Americas, and Europeans started applying their mass manufacturing techniques. By 1661, British authorities had thrown in the towel and decided it could pay in coin of the realm, which, being real gold and silver and its minting audited and branded by the crown, had even better monetary qualities than shells. In that year, wampum ceased to be legal tender in New England. In 1710, it briefly became legal tender in North Carolina. It continued to be used as a medium of exchange, in some cases into the 20th century, but its value had been inflated 100-fold by Western harvesting and manufacturing techniques, and it gradually went the route that gold and silver jewelry had gone in the West after the invention of coinage, from well-crafted money to decoration. The American language of shell money became a quaint holdover. Quote, 100 clams became $100. Quote, shelling out came to mean paying in coins or bills and eventually by check or credit card. Little did we know that we had touched the very origins of our species. Collectibles. Native American money took many forms besides shells. Furs, teeth, and a variety of other objects with properties we will discuss below were also commonly used as media of exchange. 12,000 years ago, in what is now Washington State, the Clovis people developed some marvelously long chert blades. The only problem? They break far too easily. They were useless for cutting. The flints were being made, quote, for the sheer enjoyment or for some other purpose that had nothing to do with cutting. As we shall see, this seeming frivolity was, quite likely, actually very important to their survival. Native Americans had not, however, been the first to make artful but useless blades, nor had they invented shell money. Nor, for that matter, had Europeans, even though they, too, in ages past, had widely used shells and teeth for money, not to mention cattle, gold, silver, weapons, and much else. Asians had used all that and faux axes issued by governments to boot, but they as well imported this institution. For archaeologists have found pendants of shells dating to the early Paleolithic that could easily have substituted for Native American money. Image. Beads made from the shells of the pea-sized snail Nassarius craussianus that lived in a nearby estuary. Blombus Cave, South Africa, 75,000 BP. In the late 1990s, archaeologist Stanley Ambrose discovered, in a rock shelter in the Rift Valley of Kenya, a cache of beads made of ostrich eggshell, blanks, and shell fragments. They are dated using the argon-argon, 40 argon to 39 argon ratio to at least 40,000 years old. Pierced animal teeth have been found in Spain, also dating to this time. Perforated shells have also been recovered from early Paleolithic sites in Lebanon. Recently, regular shells, prepared as strung beads and dating further back still to 75,000 BP, have been found in Blombus Cave in South Africa. Image. Ostrich eggshell beads, Kenya Rift Valley, 40,000 BP. Our modern subspecies had migrated to Europe, and necklaces of shell and tooth appear there from 40,000 BP onward. Shell and tooth pendants appear in Australia from 30,000 BP onward. In all cases, the work is highly skilled, indicating a practice that probably dates much further back in time. The origin of collecting and decorating is quite likely Africa, the original homeland of the anatomically modern subspecies. Collecting and making necklaces must have had an important selection benefit, since it was costly, manufacture of these shells took a great deal of both skill and time during an era when humans lived constantly on the brink of starvation. Practically all human cultures, even those that do not engage in substantial trade or that use more modern forms of money, make and enjoy jewelry and value certain objects more for their artistic or heirloom qualities than for their utility. We humans collect necklaces of shells and other kinds of jewelry for the sheer enjoyment of it. For the evolutionary psychologists, an explanation that humans do something for, quote, the sheer enjoyment of it is not an explanation at all, but the posing of a problem. Why do so many people find the collection and wearing of jewelry enjoyable? For the evolutionary psychologist, this question becomes, what caused this pleasure to evolve? Image. Detail of a necklace from a burial at Sungir, Russia, 28,000 BP. Interlocking and interchangeable beads. Each mammoth ivory bead may have required 1 to 2 hours of labor to manufacture. Evolution, cooperation, and collectibles. Evolutionary psychology starts with a key mathematical discovery of John Maynard Smith. Using models of populations of co-evolving genes from the well-developed area of population genetics, Smith posited genes that can code for strategies, good or bad, used in simple strategic problems, the games of game theory. Smith proved that these genes, competing to be propagated into future generations, will evolve strategies that are Nash equilibria to the strategic problems presented by the competition. These games include the prisoner's dilemma, a prototypical problem of cooperation, and hawk-dove, a prototypical problem of aggression and its mitigation. Critical to Smith's theory is that these strategic problems, while played out between phenotypes proximately, are in fact games between genes at the ultimate level, the level of competition to be propagated. The genes, not necessarily the individuals, influence behavior as if they were boundedly rational, coding for strategies as optimal as possible within the limits of what phenotypes can express given the biological raw materials and previous evolutionary history. And selfish, to use Richard Dawkins' metaphor. Genetic influences on behavior are adaptations to the social problems presented by genes competing through their phenotypes. Smith called these evolve Nash equilibria evolutionary stable strategies. The epicycles built on top of the earlier individual selection theory, such as sexual selection and kin selection, disappear into this more general model, which, in a Copernican manner, puts the genes, rather than individuals, at the center of the theory. Thus Dawkins' metaphorical and often misunderstood phrase, quote, selfish gene, to describe Smith's theory. Few other species cooperate on the order of even Paleolithic humans. In some cases, brood care, the colony of ants, termites, and bees, and so forth, animals cooperate because they are kin, because they can help copies of their, quote, selfish genes found in their kin. In some highly constrained cases, there is also ongoing cooperation between non-kin, which evolutionary psychologists call reciprocal altruism. As Dawkins describes it, unless an exchange of favors is simultaneous, and sometimes even then, one party or the other can cheat, and they usually do. This is the typical result of a game theorists call the prisoner's dilemma. If both parties cooperated, both would be better off, but if one cheats, he gains at the expense of the sucker. In a population of cheaters and suckers, the cheaters always win. However, sometimes animals come to cooperate through repeated interactions and a strategy called tit for tat. Start cooperating and keep cooperating until the other party cheats, then defect yourself. This threat of retaliation motivates continued cooperation. The situations where such cooperation in fact occurs in the animal world are highly constrained. The main constraint is that such cooperation is restricted to relationships where at least one of the participants is more or less forced to be in the proximity of the other. The most common case is when parasites and hosts whose bodies they share evolve into symbiotes. If the interests of the parasite and the host coincide so that both working together would be more fit than either on their own, i.e., the parasite is also providing some benefit to the host, then, if they can play a successful game of tit for tat, they will evolve into symbiosis, a state where their interests, and especially the exit mechanism of genes from one generation to the next, coincides. They become as a single organism. However, there is much more than cooperation going on here. There is also exploitation. They occur simultaneously. The situation is analogous to an institution humans would develop, tribute, which we will analyze below. Some very special instances occur that do not involve parasite and host sharing the same body and evolving into symbiotes. Rather, they involve non-kin animals and highly constrained territory. A prominent example Dawkins describes are cleaner fish. These fish swim in and out of the mouths of their host, eating the bacteria there, benefiting the host fish. The host fish could cheat. It could wait for the cleaner to finish its job, then eat it. But they don't. Since they are both mobile, they are both potentially free to leave the relationship. However, the cleaner fish have evolved a very strong sense of individual territoriality, and have stripes and dances that are difficult to spoof, much like a difficult-to-forge brand logo. So the host fish know where to go to get cleaned, and they know that if they cheat, they will have to start over again with a new, distrustful cleaner fish. The entrance costs, and thus the exit costs of the relationship, are high, so that it works out without cheating. Besides, the cleaner fish are tiny, so the benefit of eating them is not large compared to the benefit of a small number of, or even one, cleaning. One of the most pertinent examples is the vampire bat. As their name suggests, they suck the blood of prey mammals. The interesting thing is that on a good night, they bring back a surplus. On a bad night, nothing. Their dark business is highly unpredictable. As a result, the lucky or skilled bats often share blood with the less lucky or skilled bats in their cave. They vomit up the blood and the grateful recipient eats it. The vast majority of these recipients are kin. Out of 110 such regurgitations witnessed by the strong-stomached biologist G.S. Wilkinson, 77 were cases of mothers feeding their children, and most of the other cases also involved genetic kin. There were, however, a small number that could not be explained by kin altruism. To demonstrate these were cases of reciprocal altruism, Wilkinson combined the populations of bats from two different groups. Bats, with very rare exception, only fed old friends from their original group. Such cooperation requires building a long-term relationship where partners interact often, recognize each other, and keep track of each other's behavior. The bat cave helps constrain the bats into long-term relationships where such bonds can form. We will see that some humans too choose highly risky and discontinuous prey items and shared the resulting surpluses with non-kin. Indeed, they accomplished this to a far greater extent than the vampire bat. How they did so is the main subject of our essay. Dawkins suggests, quote, "Money is a formal token of delayed reciprocal altruism," end quote, but then pursues this fascinating idea no further. We will. Among small human groups, public reputation can supersede retaliation by a single individual to motivate cooperation in delayed reciprocation. However, reputational beliefs can suffer from two major kinds of errors. Errors about which person did what, and errors in appraising the value or damages caused by that act. The need to remember faces and favors is a major cognitive hurdle, but one that most humans find relatively easy to overcome. Recognizing faces is easy, but remembering that a favor took place when such memory needs to be recalled can be harder. Remembering the specifics about a favor that gave it a certain value to the favored is harder still. Avoiding disputes and misunderstandings can be improbable or prohibitively difficult. The appraisal or value measurement problem is very broad. For humans, it comes into play in any system of exchange: reciprocation of favors, barter, money, credit, employment, or purchase in a market. It is important in extortion, taxation, tribute, and the setting of judicial penalties. It is even important in reciprocal altruism in animals. Consider monkeys exchanging favors, say pieces of fruit for back scratches. Mutual grooming can remove ticks and fleas that an individual can't see or reach. But just how much grooming versus how many pieces of fruit constitutes a reciprocation that both sides will consider to be fair and, in other words, not a defection? Is 20 minutes of back scratching worth one piece of fruit or two? And how big a piece? Even the simple case of trading blood for blood is more complicated than it seems. Just how do the bats estimate the value of blood they have received? Do they estimate the value of a favor by weight, by bulk, by taste, by its ability to satiate hunger, or other variables? Just the same, measurement complications arise even in the simple monkey exchange of you scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. For the vast majority of potential exchanges, the measurement problem is intractable for animals. Even more than the easier problem of remembering faces and matching them to favors, the ability of both parties to agree with sufficient accuracy on an estimate of the value of a favor in the first place is probably the main barrier to reciprocal altruism among animals. Just the stone toolkit of even early Paleolithic man that has survived for us to find was in some ways too complicated for brains of our size. Keeping track of favors involving them, who manufactured what quality of tool for whom, and therefore who owed whom what, and so on, would have been too difficult outside the boundaries of the clan. Add on to that, quite likely, a large variety of organic objects, ephemeral services, such as grooming, and so on, that have not survived. After even a small fraction of these goods had been transferred and services performed, our brains, as inflated as they are, could not possibly keep track of who owed what to whom. Today we often write these things down, but Paleolithic man had no writing. If cooperation occurred between clans and even tribes, as the archaeological record indicates in fact occurred, the problem gets far worse still, since hunter-gatherer tribes were usually highly antagonistic and mutually distrustful. If clams can be money, furs can be money, gold can be money, and so on, if money is not just coins or notes issued by a government under legal tender laws, but rather can be a wide variety of objects, then just what is money anyway? And why did humans, often living on the brink of starvation, spend so much time making and enjoying these necklaces when they could have been doing more hunting and gathering? 19th century economist Carl Menger first described how money evolves naturally and inevitably from a sufficient volume of commodity barter. In modern economic terms, the story is similar to Menger's. Barter requires a coincidence of interests. Alice grows some pecans and wants some apples. Bob grows some apples and wants some pecans. They just happen to have their orchards near each other, and Alice just happens to trust Bob enough to wait between pecan harvest time and apple harvest time. Assuming all these conditions are met, barter works pretty well. But if Alice was growing oranges, even if Bob wanted oranges as well as pecans, they'd be out of luck. Oranges and apples don't both grow well in the same climate. If Alice and Bob didn't trust each other and couldn't find a third party to be a middleman or enforce a contract, they'd also be out of luck. Further complications could arise. Alice and Bob can't fully articulate a promise to sell pecans or apples in the future because, among other possibilities, Alice could keep the best pecans to herself and Bob the best apples, giving the other the dregs. Comparing the qualities as well as the quantities of two different kinds of goods is all the more difficult when the state of one of the goods is only a memory. Furthermore, neither can anticipate events such as a bad harvest. These complications greatly add to the problem of Alice and Bob deciding whether separated reciprocal altruism has truly been reciprocal. These kinds of complications increase the greater the time interval and uncertainty between the original transaction and the reciprocation. A related problem is that, as engineers would say, barter doesn't scale. Barter works well at small volumes but becomes increasingly costly at large volumes until it becomes too costly to be worth the effort. If there are N goods and services to be traded, a barter market requires N squared prices. 5 products would require 25 prices, which is not too bad, but 500 products would require 250,000 prices, which is far beyond what is practical for one person to keep track of. With money, there are only N prices. 500 products, 500 prices. Money for this purpose can work either as a medium of exchange or simply as a standard of value, as long as the number of money prices themselves do not grow too large to memorize or change too often. The latter problem, along with an implicit insurance contract, along with the lack of a competitive market, may explain why prices were often set by long-evolved custom rather than proximate negotiation. Barter requires, in other words, coincidences of supply or skills, preferences, time, and low transaction costs. Its cost increases far faster than the growth in the number of goods traded. Barter certainly works much better than no trade at all and has been widely practiced, but it is quite limited compared to trade with money. Primitive money existed long before large-scale trade networks. Money had an even earlier and more important use. Money greatly improved the workings of even small barter networks by greatly reducing the need for credit. Simultaneous coincidence of preference was far rarer than coincidences across long spans of time. With money, Alice could gather for Bob during the ripening of the blueberries this month, and Bob hunt for Alice during the migration of the mammoth herds 6 months later, without either having to keep track of who owed who, or trust the other's memory or honesty. A mother's much greater investment in child rearing could be secured by gifts of unforgeable valuables. Money converts the division of labor problem from a prisoner's dilemma into a simple swap. The proto-money used by many hunter-gatherer tribes looks very different from modern money, now serves a different role in our modern culture, and had a function probably limited to small trade networks and other local institutions discussed below. I will thus call such money collectibles instead of money proper. The terms used in the anthropological literature for such objects are usually either money, defined more broadly than just government-printed notes and coins, but more narrowly than we will use collectible in this essay, or the vague valuable, which sometimes refers to items that are not collectibles in the sense of this essay. Reasons for choosing the term collectible over other possible names for proto-money will become apparent. Collectibles had very specific attributes. They were not merely symbolic. While the concrete objects and attributes valued as collectible could vary between cultures, they were far from arbitrary. The primary and ultimate evolutionary function of collectibles was as a medium for storing and transferring wealth. Some kinds of collectibles, such as wampum, could be quite functional as money as we moderns know it, where the economic and social conditions encouraged trade. I will occasionally use the terms proto-money and primitive money interchangeably with collectible when discussing pre-coinage media of wealth transfer. Gains from wealth transfers. People, clans, or tribes trade voluntarily because both sides believe they gain something. Their beliefs about the value may change after the trade, for example, as they gain experience with the good or service. Their beliefs at the time of the trade, although to some degree inaccurate as to the value, are still usually correct as to the existence of gain. Especially in early intertribal trade, restricted to high-value items, there was strong incentive for each party to get their beliefs right. Thus, trade almost always did benefit both parties. Trade created value as much as the physical act of making something. Because individuals, clans, and tribes all vary in their preferences, vary in their ability to satisfy these preferences, and vary in the beliefs that they have about these skills and preferences and the objects that are consequent of them, there are always gains to be made from trade. Whether the cost of making these trades, transaction costs, are low enough to make the trades worthwhile is another matter. In our civilization, far more trades are possible than were through most of human history. Nevertheless, as we shall see, some kinds of trades were worth more than the transaction costs for some cultures, probably back to the beginning of Homo sapiens sapiens. Voluntary spot trades are not the only kinds of transactions that benefit from lower transaction costs. This is the key to understanding the origin and evolution of money. Family heirlooms could be used as collateral to remove the credit risk from delayed exchanges. The ability of a victorious tribe to extract tribute from the vanquished was of great benefit to the victor. The victor's ability to collect tribute benefited from some of the same kind of transaction cost techniques as did trade. So did the plaintiff in assessment of damages for offenses against custom or law, and kin groups arranging a marriage. Kin also benefited from timely and peaceful gifts of wealth by inheritance. The major human life events that modern cultures segregate from the world of trade benefited no less than trade, and sometimes more so, from techniques that lowered transaction costs. None of these techniques was more effective, important, or early than primitive money, collectibles. When Homo sapiens sapiens displaced Homo sapiens neanderthalis, population explosions followed. Evidence from the takeover in Europe, 40,000 to 35,000 BP, indicates that Homo sapiens sapiens increased the carrying capacity of its environment by a factor of 10 over Homo sapiens neanderthalis. In other words, the population density increased tenfold. Not only that, the newcomers had spare time to create the world's first art, such as the wonderful cave paintings, a wide variety of well-crafted figurines, and of course the wonderful pendants and necklaces of seashells, teeth, and eggshell. These objects were not useless decorations. Newly effective wealth transfers, made possible by collectibles as well as other probable advance of the era, language, created new cultural institutions that quite likely played the leading role in the increase of carrying capacity. The newcomers, Homo sapiens sapiens, had the same size brain, weaker bones, and smaller muscles than the Neanderthals. Their hunting tools were more sophisticated, but in 35,000 BP they were basically the same tools. They were probably not even twice as effective, much less 10 times more effective. The biggest difference may have been wealth transfers made more effective or even possible by collectibles. Homo sapiens sapiens took pleasure from collecting shells, making jewelry out of them, showing them off, and trading them. Homo sapiens neanderthalis did not. The same dynamic would have been at work tens of thousands of years earlier on the Serengeti when Homo sapiens sapiens first appeared in that dynamic maelstrom of human evolution, Africa. We shall describe how collectibles lowered transaction costs in each kind of wealth transfer, in the voluntary free gift of inheritance, in voluntary mutual trade or marriage, and in the involuntary transfers of legal judgments and tribute. All these kinds of value transfer occurred in many cultures of human prehistory, probably from the beginning of Homo sapiens sapiens. The gains to be made by one or both parties from these major life event transfers of wealth were so great that they occurred despite high transaction costs. Compared to modern money, primitive money had a very low velocity. It might be transferred only a handful of times in an average individual's lifetime. Nevertheless, a durable collectible, what today we would call an heirloom, could persist for many generations and added substantial value at each transfer, often making the transfer even possible at all. Tribes therefore often spent large amounts of time on the seemingly frivolous tasks of manufacturing and exploring for the raw materials of jewelry and other collectibles. Image: the Kula Ring. The Kula trading network of pre-colonial Melanesia. The Kula valuables doubled as high-power money and mnemonic for stories and gossip. Many of the goods traded, mostly agricultural products, were available in different seasons and so could not be traded in kind. Kula collectibles solved this double coincidence problem as an unforgeably costly wearable for security and circulated, literally, money. Necklaces circulated clockwise and arm shells counterclockwise in a very regular pattern. By solving the double coincidence problem, an arm shell or necklace would prove more valuable than its cost after only a few trades, but could circulate for decades. Gossip and stories about prior owners of the collectibles further provided information about upstream credit and liquidity. In other Neolithic cultures, collectibles, usually shells, circulated in a less regular pattern but had similar purposes and attributes. For any institution in which wealth transfer is an important component, we will ask the following questions. 1. What coincidence in time between the event and the supply for the transferred good and demand for the transferred good was necessary? How unlikely or how high a barrier to the wealth transfer did the improbability of coincidence represent? And 2. Would the wealth transfers formed a closed loop of collectibles just based on that institution? Or were other wealth transfer institutions necessary to complete circulation cycles? Taking the actual flow graph of monetary circulation seriously is critical to understanding the emergence of money. General circulation among a wide variety of trades did not and would not exist for most of human prehistory. Without completed and repeated loops, collectibles would not circulate and would become worthless. A collectible, to be worth making, had to add value in enough transactions to amortize its costs. We shall first examine the kind of transfer most familiar and economically important to us today. Trade. Starvation insurance. Bruce Winterhalter surveys models of how and why food is sometimes transferred between animals: tolerated theft, producing, scrounging, or opportunism, risk-sensitive subsistence, byproduct mutualism, delayed reciprocity, trade, exchange not in kind, and other selection models, including kin altruism. Here we focus on risk-sensitive subsistence, delayed reciprocity, and trade, exchange not in kind. We argue that substituting trade of food for collectibles for delayed reciprocity can increase food sharing. It does so by mitigating the risks of a variable food supply while avoiding the largely insurmountable problems of delayed reciprocity between bands. We will deal with kin altruism and theft, tolerated or not, in broader contexts below. Food is worth far more to starving people than to well-fed ones. If the starving man can save his life by trading his most precious valuables, it may be worth to him months or even years of the labor it might take to replace that value. He will usually consider his life worth more than the sentimental value of the family heirlooms. Like fat itself, collectibles can provide insurance against food shortages. Starvation from local shortages could be staved off with at least 2 different kinds of trades, for the food itself or for foraging or hunting rights. Nevertheless, the transaction costs were usually too high. Bands were far more likely to fight than ever trust each other. The hungry band that couldn't find its own food usually starved. However, if the transaction costs could be lowered by lowering the need for trust between bands, food that was worth a day's labor to one band might be worth several months' labor to the starving band. Local but extremely valuable trade was, this essay argues, made possible among many cultures by the advent of collectibles by the time of the Upper Paleolithic. Collectibles substituted for otherwise necessary but non-existent trusting long-term relationships. If there had existed a high degree of sustained interaction and trust between tribes or individuals of different tribes, so that they gave each other unsecured credit, this would have stimulated time-lagged barter trade. However, such a high degree of trust then is highly implausible for the reasons stated above regarding reciprocal altruism, confirmed by the empirical evidence that most hunter-gatherer tribal relations have been observed to be quite antagonistic. Hunter-gatherer bands usually broke up into small bands for most of the year and gathered into aggregates, something like medieval European fairs, for a few weeks out of the year. Despite the lack of trust between bands and important trade in staples, of the kind illustrated in the accompanying figure, almost surely occurred in Europe and probably elsewhere, such as with the big game hunters of America and Africa. The scenario illustrated by the accompanying figure is hypothetical, but it would be very surprising if it did not occur. While many Europeans, even in the Paleolithic, enjoyed wearing shell necklaces, many lived farther inland and made necklaces instead out of the teeth of their prey. Flints, axes, furs, and other collectibles were also quite likely used as media of exchange. Reindeer, bison, and other human prey migrated at different times of the year. Different tribes specialized in different prey, to the point where over 90% and sometimes as much as 99% of the remains from many sites during the Paleolithic in Europe come from a single species. This indicates at least seasonal specialization and perhaps full-time specialization by a tribe in a single species. To the extent they specialized, the members of a single tribe would have become experts at the behavior, migration habits, and other patterns surrounding their specific prey species, as well as the specialized tools and techniques for hunting them. Some tribes observed in recent times are known to have specialized. Some North American Indian tribes specialized respectively in hunting bison, antelope, and fishing for salmon. In northern Russia and parts of Finland, many tribes, including the Lapp, even today, specialized in herding a single species of reindeer. Such specialization was probably far higher when more large prey, horse, auroch, giant elk, bison, giant sloth, mastodon, mammoth, zebra, elephant, hippopotamus, giraffe, musk oxen, etc., roamed North America, Europe, and Africa in large herds during the Paleolithic. Large wild animals unafraid of humans no longer exist. During the Paleolithic, they were either driven extinct or adapted to be afraid of humans and our projectiles. However, for most of the time span of Homo sapiens sapiens, these herds were abundant and easy pickings to specialist hunters. According to our theory of trade-based predation, specialization was quite likely far higher when large prey roamed North America, Europe, and Africa in large herds during the Paleolithic. Trade-based division of labor in hunting between tribes is consistent with, although not securely confirmed by, the archaeological evidence from the Paleolithic in Europe. These migrating bands, following their herds, frequently interacted, creating many opportunities for trade. American Indians preserved food by drying, making pemmican, and so on in ways that lasted for a few months but typically not a full year. Such food was commonly traded along with skins, weapons, and collectibles. Often these trades occurred during annual trading expeditions. Large herd animals migrated through a territory only 2 times a year, with a window most often of 1 or 2 months. Without any other source of protein besides their own prey species, these specialist tribes would have starved. The very high degree of specialization demonstrated in the archaeological record could only have occurred if there was trade. Thus, even if the time offset barter of meat were the only kind of trade, this is quite sufficient to make the use of collectibles worthwhile. The necklaces, flints, and any other objects used as money circulate in a closed loop, back and forth, in roughly equal amounts, so long as the value of meat traded remains roughly equal. Note that it is not enough for the theory of collectibles put forth in this paper to be correct, that single beneficial trades were possible. We must identify closed loops of mutually beneficial trades. With closed loops, the collectibles continue to circulate, amortizing their costs. As mentioned, we know from archaeological remains that many tribes specialized in a single large prey species. This specialization was at least seasonal. If there was extensive trade, it could have been full-time. Becoming experts in the habits and migration patterns and best methods of taking down, a tribe reaped enormous productive benefits. These benefits, however, would normally be unattainable, for specializing in a single species meant going without food most of the year. Division of labor between tribes paid off, and trade made it possible. The supply of food would nearly double from trade just between two complementary tribes. There were, however, rather than two prey species, often up to a dozen that migrated through most hunting territories in areas like the Serengeti and the European steppe. The amount of meat available to a species-specializing tribe would thus likely more than double with such trade among a handful of neighboring tribes. On top of this, the extra meat would be there when needed most, when the meat from a tribe's own species prey would already have been eaten, and without food the hunters would starve. Thus, there were at least 4 gains, or sources of surplus, from a trade cycle as simple as 2 prey species and 2 non-simultaneous but offsetting trades. These gains are distinct but not necessarily independent. 1. An available source of meat at a time of the year when one would otherwise starve. 2. An increase in the total supply of meat. They traded the surplus beyond what they could eat immediately or store. What they didn't trade would have gone to waste. 3. An increase in the variety of nutrition from meat by eating different kinds of meat. And 4. Increased productivity from specialization in a single prey species. Making or saving collectibles to trade for food itself was not the only way to ensure against bad times. Perhaps even more common, especially where large prey items were not available, was territoriality combined with trade in foraging rights. This can be observed even in some of the remnants of hunter-gatherer culture that exist today. The Kung San of southern Africa, like all other modern remnants of hunter-gatherer cultures, live on marginal lands. They have no opportunity to be specialists, but must take the meager remnants available. They may thus be rather uncharacteristic of many ancient hunter-gatherer cultures, and uncharacteristic of the original Homo sapiens sapiens, which first seized the luscious lands and best game routes from Homo sapiens neanderthalis, and only much later drove the Neanderthals from marginal lands. Yet, despite their severe ecological handicap, the Kung used collectibles as items of trade. Like most hunter-gatherers, the Kung spent most of the year in small, dispersed bands and a few weeks of the year in an aggregate with several other bands. Aggregation is like a fair with added features. Trade is accomplished, alliances are cemented, partnerships strengthened, and marriages transacted. Preparation for aggregation is filled with the manufacture of tradable items, partly utilitarian but mostly of a collectible nature. The exchange system, called by the Kung Haksaro, involves a substantial trade in beaded jewelry, including ostrich shell pendants, quite similar to those found in Africa 40,000 years ago. One of the main things the Kung buy and sell with their collectibles are abstract rights to enter another band's territory and hunt or gather food there. Trade in these rights is especially brisk during local shortages, which can be alleviated by foraging in a neighbor's territory. Kung bands mark their territories with arrows. Trespassing without having purchased the right to enter and forage is tantamount to a declaration of war. Like the interband food trade discussed above, the use of collectibles to purchase foraging rights constitutes an insurance policy against starvation, to use the phrase of Stanley Ambrose. Although anatomically modern humans surely had conscious thought, language, and some ability to plan, it would have required little conscious thought or language and very little planning to generate trades. It was not necessary that tribe members reasoned out the benefits of anything but a single trade. To create this institution, it would have sufficed that people follow their instincts to make or obtain collectibles with the characteristics outlined below, as indicated by proxy observations that make approximate estimations for these characteristics. This is to various extents true of the other institutions we will study. They evolved rather than being consciously designed. No one participating in the institution's rituals would have explained their function in terms of ultimate evolutionary function. Rather, they explained in terms of a wide variety of mythologies that served more as proximate motivators of behavior than as theories of ultimate purpose or origin. Direct evidence for trade in food has long since decayed. We may in the future find more direct evidence than is now available for this article via a comparison of hunting remains in one tribe with the consumption patterns in another tribe. The hardest part of this task likely being to identify the boundaries of different tribes or kin groups. According to our theory, such transfer of meat from one tribe to another was common in many parts of the world during the Paleolithic, where large-scale and specialized big-game hunting occurred. For now, we do have extensive indirect evidence of trade via the movement of the collectibles themselves. Fortunately, there is a good correlation between the durability desired for collectibles and the conditions under which an artifact has survived to be found by today's archaeologists. In the early Paleolithic, when all human movement was on foot, we have instances of perforated seashells found up to 500 kilometers away from the nearest source. There was a similar long-distance movement of flint. Unfortunately, trade was severely restricted by high transaction costs in most times and places. The primary barrier was the antagonism between tribes. The predominant relationship between tribes was one of distrust on good days and outright violence on bad days. Only ties of marriage or kinship could bring tribes into a relationship with trust, albeit only occasionally and of limited scope. The poor ability to protect property, even collectibles worn on the person or buried in well-hidden caches, meant that collectibles had to amortize their costs in a few transactions. Trade was thus not the only kind of wealth transfer, and probably not the most important kind during the long human prehistory where high transaction costs prevented the development of the kinds of markets, firms, and other economic institutions we now take for granted. Underneath our great economic institutions are far more ancient institutions that also involved wealth transfer. In prehistoric times, the main kinds of wealth transfer. All of these institutions distinguished Homo sapiens sapiens from previous animals. We now turn to one of the most basic kinds of wealth transfer that we humans take for granted but other animals do not have: passing wealth onto the next generation. Kin altruism beyond the grave. Coincidence in time and locale of supply and demand for trade was rare, so much so that most kinds of trades and trade-based economic institutions we now take for granted could not exist. Even more unlikely was the triple coincidence of supply with demand with a major event for a kin group. the formation of a new family, death, crime, or victory or defeat in war. As we shall see, clans and individuals greatly benefited from a timely transfer of wealth during these events. Such wealth transfer, in turn, was much less wasteful when it was the transfer of a store of wealth more durable and general than consumables or tools designed for other purposes. The demand for a durable and general store of wealth for use in these institutions was thus even more urgent than for trade itself. Furthermore, the institutions of marriage, inheritance, dispute resolution, and tribute may predate intertribal trade, and involved for most tribes a greater transfer of wealth than trade. These institutions, thus more than trade, served as the motivator and incubator of the earliest primitive money. In most hunter-gatherer tribes, this wealth came in a form that strikes us preposterously wealthy moderns as trivial: a collection of wooden utensils, flint and bone tools and weapons, shells on strings, perhaps a hut, and in colder climates, some mangy furs. Sometimes it could all be carried on the person. Nevertheless, these motley assortments were wealth for a hunter-gatherer no less than real estate, stocks, and bonds are wealth for us. To the hunter-gatherer, tools and sometimes warm clothes were necessary for survival. Many of the items were highly valued collectibles that ensured against starvation, purchased mates, and could substitute for massacre or starvation in event of war and defeat. The ability to transfer the capital of survival to one's descendants was another advantage Homo sapiens sapiens had over previous animals. Furthermore, the skilled tribesman or clan could accumulate a surplus of wealth from the occasional but cumulative over a lifetime trade of surplus consumables for durable wealth, especially collectibles. A temporary fitness advantage could be translated into a more durable fitness advantage for one's descendants. Another form of wealth hidden from the archaeologist were titles to offices. Such social positions were more valuable than the tangible forms of wealth in many hunter-gatherer cultures. Examples of such positions included clan leaders, war party leaders, hunting party leaders, membership in a particular long-term trading partnership with a particular person in a neighboring clan or tribe, midwives, and religious healers. Often collectibles not only embodied wealth, but also served as a mnemonic, representing the title to a clan position of responsibility and privilege. Upon death, to maintain order, the heirs to such positions had to be quickly and clearly determined. Delays could spawn vicious conflicts. Thus, a common event was the mortuary feast, in which the deceased was feted while both his tangible and intangible forms of wealth were distributed to descendants, as determined by custom, clan decision-makers, or the will of the deceased. Other kinds of free gifts were quite rare in pre-modern cultures, as Marcel Mauss and other anthropologists have pointed out. Seemingly free gifts, in fact, implicitly invoked an obligation in the recipient. Before contract law, this implicit obligation of the gift, along with community dishonor and punishments ensuing if the implicit obligation was not met, was perhaps the most common motivator of reciprocation in delayed exchange, and is still common in the variety of informal favors we do for each other. Inheritance and other forms of kin altruism were the only widely practiced forms of what we moderns would call gift proper, namely a gift that imposed no obligation on the recipient. Early Western traders and missionaries, who often saw natives as childish primitives, sometimes called their tribute payments gifts and trades gift exchanges, as if they bore more resemblance to the Christmas and birthday present exchanges of Western children than to the contractual and tax obligations of adults. Partly this may have reflected prejudice, and partly the fact that in the West by that time, obligations were usually formalized in writing, which the natives lacked. Westerners thus usually translated the rich variety of words natives had for their exchange institutions, rights, and obligations as gift. 17th century French settlers in America were thinly scattered among much larger populations of Indian tribes, and often found themselves paying tribute to these tribes. Calling these payments gifts was a way for them to save face with other Europeans who faced no such necessity and found it cowardly. Moss and modern anthropologists have unfortunately kept this terminology. The uncivilized human is still like a child, but now innocent like a child, a creature of moral superiority who would not stoop to our kind of base, cold-blooded economic transactions. However, in the West, especially in the official terminology used for our laws covering transactions, a gift refers to a transfer that imposes no obligation. When coming across anthropological discussions of gift exchange, these caveats should be kept in mind. Modern anthropologists are not at all referring to the free or informal gifts we commonly refer to in our modern use on the term gift. They are rather referring to any of a wide variety of often quite sophisticated systems of rights and obligations involved in wealth transfers. The only major transactions in prehistoric cultures similar to our modern gift, in that it was neither itself a widely recognized obligation nor imposed any obligation on the recipient, were parents or maternal kin caring for their children and inheritance. An exception was that inheriting title to a position imposed the responsibilities of the position on the heir, as well as its privileges. Inheritance of some heirlooms might proceed for several generations uninterrupted, but it did not by itself form a closed loop of collectibles transfers. Heirlooms were only valuable if they eventually got used for something else. They often were used in marriage transactions between clans that could form closed-loop cycles of collectibles. The family trade. An early and important example of a small closed-loop trade network made possible by collectibles involves the much higher investment humans make in raising offspring than our primate relatives, and the related human institution of marriage. Combining arrangements of long-term matches for mating and child-raising, negotiated between clans, with wealth transfer, marriage is a human universal and probably dates back to the first Homo sapiens sapiens. Parental investment is a long-term and almost one-shot affair. There is no time for repeated interactions. Divorce from a negligent father or unfaithful wife usually represented several years of time wasted, in genetic fitness terms, by the jilted party. Fidelity and commitment to the children were primarily enforced by in-laws, the clan. The marriage was the contract between clans that usually included such promises of fidelity and commitment as well as wealth transfer. The contributions a man and a woman will bring to a marriage are seldom equal. This was even more true in an era when mate choice was largely determined by clans, and the population from which clan leaders could choose was quite small. Most commonly, the woman was considered more valuable, and the groom's clan paid a bride price to the bride's clan. Quite rare in comparison was dowry, a payment by the bride's clan to the new couple. Mostly this was practiced by upper classes of monogamous but highly unequal societies in medieval Europe and India, and was ultimately motivated by the far greater reproductive potential of upper-class sons than upper-class daughters in those societies. Since literature was mostly written about upper classes, dowry often plays a role in European traditional stories. This does not reflect its actual frequency across human cultures. It was quite rare. Marriages between clans could form a closed cycle of collectibles. Indeed, two clans exchanging partners would be sufficient to maintain a closed loop, as long as brides tended to alternate. If one clan was wealthier in collectibles from some other kind of transfer, it could marry more of its sons to better brides in monogamous societies, or a greater number of brides in polygamous societies. In a loop involving only marriages, primitive money would simply serve to replace the need for memory and trust between clans over a long period of delay between unbalanced transfers of reproductive sources. Like inheritance, lawsuit, and tribute, marriage requires a triple coincidence of the event, in this case the marriage, with supply and demand. Without a transferable and durable store of value, the current ability of a groom's clan to supply the current desires of the bride's clan to a large enough degree to make up the value mismatch between bride and groom, while also satisfying the political and romantic constraints of the match, were quite unlikely to be well satisfied. One solution is imposing an ongoing service obligation from the groom or his clan to the bride's clan. This occurs in about 15% of known cultures. In a much larger number, 67%, the groom or groom's clan pays the bride's clan a substantial amount of wealth. Some of this bride price is paid in immediate consumables, in plants to be gathered, harvested, and animals slaughtered for the marriage feast. In herding or agricultural societies, much of the bride price is paid in livestock, a long-lasting form of wealth. The balance, and usually the most valuable portion of the bride price in cultures without livestock, is paid with what are usually the most valuable family heirlooms, the rarest, costliest, and most durable pendants, rings, and so on. The Western practice of the groom giving the bride a ring and a suitor giving a maiden other kinds of jewelry was once a substantial transfer of wealth and was common in many other cultures. In about 23% of cultures, mostly modern ones, there is no substantial wealth exchange. In about 6% of cultures, there is mutual exchange of substantial wealth between bride and groom clans. In only about 2% of cultures does the bride's clan pay the new couple a dowry. Unfortunately, some wealth transfers were a far cry from the altruism of the inheritance gift or the joy of marriage. Quite the opposite in the case of tribute. The spoils of war. Death rates from violence in chimp troops and hunter-gatherer human cultures alike are far higher than in modern civilizations. This probably dates at least as far back as our common ancestor with the chimpanzees. Chimp troops, as well, are constantly fighting. Warfare involved, among other things, killing, maiming, torture, kidnapping, rape, and the extortion of tribute in exchange for avoiding such fates. When two neighbor tribes were not at war, one was usually paying tribute to the other. Tribute could also serve to bind alliances, achieving economies of scale in warfare. Mostly it was a form of exploitation more lucrative to the victor than further violence against the defeated. Victory in war was sometimes followed by an immediate payment from the losers to the winners. Often this just took the form of looting by the enthusiastic victors, while the losers desperately hid their collectibles. More often, tribute was demanded on a regular basis. In this case, the triple coincidence could and sometimes was avoided by a sophisticated schedule of payments in kind that matched the losing tribe's ability to supply a good or service with the victor's demand for it. However, even with this solution, primitive money could provide a better way, a common medium of value that greatly simplified the terms of payment. Very important in an era when terms of the treaty could not be recorded but had to be memorized. In some cases, as with the wampum, as used in the Iroquois Confederacy, the collectibles doubled as a primitive mnemonic device that, while not verbatim, could be used as an aid to recall the terms of the treaty. For the winners, collectibles provided a way to collect tribute at closer to the Laffer optimum. For the losers, collectibles buried in caches provide a way to underreport, leading the victors to believe the losers were less wealthy and thus demand less than they might. Caches of collectibles also provided insurance against overzealous tribute collectors. Much of the wealth in primitive societies escaped the notice of the missionaries and anthropologists due to its highly secretive nature. Only archaeology can reveal the existence of this hidden wealth. Hiding and other strategies presented a problem that tribute collectors share with modern tax collectors: how to estimate the amount of wealth they can extract. Value measurement is a thorny problem in many kinds of transactions, but never more so than in the antagonistic collection of tax or tribute. In making these very difficult and non-intuitive trade-offs, and then executing them in a series of queries, audits, and collection actions, tribute collectors efficiently optimized their revenue, even if the results seemed quite wasteful to the tribute payer. Imagine a tribe collecting tribute from several neighbor tribes it previously defeated in war. It must estimate how much it can extract from each tribe. Bad estimates leave the wealth of some tribes understated while forcing others to pay tribute based on estimates of wealth they don't actually have. The result? The tribes that are hurt tend to shrink. The tribes that benefit pay less tribute than could be extracted. In both cases, less revenue is generated for the victors than they might be able to get with better rules. This is an application of the Laffer curve to the fortunes of specific tribes. On this curve, applied to income taxes by the brilliant economist Arthur Laffer, as the tax rate increases, the amount of revenue increases, but at an increasingly slower rate than the tax rate, due to increased avoidance, evasion, and most of all, disincentive to engage in the taxed activity. At a certain rate, due to these reasons, tax revenues are optimized. Hiking the tax rate beyond the Laffer optimum results in lower rather than higher revenues for the government. Ironically, the Laffer curve was used by advocates for lower taxes, even though it's a theory of tax collection optimum to government revenue, not a theory of tax collection optimal to social welfare or individual preference satisfaction. On a larger scale, the Laffer curve may be the most important economic law of political history. Charles Adams uses it to explain the rise and fall of empires. The most successful governments have been implicitly guided by their own incentives, both their short-term desire for revenue and their long-term success against other governments, to optimize their revenues according to the Laffer curve. Governments that overburdened their taxpayers, such as the Soviet Union and Roman Empire, ended up on the dust heap of history, while governments that collected below the optimum were often conquered by their better-funded neighbors. Democratic governments may maintain high tax revenues over historical time by more peaceful means than conquering underfunded states. They are the first states in history with tax revenues so high relative to external threats that they have the luxury of spending most of the money on non-military areas. Their tax regimes have operated closer to the Laffer optimum than those of previous kinds of governments. Alternatively, this luxury may be made possible by the efficiency of nuclear weapons in deterring attack, rather than the increased incentives of democracies to optimize to tax collection. When we apply the Laffer curve to examining the relative impact of treaty tribute terms on various tribes, we conclude that the desire to optimize revenues causes victors to want to accurately measure the income and wealth of the vanquished. Measuring value is crucial to determining the tributaries' incentives to avoid or evade the tribute by hiding wealth, fight, or flight. For their part, tributaries can and do spoof these measurements in various ways, for example by burying collectibles in caches. Tribute collection involves a measurement game with unaligned incentives. With collectibles, one can demand tribute at strategically optimal times instead of when items can be supplied by the tributary or is in demand by the victor. The victors can then choose when they will in the future consume the wealth, rather than having to consume it at the time the tribute is extracted. Much later, well into the dawn of history in 700 BC, though trade was widespread, money still took the form of collectibles. Made out of more precious metals, but in their basic characteristics, such as a lack of uniform value, similar to most of the proto-money used since the dawn of Homo sapiens sapiens. This was changed by a Greek-speaking culture in Anatolia, modern Turkey, the Lydians. Specifically, the kings of Lydia were the first major issuers of coins in the archaeological and historical record. From that day to this, government mints with self-granted monopolies, rather than private mints, have been the main issuers of coin. Why wasn't minting dominated by private interests, such as private bankers, which did exist at the time in these semi-market economies? The main explanation for government dominance of coin minting has been that only governments can enforce anti-counterfeiting measures. However, they could have enforced such measures in protection of competing private mints, just as they enforce trademarks today and at that time as well. It was far easier to estimate the value of a coin than that of a collectible, especially at low transaction values. Far more trades could be made with money instead of barter. Indeed, many kinds of low-value trades became possible for the first time as the small gains from trade for the first time exceeded transaction costs. Collectibles were low-velocity money involved in a small number of high-value transactions. Coins were high-velocity money, facilitating a large number of low-value trades. Given what we have seen about the benefits of proto-money to tribute and tax collectors, as well as the critical nature of the value measurement problem in optimally coercing such payments, it is not surprising that tax collectors, specifically the kings of Lydia, were the first major issuers of coinage. The king, deriving his revenue from tax collection, had a strong incentive to measure the value of wealth held and exchanged by his subjects more accurately. That the exchange also benefited from cheaper measurement by traders of the medium of exchange, creating something closer to efficient markets, and allowing individuals to enter into the marketplace on a larger scale for the first time, was for the king a fortuitous side effect. The greater wealth flowing through markets now available to be taxed boosted the king's revenues even beyond the normal Laffer curve effect of reducing mismeasurement between given tax sources. This combination of more efficient tax collection with more efficient markets meant a vast increase in overall tax revenues. These tax collectors almost literally hit a gold mine, and the wealth of Lydian kings, Midas, Croesus, and Gyges, is famous to this day. A few centuries later, the Greek king Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, Persia, and much of India, funding his spectacular conquest by plundering Egyptian and Persian temples, filled with assemblages of low-velocity collectibles, and melting them down into high-velocity coins. More efficient and encompassing market economies, as well as more efficient tax collection, sprung up in his wake. Tribute payments did not form by themselves a closed loop of collectibles. These were only valuable if they ultimately could be used by the victors for something else, such as marriage, trade, or collateral. However, victors could coerce the vanquished into manufacturing for obtaining collectibles, even if it did not serve the vanquished's voluntary interests. Disputes and remedies. Ancient hunter-gatherers did not have our modern tort or criminal law, but they did have an analogous means of settling disputes, often judged by clan or tribal leaders or vote, that covered what modern law calls crimes and torts. Settling disputes through punishments or payments sanctioned by the clans of the disputing parties substituted for cycles of revenge or vendetta wars. Most pre-modern cultures, ranging from the Iroquois in America to the pre-Christian Germanic peoples, decided that payment was better than punishment. Prices, for example, the Germanic weregeld and Iroquois blood money, were assigned to all actionable offenses, ranging from petty theft to rape to murder. Where money was available, the payment took the form of money. Livestock was used in herding cultures. Otherwise, payment of collectibles were the most commonly used remedy. The payment of remedies for damages in a lawsuit or similar complaint led to the same kind of problem of triple coincidence of event, supply, and demand as occurred in inheritance, marriage, and tribute. The judgment of the case had to coincide with the ability of the plaintiff to pay the damages as well as the opportunity and desire of the defendant to benefit from them. If the remedy was a consumable the plaintiff already had plenty of, the remedy still served as a punishment but would not likely satisfy the defendant, and thus would not curb the cycle of violence. Thus we find here again the value added by collectibles, in this case in making possible the remedy to resolve a dispute or terminate a cycle of revenge. Dispute remedies would not form a closed loop if the payments served to entirely eliminate vendettas. However, if the payments did not completely damp the vendetta, the payments could form a cycle following the cycle of revenge. For this reason, it is possible that the institution reached an equilibrium when it had reduced but not eliminated cycles of revenge until the advent of more densely connected trading networks. Attributes of collectibles. Since humans evolved in small, largely self-sufficient and mutually antagonistic tribes, the use of collectibles to reduce the need for favor tracking and to make possible the other human institutions of wealth transfer we've explored was far more important than the scale problems of barter for most of the time span of our species. Indeed, collectibles provided a fundamental improvement to the workings of reciprocal altruism, allowing humans to cooperate in ways unavailable to other species. For them, reciprocal altruism is severely limited by unreliable memory. Some other species have large brains, build their own homes, or make and use tools. No other species has produced such an improvement to the workings of reciprocal altruism. The evidence indicates this new development had matured by 40,000 BP, or before present. Menger called this first money an intermediate commodity, what this paper calls collectibles. An artifact useful for other things, such as cutting, could also be used as a collectible. However, once institutions involving wealth transfer became valuable, collectibles would be manufactured just for their collectible properties. What are these properties? For a particular commodity to be chosen as a valuable collectible, it would have had, relative to products less valuable as collectibles, at least the following desirable qualities. 1. More secure from accidental loss and theft. For most of history, this meant carryable on the person and easy to hide. 2. Harder to forge its value. An important subset of these are products that are unforgeably costly and therefore considered valuable for reasons explained below. And 3. This value was more accurately approximated by simple observations or measurements. These observations would have had more reliable integrity, yet have been less expensive. Humans the world over are strongly motivated to collect items that better satisfy these properties. Some of this motivation probably includes genetically evolved instincts. Some objects are collected for the sheer pleasure of collecting them, not for any particularly good, explicit, and proximate reasons. And such pleasure is nearly universal across human cultures. One of the immediate proximate motivations is decoration. According to Dr. Mary C. Steiner, an archaeologist at the University of Arizona, quote, "Ornamentation is universal among all modern human foragers," end quote. For an evolutionary psychologist, such a behavior that has a good ultimate explanation in terms of natural selection but has no proximate rationale other than pleasure is a prime candidate to be a genetically evolved pleasure that motivates the behavior. Such is, if the reasoning in this essay is correct, the human instinct to collect rare items, art, and especially jewelry. Point 2 requires some further explanation. At first, the production of a commodity simply because it is costly seems quite wasteful. However, the unforgeably costly commodity repeatedly adds value by enabling beneficial wealth transfers. More of the cost is recouped every time a transaction is made possible or made less expensive. The cost, initially a complete waste, is amortized over many transactions. The monetary value of precious metals is based on this principle. It also applies to collectibles, which are more prized the rarer they are and the less forgeable this rarity is. It also applies where provably skilled or unique human labor is added to the product, as with art. We have never discovered or made a product that does really well on all three scores. Art and collectibles, in the sense that word is used in modern culture rather in the technical sense it is used in this paper, optimize 2, but not 1 or 3. Common beads satisfy 1, but not 2 or 3. Jewelry, made at first out of the most beautiful and less common shells, but eventually, in many cultures, out of precious metals, comes closer to satisfying all three properties. It is no coincidence that precious metal jewelry usually came in thin forms such as chains and rings, allowing for inexpensive assaying at randomly chosen locations. Coins were a further improvement, substituting small standard weights and trademarks for assays greatly reduced the cost of small transactions using precious metals. Money proper was just a further step in the evolution of collectibles. The kind of mobile art also made by Paleolithic man, small figurines and the like, also matches these characteristics well. Indeed, Paleolithic man made very few objects that were not either utilitarian or shared characteristics 1 through 3. There are many puzzling instances of useless or at least unused flints with Homo sapiens. We have mentioned the unusable flints of the Clovis people. Culiffe discusses a European Mesolithic era find of hundreds of flints carefully crafted, but which micrograph analysis reveals were never used for cutting. Flints were quite likely the first collectibles, preceding special-purpose collectibles like jewelry. Indeed, the first flint collectibles would have been made for their cutting utility. Their added value as a medium of wealth transfer was a fortuitous side effect that enabled the institutions described in this article to blossom. These institutions, in turn, would have motivated the manufacture of special-purpose collectibles. At first, flints that need have no actual use as a cutting tool, then the wide variety of other kinds of collectibles that were developed by Homo sapiens sapiens. During the Neolithic era, in many parts of the Middle East and Europe, some kinds of jewelry became more standardized, to the point where standard sizes and assayability were often valued over beauty. In commercial areas, the quantity of this jewelry sometimes greatly exceeded that of traditional jewelry in hoards. This is an intermediate step between jewelry and coins, when some collectibles increasingly took a fungible form. Around 700 BC, the Lydian kings started issuing coins as described above. The unforgeable costliness of standard weights of precious metals could now be assayed in a marketplace by wage earners or by tax collectors via trademark, i.e. trust in the mint's brand, instead of chopping coiled wire at a randomly selected spot. It is no coincidence that the attributes of collectibles are shared with precious metals, coins, and the reserve commodities that have backed most non-fiat currencies. Money proper implemented these properties as purer form than the collectibles used during almost all of human prehistory. A novelty of the 20th century was the issue of fiat currencies by governments. Fiat means not backed by any reserve commodity, as the gold and silver-based currencies of previous centuries were. While generally excellent as media of exchange, fiat currencies has proven to be very poor stores of value. Inflation has destroyed many a nest egg. It is no coincidence that markets in rare objects and unique artwork, usually sharing the attributes of collectibles described above, have enjoyed a renaissance during the last century. One of our most advanced high-tech marketplaces, eBay, is centered around these objects of primordial economic qualities. The collectibles market is larger than ever, even if the fraction of our wealth invested in them is smaller than when they were crucial to evolutionary success. Collectibles both satisfy our instinctive urges and remain useful in their ancient role as a secure store of value. Conclusion. Many kinds of wealth transfers, one-way and mutual, voluntary and coerced, face transaction costs. In voluntary trades, both parties gain. A truly free gift is usually an act of kin altruism. These transactions create value for one or both parties as much as the physical act of making something. Tribute benefits the victor, and a judgment of damages can prevent further violence as well as benefiting the victim. Inheritance made humans the first animals to pass wealth to their next generation kin. These heirlooms could in turn be used as collateral or payment in trade for goods, for food to stave off starvation, or to pay a marriage bride price. Whether the costs of making these transfers, transaction costs, are low enough to make the transfers worthwhile is another matter. Collectibles were crucial in making these kinds of transactions possible for the first time. Collectibles augmented our large brains and language as solutions to the prisoner's dilemma that keeps almost all animals from cooperating via delayed reciprocation with non-kin. Reputational beliefs can suffer from two major kinds of errors: errors of about which person did what, and errors in appraising the value or damages caused by that act. Within clans, the small and immediately local kin group or extended family which formed a subset of a tribe, our large brains could minimize these errors so that public reputation and coercive sanctions superseded the limited motivation provided by the counterparty's ability to cooperate or defect in the future as the main enforcer of delayed reciprocation. In both Homo sapiens neanderthalis and Homo sapiens sapiens, with the same large brain size, it is quite likely that every local clan member kept track of every other local clan member's favors. The use of collectibles for trade within the small local kin group may have been minimal. Between clans within a tribe, both favor tracking and collectibles were used. Between tribes, collectibles entirely replaced reputation as the enforcer of reciprocation, although violence still played a major role in enforcing rights as well as being a high transaction cost that prevented most kinds of trade. To be useful as a general-purpose store of wealth and means of wealth transfer, a collectible had to be embedded in at least one institution with a closed-loop cycle, so that the cost of discovering and or manufacturing the object was amortized over multiple transactions. Furthermore, a collectible was not just any kind of beautiful decorative object. It had to have certain functional properties, such as the security of being wearable on the person, compactness for hiding or burial, and unforgeable costliness. That costliness must have been verifiable by the recipient of the transfer, using many of the same skills that collectors use to appraise collectibles today. The theories presented in this paper can be tested by looking for these characteristics, or the lack of them, in the, quote, valuables often exchanged in these cultures, by examining the economic gains from cycles through which these valuables move, and by observing preferences for objects with these characteristics in a wide variety of cultures, including modern ones. With its unprecedented technology of cooperation, humans had become the most fearsome predator ever seen on the planet. They adapted to a shifting climate, while dozens of their large herd prey were driven by the hunting and the climate change in America, Europe, and Asia to extinction. Today, most large animals on the planet are afraid of projectiles, an adaptation to only one species of predator. Cultures based more on gathering than hunting also greatly benefited. A population explosion followed. Homo sapiens sapiens was able to populate more parts of the planet and at a density over 10 times that of Homo sapiens neanderthalis. despite weaker bones and no increase in brain size. Much of this increase may be attributed to the social institutions made possible by effective wealth transfer and language. Trade, marriage, inheritance, tribute, collateral, and the ability to assess damages to dampen cycles of vengeance. Primitive money was not modern money as we know it. It took on some of the function modern money now performs, but its form was that of heirlooms, jewelry, and other collectibles. The use of these is so ancient that the desires to explore, collect, make, display, appraise, carefully store, and trade collectibles are human universals, to some extent, instincts. This constellation of human desires might be called the collecting instinct. Searching for the raw materials, such as shells and teeth, and manufacturing of collectibles took up a considerable portion of many ancient humans' time, just as many modern humans expend substantial resources on these activities as hobbies. The results for our ancient forebears were the first secure forms of embodied value, very different from concrete utility, and the forerunner of today's money. We hope you enjoyed Shelling Out the Origins of Money by Nick Szabo. For more readings and discussion on the history, the technology, the economics, and the philosophy that make Bitcoin and the cryptoeconomy possible, don't forget to explore the growing collection at cryptoeconomy.life. Until next time, take it easy. 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 Don't have enough time to sit down and read all the best Bitcoin articles? Well, let us read them for you. This is a Cryptoeconomy Quick Read. Welcome back to the Cryptoeconomy Podcast, everybody. I do want to hit, there's quite a bit going on in Ethereum right now, particularly with discussion about hard fork and, or proposed hard forks and governance and all that stuff. So I do actually want to hit that pretty soon. But today, I have been trying to get to this one for quite some time now. This is from Unenumerated, the blog of Nick Szabo, and it is titled Money, Blockchains, and Social Scalability. And it's a little bit longer than most of the posts that I read, but it's absolutely excellent. And like I said, I've been trying to get to it for a while, so I definitely encourage you to listen to this one in full. It is going to be packed full of wonderful information and philosophy and economics and all that great stuff. If you're looking to learn, this is definitely the guy to learn it from. So again, this is Nick Szabo's Money, Blockchains, and Social Scalability. And just a note, this was actually posted on Thursday, February 9th of 2017. So it's a little over a year ago, so some of his price targets and references and stuff might seem a little outdated. But without further ado, let's go ahead and jump in. Introduction. Blockchains are all the rage. The oldest and biggest blockchain of them all is Bitcoin, which over its 8-year history so far starshipped in value from 10,000 Bitcoins per pizza before there were exchanges that priced Bitcoin in traditional currencies to over $1,000 per Bitcoin. As of this writing, Bitcoin has a market capitalization of over $16 billion. Running nonstop for 8 years with almost no financial loss on the chain itself, it is now in important ways the most reliable and secure financial network in the world. The secret to Bitcoin's success is certainly not its computational efficiency or its scalability in the consumption of resources. Specialized Bitcoin hardware is designed by highly paid experts to perform only one particular function, to repetitively solve a very specific and intentionally very expensive kind of computational puzzle. The puzzle is called a proof of work because the sole output of the computation is just a proof that the computer did a costly computation. Bitcoin's puzzle-solving hardware probably consumes in total over 500 megawatts of electricity. And that's not the only feature of Bitcoin that strikes an engineer or businessman who is focused on minimizing resource cost as highly quixotic. Rather than reduce its protocol messages to be as few as possible, each Bitcoin running computer sprays the internet with a redundantly large number of inventory vector packets to make sure that all messages get accurately through to as many other Bitcoin computers as possible. As a result, the Bitcoin blockchain cannot process as many transactions per second as a traditional payment network, such as PayPal or Visa. Bitcoin offends the sensibilities of resource-conscious and performance measure maximizing engineers and businessmen alike. Instead, the secret to Bitcoin's success is that its prolific resource consumption and poor computational scalability is buying something even more valuable: social scalability. Social scalability is the ability of an institution, a relationship or shared endeavor in which multiple people repeatedly participate and featuring customs, rules, or other features which constrain or motivate participants' behaviors, to overcome shortcomings in human minds and in the motivating or constraining aspects of said institution that limit who or how many can successfully participate. Social scalability is about the ways and extents to which participants can think about and respond to institutions and fellow participants as the variety and numbers of participants in those institutions and relationships grow. It's about human limitations, not about technological limitations or physical resource constraints. There are separate engineering disciplines, such as computer science, for assessing the physical limitations of a technology itself, including the resource capacities needed for a technology to handle a greater number of users or a greater rate of use. Those engineering scalability disciplines are not, except by way of contrast with social scalability, the subject of this essay. Even though social scalability is about the cognitive limitations and behavior tendencies of minds, not about the physical resource limitations of machines, it makes eminent sense and indeed is often crucial to think and talk about the social scalability of a technology that facilitates an institution. The social scalability of an institutional technology depends on how that technology constrains or motivates participation in that institution, including protection of participants and the institution itself from harmful participation or attack. One way to estimate the social scalability of an institutional technology is by the number of people who can beneficially participate in the institution. Another way to estimate social scalability is by the extra benefits and harms an institution bestows or imposes on participants before, for cognitive or behavioral reasons, the expected costs and other harms of participating in an institution grow faster than its benefits. The cultural and jurisdictional diversity of people who can beneficially participate in an institution is also often important, especially in the global internet context. The more an institution depends on local laws, customs, or language, the less socially scalable it is. Without institutional and technological innovations of the past, participation in shared human endeavors would usually be limited to, at most, about 150 people, the famous Dunbar number. In the internet era, new innovations continue to scale our social capabilities. In this article, I will discuss how blockchains, and in particular public blockchains that implement cryptocurrencies, increase social scalability, even at a dreadful reduction in computational efficiency and scalability. Graphic: neocortex size versus social group size. Cognitive capacity, here in the form of the relative size of a species' neocortex, set limits on how large primate groups can be. Maintaining animal or intimate human groups requires extensive emotional communications and investments in relationships, such as grooming in primates and gossiping, humor, storytelling and other conversations, songs and play in traditional human groups. Overcoming human cognitive limits to who or how many people can participate in an institution, the famous Dunbar number of around 150 people, requires institutional and technological innovation. So he's actually linked to the source of this graph, but it's a scatter plot that details it compares the mean size of the group against the primate's neocortex size. And it shows a general and pretty obvious trend that the larger the size of the neocortex, the larger the group of relationships and social scalability that the species experiences. So definitely check that out if you want to read more about it, but we'll jump back into the article. Innovations in social scalability involve institutional and technological improvements that move function from mind to paper or mind to machine, lowering cognitive costs while increasing the value of information flowing between minds, reducing vulnerability, and or searching for and discovering new and mutually beneficial participants. Alfred North Whitehead said, quote, "It is a profoundly erroneous truism, repeated by all copybooks and by eminent people when they are making speeches, that we should cultivate the habit of thinking what we are doing. The precise opposite is the case. Civilization advances by extending the number of important operations which we can perform without thinking about them." End quote. Friedrich Hayek added, quote, "We make constant use of formulas, symbols, and rules whose meaning we do not understand, and through the use of which we avail ourselves of the assistance of knowledge, which individually we do not possess. We have developed these practices and institutions by building upon habits and institutions which have proved successful in their own sphere, and which have in turn become the foundation of the civilization we have built up." End quote. A wide variety of innovations reduce our vulnerability to fellow participants, intermediaries, and outsiders, and thereby lower our need to spend our scarce cognitive capacities worrying about how an increasingly large number of increasingly diverse people might behave. Another class of improvements motivates the accurate collection and transmission of valuable information between an increasing number and variety of participants. Yet other advances enable a wider number or variety of mutually beneficial participants to discover each other. All these kinds of innovations have, over the course of human prehistory and history, improved social scalability, sometimes dramatically so, making our modern civilization with its vast global population feasible. Modern information technology, or IT, especially by making use of the historically recent discoveries of computer science, can often discover many more mutually beneficial matches, can improve motivations for information quality, and can reduce the need for trust within certain kinds of institutional transactions with respect to an increasingly large number and variety of people, thereby further increasing social scalability in some very important ways. Information flows between minds, what I have called intersubjective protocols, include spoken and written words, customs and tradition, the contents of law, its rules, customs, and case precedents, a variety of other symbols, for example, star ratings common in online reputation systems, and market prices, among many others. Trust minimization is reducing the vulnerability of participants to each other's and to outsiders and intermediaries' potential for harmful behavior. Most institutions which have undergone a lengthy cultural evolution, such as law, which lowers vulnerability to violence, theft, and fraud, as well as technologies of security, reduce, on balance, and in more ways than the reverse, our vulnerabilities to and thus our needs to trust our fellow humans compared with our vulnerabilities before these institutions and technologies evolved. In most cases, an often trusted and sufficiently trustworthy institution, such as a market, depends on its participants trusting, usually implicitly, another sufficiently trustworthy institution, such as contract law. These trusted institutions, in turn, traditionally implement a variety of accounting, legal, security, or other controls that make them usually and sufficiently, at least for facilitating the functionality of their client institutions, trustworthy by minimizing vulnerability to their own participants, such as accountants, lawyers, regulators, and investigators. An innovation can only partially take away some kinds of vulnerability, i.e., reduce the need for or risk of trust in other people. There's no such thing as a fully trustless institution or technology. The non-existence of complete trustlessness is true even of our strongest security technology, encryption. Although some cryptographic protocols do guarantee certain specific data relationships with astronomically high probability against opponents with astronomically high computing power, they do not provide complete guarantees when accounting for all possible behaviors of all participants. For example, encryption can strongly protect an email from direct eavesdropping by third parties, but the sender still trusts the recipient to not forward or otherwise divulge the contents of that email, directly or indirectly, to any undesired third parties. As another example, in our strongest consensus protocols, harmful behavior by certain fractions of participants or intermediaries, well short of 100%, as measured by their computing power, stakeholding, or individuation and counting, can compromise the integrity of transactions or information flows between participants, and thereby, on balance, harm the participants. The historically recent breakthroughs of computer science can reduce vulnerabilities, often dramatically so, but they are far from eliminating all kinds of vulnerabilities to the harmful behavior of any potential attacker. Matchmaking is facilitating the mutual discovery of mutually beneficial participants. Matchmaking is probably the kind of social scalability at which the internet has most excelled. Social networks like Usenet News, Facebook, and Twitter facilitate the mutual discovery of like-minded or otherwise mutually entertaining or mutually informing people, and even future spouses. After they have allowed people more likely to be of mutual benefit to discover each other, social networks then facilitate relationships at various levels of personal investment, from casual to frequent to obsessive. Christopher Allen, among others, has done some interesting and detailed analyses about group size and time spent mutually interacting in online games and associated social networks. eBay, Uber, Airbnb, and online financial exchanges have brought social scalability via often great improvements in commercial matchmaking, searching for, finding, bringing together, and facilitating the negotiation of mutually beneficial commercial or retail deals. These or related services also facilitate performances such as payment and shipping, as well as verification that other obligations undertaken by strangers in these deals have been performed, and communications about the quality of such performance, as with star rating systems, Yelp reviews, and the like. Whereas the main social scalability benefit of the internet has been matchmaking, The predominant direct social scalability benefit of blockchains is trust minimization. A blockchain can reduce vulnerability by locking in the integrity of some important performances, such as the creation and payment of money, and some important information flows, and in the future may reduce the vulnerability of the integrity of some important matchmaking functions. Trust in the secret and arbitrarily mutable activities of a private computation can be replaced by verifiable confidence in the behavior of a generally immutable public computation. This essay will focus on such vulnerability reduction and its benefit in facilitating a standard performance beneficial to a wide variety of potential counterparties, namely, trust-minimized money. Money and markets. Money and markets directly benefit the participants in each particular trade by the market matching a buyer with a mutually beneficial seller, and by a widely acceptable and standardized counter-performance, money. I use markets here in the sense Adam Smith used them, not as the specific place or service where buyers and sellers are brought together, although it might sometimes involve these, but rather the broad set of typically pairwise exchanges whereby the supply chain that makes a product is coordinated. Money and markets also incentivize creation of more accurate price signals that reduce negotiation costs and errors for participants in other similar exchanges. The potent combination of money and market thereby allowed a far higher number and variety of participants to coordinate their economic activities than previous exchange institutions, which more resembled bilateral monopolies than competitive markets. Markets and money involve matchmaking, bringing together buyer and seller, trust reduction, trusting in the self-interest rather than in the altruism of acquaintances and strangers, scalable performance via money, a widely acceptable and reusable medium for counter-performance, and quality information flow, market prices. The greatest early thinker about money and markets was Adam Smith. At the dawn of the Industrial Revolution in Britain, Smith observed in The Wealth of Nations how making even the most humble of products depended directly and indirectly on the work of large numbers of a wide variety of people. Quote, "Observe the accommodation of the most common artificer or day laborer in a civilized and thriving country, and you will perceive that the number of people of whose industry a part, though but a small part, has been employed in procuring him this accommodation exceeds all computation. The woolen coat, for example, which covers the day laborer, as coarse and rough as it may appear, is the produce of the joint labor of a great multitude of workmen. The shepherd, the sorter of the wool comber or carder, the dyer, the scribbler, the spinner, the weaver, the fuller, the dresser, with many others, must all join their different arts in order to complete even this homely production. How many merchants and carriers besides must have been employed in transporting the materials from some of those workmen to others who often live in a very distant part of the country? How much commerce and navigation in particular, how many shipbuilders, sailors, sailmakers, rope makers must have been employed in order to bring together the different drugs made use of by the dyer, which often come from the remotest corners of the world? What a variety of labor, too, is necessary in order to produce the tools of the meanest of those workmen, to say nothing of such complicated machines as the ship of the sailor, the mill of the fuller, or even the loom of the weaver. Let us consider only what a variety of labor is requisite in order to form that very simple machine, the shears with which the shepherd clips the wool. The miner, the builder of the furnace for smelting the ore, the feller of the timber, the burner of the charcoal to be made use of in the smelting house, the brickmaker, the bricklayer, the workmen who attend the furnace, the millwright, the forger, the smith, must all of them join their different arts in order to produce them. Were we to examine in the same manner all the different parts of his dress and household furniture, the coarse linen shirt which he wears nest his skin, the shoes which cover his feet, the bed which he lies on, and all the different parts which compose it, the kitchen grate at which he prepares his victuals, the coals which he makes use of for that purpose, dug from the bowels of the earth and brought to him perhaps by a long sea and long land carriage, all the other utensils of his kitchen, all the furniture of his table, the knives and forks, the earthen or pewter plates upon which he serves up and divides his victuals, the different hands employed in preparing his bread and his beer, the glass window which lets in the heat and the light and keeps out the wind and the rain, with all the knowledge and art requisite for preparing that beautiful and happy invention, without which these northern parts of the world could scarce have afforded a very comfortable habitation, together with the tools of all the different workmen employed in producing those different conveniences, if we examine, I say, all these things, and consider what a variety of labor is employed about each of them, we shall be sensible that without the assistance and cooperation of many thousands, the very meanest person in a civilized country could not be provided, even according to what we may falsely imagine the easy and simple manner in which he is commonly accommodated." End quote. And this was before the many successive waves of industrial revolution and globalization between 1776 and now that refined, elaborated, and extended the division of labor many times more. Rather than trusting in the unlikely altruism of so many strangers, markets and money create many pairings of mutual benefit and thus motivate this large network of mutually oblivious people to act in our interests. Quote, "In civilized society, man stands at all times in need of the cooperation and assistance of great multitudes. While his whole life is scarce sufficient to gain the friendship of a few persons, in contrast to other animals, man has an almost constant occasion for the help of his brethren, and it is vain for him to expect it from their benevolence only. Exchange is the manner in which we obtain from another the far greater part of those good offices which we stand in need of. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard for their own interest." End quote. Smith goes on to describe how division of labor and thus labor productivity depends on the extent of the network of pairwise exchanges. Quote, "As it is the power of exchanging that gives occasion to the division of labor, so the extent of this division must always be limited by the extent of that power, or in other words, by the extent of the market." End quote. As the exchange network around a country and around the globe grows, involving a greater number and variety of producers, so grows the division of labor and thereby labor productivity. Money facilitates social scalability by increasing the opportunities for this exchange, by lowering coincidence problems, coincidence of wants in exchange, and coincidence of want and event in unilateral transfers, via a widely acceptable and reusable form of wealth storage and transfer. Money greatly lowered transaction costs, making possible more exchanges of a greater variety of goods and services involving exchanges and other wealth transfer relationships with a much larger number and much wider variety of people. A wide variety of media, from oral language itself, clay, paper, telegraph, radio, and computer networks, have served to communicate offers, acceptances, and the resulting deals and prices, as well as performance monitoring and other business communications. One of the most knowledgeable observations of the price network produced by markets and money can be found in Friedrich Hayek's essay, "The Use of Knowledge in Society." Quote, In a system in which the knowledge of the relevant facts is dispersed among many people, prices can act to coordinate the separate actions of different people. In any society in which many people collaborate, this planning, whoever does it, will in some measure have to be based on knowledge, which, in the first instance, is not given to the planner but to somebody else, which somehow will have to be conveyed to the planner. The various ways in which the knowledge on which people base their plans is communicated to them is the crucial problem for any theory explaining the economic process, and the problem of what is the best way of utilizing knowledge initially dispersed among all the people is at least one of the main problems of economic policy, or of designing an efficient economic system. The mere fact that there is one price for any commodity, or rather that local prices are connected in a manner determined by the cost of transport, etc., brings about the solution which, it is just conceptually possible, might have been arrived at by one single mind possessing all the information which is in fact dispersed among all the people involved in the process. The marvel is that in a case like that of a scarcity of one raw material, without an order being issued, without more than perhaps a handful of people knowing the cause, tens of thousands of people whose identity could not be ascertained by months of investigation are made to use the material or its products more sparingly, i.e., they move in the right direction. The price system is just one of those formations which man has learned to use, though he is still very far from having learned to make the best use of it, after he had stumbled upon it without understanding it. Through it, not only a division of labor, but also a coordinated utilization of resources based on an equally divided knowledge has become possible. A solution is produced by the interactions of people, each of whom possesses only partial knowledge. End quote. The social scalability of network security. Where long ago we used clay and more recently paper, today programs and protocols running on computers and data networks implement most of our commercial dealings. While this has greatly improved matchmaking and information flow, it has come at the cost of an increase in vulnerability to harmful behavior. As networks grow, more people with fewer mutually understood habits of and constraints on behavior are added. Security via root trusting access control, designed for small and chummy offices like Bell Labs, where coworkers were well known and income and expenditures well controlled by paper procedures rather than performed on these office computers, breaks down as an efficient and effective security mechanism as organizations become larger, as organizational boundaries are crossed, and as more valuable and concentrated resources, such as money, are put on or activated via the computers. The more strangers one receives emails from, the more likely one is likely to get a phishing attack or a malware-laced attachment. Traditional computer security is not very socially scalable, as I describe in The Dawn of Trustworthy Computing. Quote, when we currently use a smartphone or a laptop on a cell network or the internet, the other end of these interactions typically run on other solo computers, such as web servers. Practically all of these machines have architectures that were designed to be controlled by a single person or a hierarchy of people who know and trust each other. From the point of view of a remote web or app user, these architectures are based on full trust in an unknown root administrator who can control everything that happens on the server. They can read, alter, delete, or block any data on that computer at will. Even data sent encrypted over a network is eventually unencrypted and ends up on a computer controlled in this total way. With current web services, we are fully trusting. In other words, we are fully vulnerable to the computer, or more specifically, the people who have access to that computer, both insiders and hackers, to faithfully execute our orders, secure our payments, and so on. If somebody on the other end wants to ignore or falsify what you've instructed the web server to do, no strong security is stopping them. Only fallible and expensive human institutions, which often stop at national borders. End quote. Many server computers are not valuable enough for insiders or outsiders to attack, but an increasing number of others contain valuable concentrations of resources, motivating attack. Centralized root trusting security scales poorly. As the resources controlled by computers become more valuable and more concentrated, traditional root trusting security becomes more like the call a cop security we are used to in the physical world. Fortunately, with blockchains, we can do much better for many of our most important computations. Blockchains and cryptocurrencies. Scalable markets and prices require scalable money. Scalable money requires scalable security, so that a great number and variety of people can use the currency without losing its integrity against forgery, inflation, and theft. An individual or group communicating under the name Satoshi Nakamoto brought Bitcoin to the internet in 2009. Satoshi's breakthrough with money was to provide social scalability via trust minimization, reducing vulnerability to counterparties and third parties alike. By substituting computationally expensive but automated security for computationally cheap but institutionally expensive traditional security, Satoshi gained a nice increase in social scalability. A set of partially trusted intermediaries replaces a single and fully trusted intermediary. When we can secure the most important functionality of a financial network by computer science rather than by the traditional accountants, regulators, investigators, police, and lawyers, we go from a system that is manual, local, and of inconsistent security to one that is automated, global, and much more secure. Cryptocurrencies, when implemented properly on public blockchains, can substitute an army of computers for a large number of traditional banking bureaucrats. Quote, "These blockchain computers will allow us to put the most crucial parts of our online protocols on a far more reliable and secure footing and make possible fiduciary interactions that we previously dared not do on a global network." End quote. The characteristics most distinctively valuable in blockchain technology in general, and Bitcoin in particular, for example, independence from existing institutions for its basic operations, and ability to operate seamlessly across borders, come from high levels of security and reliability a blockchain can maintain without human intervention. Without that high security, it's just a gratuitously wasteful distributed database technology still tied to the local bureaucrats it would have to depend upon for its integrity. And here he has a chart of computational efficiency, and it's per kilowatt hour, which shows the clear exponential increase of computation over time, and it's from looks like it's from 45 to 2010 roughly, and then in comparison it has the human ability for computation. It's just a flat line on that chart. The text underneath reads, "Since the mid-20th century, computing has increased in efficiency by many orders of magnitude, but humans are using the same brains. This has created plenty of possibility for overcoming human limitations in institutions based solely on human minds, with computational capabilities, including in security, doing what they do best, with human minds doing what they still do best. As a result, humans have no more raw mental ability to scale up our institutions than we ever have. But there's plenty of potential for improving social scalability by replacing some human functions with computational ones. An important note, this argument depends on the slope, not the absolute position of the human ability line. The absolute position shown above is arbitrary and depends on what human, quote, computation we are measuring." All right, and back to the article. "A new centralized financial entity, a trusted third party without a, quote, human blockchain of the kind employed by traditional finance, is at high risk of becoming the next Mt. Gox. It is not going to become a trustworthy financial intermediary without that bureaucracy. Computers and networks are cheap. Scaling computational resources requires cheap additional resources. Scaling human traditional institutions in a reliable and secure manner requires increasing amounts of accountants, lawyers, regulators, and police, along with the increase in bureaucracy, risk, and stress that such institutions entail. Lawyers are costly. Regulation is to the moon. Computer science secures money far better than accountants, police, and lawyers. In computer science, there are fundamental security versus performance trade-offs. Bitcoin's automated integrity comes at high costs in its performance and resource usage. Nobody has discovered any way to greatly increase the computational scalability of the Bitcoin blockchain, for example, its transaction throughput, and demonstrated that this improvement does not compromise Bitcoin's security. It is probable that no such big but integrity-preserving performance improvement is possible for the Bitcoin blockchain. This may be one of these unavoidable trade-offs. Compared to existing financial IT, Satoshi made radical trade-offs in favor of security and against performance. The seemingly wasteful process of mining is the most obvious of these trade-offs, but Bitcoin also makes others. Among them is that it requires high redundancy in its messaging. Mathematically provable integrity would require full broadcast between all nodes. Bitcoin can achieve that, but to even get anywhere close to a good approximation of it requires a very high level of redundancy. So a 1 megabyte block consumes far more resources than a 1 megabyte web page because it has to be transmitted, processed, and stored with high redundancy for Bitcoin to achieve its automated integrity. These necessary trade-offs, sacrificing performance in order to achieve the security necessary for independent, seamlessly global, and automated integrity, mean that the Bitcoin blockchain itself cannot possibly come anywhere near Visa transaction per second numbers and maintain the automated integrity that creates its distinctive advantages versus these traditional financial systems. Instead, a less trust-minimized peripheral payment network, possibly Lightning, will be needed to bear a larger number of lower-value Bitcoin-denominated transactions than the Bitcoin blockchain is capable of, using the Bitcoin blockchain to periodically settle with one high-value transaction batches of peripheral network transactions. Bitcoin supports a lower rate transactions than Visa or PayPal, but due to its stronger automated security, these can be much more important transactions. Anybody with a decent internet connection and a smartphone who can pay 20-cent to $2 transaction fees, substantially lower than current remittance fees, can access Bitcoin anywhere on the globe. Lower value transactions with lower fees will need to be implemented on peripheral Bitcoin networks. When it comes to small b Bitcoin, the currency, there's nothing impossible about paying retail with Bitcoin the way you'd pay with a fiat currency, Bitcoin-denominated credit and debit cards. For example, with all the chargeback and transactions per second capabilities of a credit or debit card. And there are also clever ways to do peripheral Bitcoin retail payments in which small value payments happen off-chain and are only periodically bulk settled on the capital B Bitcoin blockchain. That blockchain is going to evolve into a high-value settlement layer as Bitcoin use grows, and we will see peripheral networks being used for small b Bitcoin retail transactions. When I designed BitGold, I already knew consensus did not scale to large transaction throughputs securely, so I designed it with a two-tier architecture. 1, BitGold itself, the settlement layer, and 2, Chaumian Digital Cash, a peripheral payment network which would provide retail payments with high transactions per second performance and privacy through Chaumian blinding, but would, like Visa, be a trusted third party and thus require a human blockchain of accountants, etc., to operate with integrity. The peripheral payment network can involve only small value transactions, thereby requiring much less of a human army to avoid the fate of Mt. Gox. Money requires social scalability in its design via security. For example, it should be very hard for any participant or intermediary to forge money, to dilute the supply curve, leading to undue or unexpected inflation. Gold can have value anywhere in the world and is immune from hyperinflation because its value doesn't depend on a central authority. Bitcoin excels at both these factors and runs online, enabling somebody in Albania to use Bitcoin to pay somebody in Zimbabwe with minimal trust in and no payment of quasi-monopoly profits to intermediaries, and with minimum vulnerability to third parties. There are all sorts of definitions of blockchain out there, almost all of them just implicitly broad hand-waving amid the mountains of marketing hype. I suggest a clear definition that can be communicated to lay people. It is a blockchain if it has blocks and it has chains. The chains should be Merkle trees or other cryptographic structures with a similar integrity functionality of post-unforgeable integrity. Also, the transactions and any other data whose integrity is protected by a blockchain should be replicated in a way objectively tolerant to worst-case malicious problems and actors to as high a degree as possible. Typically, the system can behave as previously specified, up to a fraction of a third to a half of the servers maliciously trying to subvert it to behave differently. Because of this fraction, and because of the hopefully very rare need to update software in a manner that renders prior blocks invalid, an even riskier situation called a hard fork, blockchains also need a human governance layer that is vulnerable to fork politics. The most successful blockchain, Bitcoin, has maintained its immutable integrity via decentralized decision-making among experts in the technology, combined with a strong dogma of immutability, under which only the most important and rare bug fixes and design improvements that cannot be made any other way justify a hard fork. Under this philosophy of governance, accounting or legal decisions, such as altering an account balance or undoing a transaction, never justify a hard fork, but should be accomplished by traditional governance outside of or on top of the system. Example, via a court injunction forcing a Bitcoin user to send a new transaction that effectively undoes the old one, or confiscating the particular keys and thus holdings of a particular user. To say that data is post-unforgeable or immutable means that it can't be undetectably altered after being committed to the blockchain. Contrary to some hype, this doesn't guarantee anything about a datum's provenance or its truth or falsity before it was committed to the blockchain. That requires additional protocols, often including expensive traditional controls. Blockchains don't guarantee truth. They just preserve truth and lies from later alteration, allowing one to later securely analyze them and thus be more confident in uncovering the lies. Typical computers are computational Etch-a-Sketch, while blockchains are computational Amber. Important data should be committed to blockchain Amber as early as possible, ideally directly from and cryptographically signed by the device in which it was generated, to maximize the blockchain's benefit in securing its integrity. My own 1998 secure property title architecture had Merkle trees and replication of data tolerant against an objective fraction of arbitrarily faulty software or malicious actors, but not blocks. It demonstrated my theory that you could protect the integrity of globally shared data and transactions and use that ability to design a cryptocurrency, BitGold. It did not have the more efficient and computationally scalable blocks and ledger system that Bitcoin does. Also, like today's private blockchains, secure property titles assumed and required securely distinguishable and countable nodes. Given the objective 51% hash rate attack limit to some important security goals of public blockchains like Ethereum and Bitcoin, we actually do care about the distinguishable identity of the most powerful miners to answer the question, can somebody convince and coordinate the 51%. Blockchain security is objectively limited, and blockchain governance is heavily influenced by the potential for a 51% attack. An attack, of course, does not have to be called an attack by the attackers. Instead, they might call it enlightened governance or democracy in action. Indeed, some kinds of software updates needed to fix bugs or otherwise improve the protocol require a soft fork. Some other kinds of software updates require hard forks, which in Bitcoin pose an even greater security and continuity risks than soft forks. Blockchains, although reducing trust far more than any other network protocols, are still far from trustless. Miners are partially trusted fiduciaries, and those who are not expert developers or computer scientists who have invested a great deal of time in learning the design principles and code base of a blockchain must place a great deal of faith in the expert developer community, much as non-specialists who want to understand the results of a specialized science do of the corresponding scientists. During a hard fork, exchanges can also be very influential by deciding which fork to support with their order books and trade symbol continuity. Public blockchains thus mostly, but not entirely, dodge the identity is hard to bullet and take care of its remaining problem of identifying the most powerful miners at a higher, wet social level, where it is probably more appropriate, rather than trying to securely map such an inherently wet, brain-based concept onto the protocol, as PKI, Public Key Infrastructure, rather awkwardly tries to do. So I think some of the, quote, private blockchains qualify as bona fide blockchains. Others should go under the broader rubric of distributed ledger or shared database or similar. They are all very different from and not nearly as socially scalable as public and permissionless blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum. All of the following are very similar in requiring a securely identified, distinguishable, and countable group of servers rather than the arbitrary anonymous membership of miners in public blockchains. In other words, they require some other, usually far less socially scalable solution to the Sybil or sock puppet attack problem. Private blockchains, the federated model of sidechains. Alas, no one has figured out how to do sidechains with any lesser degree of required trust despite previous hopes or claims. Sidechains can also be private chains, and it's a nice fit because their architectures and external dependencies, for example, on a PKI, are similar. Multi-signature-based schemes, even when done with blockchain-based smart contracts, and threshold-based Oracle architectures for moving off-blockchain data onto blockchains. The dominant, but usually not very socially scalable way to identify a group of servers is with a PKI based on Trusted Certificate Authorities, CAs. To avoid the problem that merely trusted third parties are security holes, reliable CAs themselves must be expensive, labor-intensive bureaucracies that often do extensive background checks themselves or rely on others, for example, Dun & Bradstreet for businesses, to do so. I once led a team that designed and built such a CA. CAs also act as a gatekeeper, rendering these permissioned systems. CAs can become singular points of political control and failure. Quote, public blockchains are automated, secure, and global, but identity is labor-intensive, insecure, and local. End quote. PKI-enabled private blockchains are nice for banks and some other large enterprises because they already have mature in-house PKIs that cover the employees, partners, and private servers needed to approve important transactions. Bank PKIs are relatively reliable. We also have semi-reliable CAs for web servers, but not generally speaking for web clients, even though people have been working on the problem of client certificates since the invention of the web. For example, advertisers would love to have a more secure alternative to phone numbers and cookies for tracking customer identities, yet it hasn't happened. PKI can work well for some important things and people, but it is not nearly so nice or so easy for lesser entities. Its social scalability is limited by the traditional wet identity bureaucracy on which it depends. We need more socially scalable ways to securely count nodes, or to put it another way, to have as much robustness against corruption as possible, assess contributions to securing the integrity of a blockchain. That is what proof of work and broadcast replication are about, greatly sacrificing computational scalability in order to improve social scalability. That is Satoshi's brilliant trade-off. It is brilliant because humans are far more expensive than computers, and that gap widens further each year. And it is brilliant because it allows one to seamlessly and securely work across human trust boundaries, for example, national borders, in contrast to call the cop architectures like PayPal and Visa that continually depend on expensive, error-prone, and sometimes corruptible bureaucracies to function with a reasonable amount of integrity. Conclusion. The rise of the internet has seen the rise of a variety of online institutions, among them social networks, long-tail retail, for example Amazon, and a variety of services that allow small and dispersed buyers and sellers to find and do business with each other, eBay, Uber, Airbnb, etc. These are just the initial attempts to take advantage of our new abilities. Due to the massive improvements in information technology over recent decades, the number and variety of people who can successfully participate in an online institution is far less often restricted by the objective limits of computers and networks than it is by the limitations of mind and institution that have usually not yet been sufficiently redesigned or further evolved to take advantage of those technological improvements. These initial internet efforts have been very centralized. Blockchain technology, which implements data integrity via computer science rather than via the call the cops, has so far made possible trust-minimized money, cryptocurrencies, and will let us make progress in other financial areas as well as other areas where transactions can be based primarily on data available online. This is not to say that adapting our institutions to our new capabilities will be easy, or indeed, in particular cases, anything short of difficult and improbable. Utopian schemes are very popular in the blockchain community, but they are not viable options. Reverse engineering our highly evolved traditional institutions and even reviving in new form some old ones will usually work better than designing from scratch and then grand planning and game theory. One important strategy for doing so was demonstrated by Satoshi. Sacrifice computational efficiency and scalability. Consume more cheap computational resources in order to reduce and better leverage the great expense in human resources needed to maintain the relationships between strangers involved in modern institutions such as markets, large firms, and governments. And there we have it at 56 minutes. Wow. Whew. That was dense. But that was again Nick Szabos on his blog. That's unenumerated.blogspot.com. And I thought that was really great and really digs into the economics and theory behind scalability and the reason for Bitcoin's seemingly severe limitation, which is by its very design at its core theory on purpose to achieve a completely different goal. And I think that's super critical to understand, particularly when you're thinking about something like the block size debate or considering what will be successful with Bitcoin going forward. and how to change or expand that protocol to additional use cases and additional features. So I thought that one was really good, and I've been waiting to get to that one. Szabo usually has some really long blog posts, and so they're hard to kind of fit into everything. But just really, really great information in there. With that, we will close this episode. Don't forget to check out the link. I talked about, I think, like 2 or maybe 3 of the graphics, but there were actually a couple of others, and he linked to sources, other people he mentioned, and a number of other papers and essays like Friedrich Hayek's, his own The Dawn of Trustworthy Computing, so on and so forth. So I would definitely go to his blog if you want to dig into any of this stuff deeper. I'm probably this will be the second time I've been through this article, and I'll probably listen to it again because it's dense, and I can probably benefit pretty highly from listening to it a handful of times. But don't forget to follow me on Twitter and Medium at The Cryptoconomy. And of course, subscribe to the podcast on iTunes, and please leave a review or any feedback, and send me a message on Twitter if you found something cool that you'd like me to read. We got some really good stuff coming for the rest of the week, and like I said, I want to hit some of the topics that are going on with Ethereum right now, because there's some really interesting kind of back and forth going on and decisions being made about the future of that platform. So, that will close us today. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. Take it easy, guys. This is a reading of The Bitcoin Threat Model by J.W. Weatherman, read by Guy Swan, host of the Cryptoconomy podcast. The Bitcoin Threat Model, a security review of the Bitcoin cryptocurrency. Motivation. The Bitcoin Threat Model is intended to help developers, investors, and users better understand the security of Bitcoin. Threats are assumed to be any activity designed to prevent Bitcoin from accomplishing its mission to become cash, including a unit of account. Conclusion. Currently, there are no threats that have been identified that could prevent or significantly slow adoption of Bitcoin as cash. However, new threats could be discovered, or existing threats may prove to be more impactful. Given the impact Bitcoin is likely to have and the frequency and intensity of past attacks, this remains a real possibility. To see the revision history, contribute improvements, or point out errors in this document, please see the GitHub repo. And then he's got a link here, github.com/JW-Weatherman/Bitcoin_security_threat_model. But if you just go to J.W. Weatherman's GitHub page, you can find all that information there. And if you would like to financially support this and other Bitcoin community projects, buy Bitcoin. Introduction. Under each threat is a description of the threat, the safety features designed to protect against the threat, and any past examples of attacks executing the threat. Bitcoin can be attacked directly by making the software behave in a way that is ineffective as cash, or by attacking the humans that are needed to support the software. Threats are categorized as one of the following. Prevent adoption. These threats have a reasonable chance of preventing Bitcoin from being adopted as cash. Significantly slow adoption. These threats have a reasonable chance of significantly slowing the adoption of Bitcoin as cash. And then no impact on adoption. These threats have no reasonable chance of significantly slowing the adoption of Bitcoin as cash. 2. Software threats. Software threats are threats that take advantage of security flaws within the software to prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash. Creating a transaction. Owners of Bitcoin can send their Bitcoin to another user by creating a digitally signed transaction and broadcasting it to the Bitcoin network. The piece of software that creates transactions is called a wallet. For a transaction to be accepted by the network, it must be digitally signed using the owner's private key. Keeping the private keys secret is also handled by the Bitcoin wallet software. An attacker could steal a user's private keys to steal their Bitcoin. If an attacker can gain access to a user's private key, he can send the associated Bitcoin to himself. Safety features. Because each Bitcoin user maintains his own private keys, an attacker can only steal from one person at a time. This greatly reduces the incentive for an attacker because in most centralized systems, such as banks, credit reporting agencies, and brokerages, a successful attack could result in access to the funds of thousands of users. As long as thefts of private keys is not systemic, it will not prevent the adoption of Bitcoin as cash. This is especially true as long as theft of private keys remains more difficult than the theft of government money. Hardware wallets are gaining in popularity, and they make theft of private keys nearly impossible without physical access to the device and password or PIN number. This is a level of security that is far higher than is common in banking. Past attacks. Bitcoin owner has their private keys stolen in 2011 when keeping private keys safe was far more difficult. BitcoinTalk.org and link to the message. Bitcoin owners give away their private keys on Sheep. That's the name of the service. And this is an article linking to TheVerge.com about Sheep Marketplace. Sheep was one of the darknet marketplaces. And then Bitcoin owners give away their private keys on Mt. Gox, and a Wired.com article about the Bitcoin exchange Mt. Gox and the people who lost their money when handing their keys over to that exchange. No impact on adoption. Although users need to be careful to keep their private keys safe, Bitcoin remains the most secure digital asset. An attacker could use a quantum computer to guess everyone's private keys. If an attacker could gain access to everyone's private keys, he could steal every Bitcoin. Safety features. The private key is so large that it would take more energy than is produced by the sun in its entire lifetime to power a computer capable of guessing it. Past attacks. There have been no known attempts to perform this attack. No impact on adoption. This attack is probably impossible. It is very unlikely that quantum computing or any other field of scientific research will result in such a drastic rewriting of our understanding of the basic laws of physics that guessing private keys would become possible. Broadcasting a transaction to the network. After a transaction is created, it is relayed over the Bitcoin network. An attacker could broadcast a fake transaction to the network in order to steal Bitcoins. If an attacker could convince the network that a transaction was legitimate, he could transfer Bitcoins from a victim's balance to his own. Safety features. The Bitcoin network will reject any transactions that are not digitally signed by the private keys of the owner of the Bitcoins. If a flaw in the digital signature mechanism is discovered, the Bitcoin network could consider any transactions after the flaw was discovered to be invalid. This would be far from ideal, as some legitimate transactions could be ignored, but this possibility reduces the incentives for attackers to attempt this attack. Digital signatures are a fundamental building block of computer security and have proven to be effective and secure in many applications, including Bitcoin. Past attacks. There have been no known attempts to perform this attack. No impact on adoption. It is unlikely that a flaw will be discovered that allows an attacker to forge a digital signature. An attacker could broadcast a large number of transactions that pay himself in order to clog the network. Because anyone can broadcast a transaction on the Bitcoin network, it is possible for an attacker to broadcast a large number of transactions that transfer Bitcoins to themselves. The Bitcoin network has no way to distinguish between legitimate transactions and transactions created with the intention of clogging the network. If the network is unable to process legitimate transactions, Bitcoin would not be suitable as cash. Safety features. Bitcoin transactions are processed in order of the fees associated with the transaction. This makes congesting the network with frivolous transactions costly. Layer 2 and sidechain networks allow Bitcoin transactions to be consolidated. This decreases the demand for space for transactions, making more room for both legitimate and frivolous transactions. Layer 2 and sidechain technologies allow Bitcoin transactions to be consolidated, and this increases the amount of fees that can be paid for legitimate transactions, since each single transaction actually represents a batch of transactions. This will make this attack more expensive, as frivolous transactions would have even more difficulty outbidding the legitimate transactions. Bitcoin limits the number of transactions that can be processed using a block size limit. This is actually block weight now. This ensures that clogging the network would require competing for space through the fees. Past attacks. Bitcoin spam attacks occurred throughout 2015 and 2017. And he's got a link here to an article, bravenewcoin.com. Bitcoin spam attacks stressed the network for at least 18 months, claims software developer. If you have not heard or read about that, I definitely, the spam attacks have been a very interesting thing to read about. So that's definitely one to dig into. Bitcoin investor is fearful that this will prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash. And then a Steemit.com article by @Superfreak, Freek, talking about the spam attack and 200,000 unconfirmed transactions. And then this Bitcoin spam attack is used as support for attack 2.5.3, which we have not gotten there yet, but we'll talk about in just a second. And this is a BitcoinMagazine.com article, The Curious Case of Bitcoin's Moby Dick Spam, and miners have confirmed it. No impact on adoption. Although this attack has been performed regularly in recent months, its only effect has been occasional transaction delays and higher fees. It has not significantly slowed adoption. This is partially due to the fact that Bitcoin is so early in its evolution to become money that it is still in the store of value stage, and partially because investors are aware that new features are on the way that will make this attack impractical. An attacker could identify the participants in transactions through network traffic analysis. Bitcoin transactions are broadcast across the internet by the sender. If an attacker can view network traffic and discover the source and destination of transactions, this would make Bitcoin less suitable for cash. Safety features. Bitcoin destination addresses are randomly generated for each transaction and not tied to an individual's identity. Bitcoin is an open source project with growing participation and regular contributions from the top cryptographers and software security experts. It is likely that additional safety features will be added to address this issue soon. If you are a regular listener to the podcast, you know that a lot of this stuff actually has already come to fruition now since this was written. So I encourage you to go back to previous episodes or just do a little hunting. There's a ton to read about the Bitcoin privacy features. Bitcoin transactions can be sent from anonymous networks, such as free Wi-Fi hotspots at coffee shops. However, this is still a major inconvenience, and it can still reveal the sender's general location. past attacks. The NSA collects and stores all internet traffic. It is reasonable to assume that all Bitcoin transactions are archived and analyzed so that they are easily readable and tied to individuals. And an article here from TheGuardian.com, well, really it's a link to a presentation for NSA's X-Key Score, as it's called, and it's a program that, quote, collects nearly everything a user does on the internet. Access to this data may currently be limited to the thousands of employees and contractors that work for governments friendly to the U.S., but it is likely that this data will be more broadly distributed through a leak or a hack if it hasn't been already. Wikipedia.org /wiki/XKeyscore for more details and source. BlockCypher has developed a graph network analysis system which links activities on the Bitcoin blockchain and attempts to resolve activity back to individuals. They also run machine learning models against each Bitcoin transaction to score its association with gambling, drugs, etc. This system is partially detailed in the following talk given at a big data conference and a link to a YouTube video. No impact on adoption. Bitcoin transactions can be tied to these senders by analyzing network traffic. However, unless Bitcoin transactions become less secure than government money transactions, this is unlikely to prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash. It is also likely that additional safety features will be added before this flaw has a significant impact on adoption. An attacker could identify the participants in a transaction through public transaction data. Bitcoin transactions are published on the public ledger, and they contain the source, destination, approximate time, and amount of each transaction. If it is possible for an attacker to discover the people involved in a transaction, this would make Bitcoin less attractive as cash. Safety features. Bitcoin destination addresses are randomly generated for each transaction and not tied to an individual's identity. Even with this fault, Bitcoin remains more secure than government money for transactions. Bitcoin is an open source project with growing participation and regular contributions from the top cryptographers and software security experts. It is likely that additional safety features will be added to address this issue soon. Again, there are now many different technologies and projects around this exact problem. Past attacks. Ross Ulbricht's transactions are traced by the FBI. A Wired article from 2015, prosecutors traced 13.4 million bitcoins to Silk Road Ross Ulbricht's laptop. Medium risk. Bitcoin transactions can be tied to the senders by analyzing the public ledger. However, unless Bitcoin transactions become less secure than government money transactions, it's unlikely to prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash. It is also likely that additional safety features will be added before the flaw has a significant impact. Confirming Bitcoin transactions. Bitcoin transactions are confirmed through a process called mining. To prevent double spending of transactions, they are grouped together and a difficult math problem is solved using this set of transactions and the previous set of transactions as inputs. Sets of transactions are called blocks. The math problem is so difficult that a significant amount of money must be spent on electricity in order to solve the problem. The person that solves the math problem is rewarded with Bitcoin in the form of transaction fees included by the senders of transactions and a block reward where additional Bitcoins are created. Solving this math problem is called finding a block. Everyone running mining software is competing to be the first to find the next block. An attacker could run mining software in order to prevent transactions from being confirmed. Because anyone is able to download and run the software that confirms transactions on the Bitcoin network, it is possible for an attacker to mine blocks without including transactions. Safety features. Transactions include transaction fees. If an attacker ignores these transactions, he will not be able to collect the associated transaction fee. If an attacker ignores a transaction in a block, it is likely that he will not be the miner that solves the next block, so he will have only succeeded in delaying the transaction for a short period of time. In order to delay a transaction for a longer period of time, an attacker would need to dedicate more computing power to the network. This would be expensive because he would have to spend a lot of money on electricity and computer hardware, and his only reward would be in bitcoins that would be less valuable as a result of his actions. The value of Bitcoin has been increasing rapidly since it was created. Many individuals with the funding and knowledge to execute this attack would gain more from investing in Bitcoin than from attacking it. Unlike other proof-of-work systems, the Bitcoin proof-of-work doesn't generate anything desirable to the marketplace beyond securing the network. This prevents attacks like these from being partially subsidized through the sale of the other proof-of-work outputs. Bitcoin mining uses cutting-edge chip design to produce computer power as efficiently as humanly possible. This means that an attacker could not easily develop more effective hardware in order to make this attack more cost-effective. This attack would increase fees. Increased fees would incentivize others to mine blocks with the transactions, and this would increase the cost of the attack. Past attacks. Miners are creating blocks without any transactions. BitcoinMagazine.com article, Why do some Bitcoin mining pools mine empty blocks? No impact on adoption. The only effect of this attack would be to increase fees, and fees are unlikely to go high enough to significantly slow adoption, as investors anticipate that this attack will be less effective in the future. An attacker could run mining software in order to double spend Bitcoins. Because anyone is able to download and run the software that confirms transactions on the Bitcoin network, it is possible for a bad actor to mine blocks without including transactions. If the attacker sends Bitcoin, he could delay that transaction until a new transaction using these same funds is confirmed by the network. This would make the initial transaction invalid after it was relayed across the network. Safety features. The cost of executing this attack increases exponentially as the transaction moves further back into the block history because the Bitcoin network considers the longest valid history to be correct. Many Bitcoin wallets don't display a transaction completely finalized until it is at least 6 blocks old. Layer 2 technologies such as the Lightning Network reduce this threat because transactions are confirmed instantly. And unlike other proof-of-work systems, the Bitcoin proof-of-work doesn't generate anything desirable to the marketplace beyond securing the network. This prevents attacks like these from being subsidized through the sale of some other proof-of-work output. No impact on adoption. This attack is not cost-effective. An attacker could exploit a flaw in the proof-of-work algorithm to fake the performance of work. If an attacker is able to find a flaw in the proof-of-work algorithm, he could obtain the benefits of transaction fees and block rewards without doing the work required to secure the Bitcoin network. Safety features. The proof-of-work algorithm is based on the SHA-256 hash algorithm. This algorithm has been in use for over a decade and is critical to most digital security applications, and it is believed to be secure. The Bitcoin proof-of-work has been in use in the Bitcoin network for over 8 years, and the only flaw uncovered to date only allowed the attacker to fake 20% of his work. Quick aside here. The Bitcoin network has now been working for over 10 years. We just recently hit the 10-year mark, and this has yet to be any sort of a realistic problem. And the flaw that allowed the attacker to fake 20% of his work What he's referring to there is ASIC Boost. And as far as I understand it, it's not really that they're faking 20% of the work. It's that they get a head start on the work because of how they organize the information in the block, in the next block that will be mined. But ASIC Boost was originally under a patent and used solely and in secret by a single institution, but now it is free for everyone to use under the Blockchain Defensive Patent License, and also requires that anybody who wishes to get that 20% boost in their ASIC hardware mining efficiency also has to release all of their other blockchain-related patents. So it's now, rather than a force against Bitcoin, it has actually now worked to open up licensing within the industry, because you cannot essentially mine without using ASIC Boost these days competitively, and that requires you to open up licensing for your other blockchain patents. Past attacks. Attackers discover a way to fake work. www.asicboost.com if you want to read a little bit or dig a little bit deeper into that. No impact on adoption. Although past attacks have been successful, they were a result of a known design flaw, transaction malleability, that has been fixed. Another short aside here. The transaction malleability, this was one of the supposed reasons against SegWit being adopted, is because it made covert ASIC Boost, which is a way of doing ASIC Boosts in secret, where the network would not be aware of it occurring. SegWit made that, by fixing transaction malleability, SegWit makes that impossible. Whereas overt ASIC Boost, or basically ASIC Boost in such a way that the network is fully aware that that's what's going on, is still possible with the transaction malleability fix. If I am not mistaken, I have not kept up with this very well since then, or since this was written, but that is my current understanding of it. An attacker could steal all of the hardware used to confirm Bitcoin transactions. If an attacker could gain control of all of the hardware used to confirm Bitcoin transactions, he could prevent some or all Bitcoin transactions from happening. Safety features. Bitcoin mining is decentralized. Mining computers are located in many geographic areas that are under the control of various criminal organizations that are hostile to one another. Even if all mining hardware could be found, coordination between hostile groups that may see Bitcoin as a lesser threat to their interests than to their rivals seems unlikely. The Bitcoin protocol was designed to keep incentives for mining in a single location as small as possible. For example, the delay between a miner finding a block and the rest of the miners knowing about this discovery is short. Miners are, to some degree, aware of this threat. This encourages miners to remain anonymous and keep their locations secret. If this attack is attempted, this awareness will be greatly increased. An attacker could claim to be Satoshi and remove a safety feature from the next version of Bitcoin. Satoshi Nakamoto is the name of the author of the original Bitcoin white paper and software. Because he is so well respected in the Bitcoin community, he, or someone pretending to be him, could attempt to remove a security feature in the next version of Bitcoin. Safety features. Satoshi Nakamoto disappeared from the Bitcoin community years ago. Since that time, many well-respected developers and security researchers have become experts in Bitcoin and the design and implementation decisions that keep it secure. Convincing the best security researchers in the world to remove a safety feature in Bitcoin would not be easy, even by someone with the reputation of Satoshi. Impersonating Satoshi is difficult because he retains ownership of Bitcoin balances. Anyone claiming to be Satoshi should be able to provide proof of his identity by sending those Bitcoins. In some debates, people have attempted to use Satoshi's vision or intention as support for their position. In these cases, an appeal to the authority of Satoshi has generally undermined the argument because it distracts from the technical advantages and disadvantages of a given design or implementation decision. Past attacks. Craig Wright impersonates Satoshi in order to remove the block size limit. DanKaminsky.com, validating Satoshi or not. He's got a link there going through a lot of information about Craig Wright and essentially his proof and argument laying out why that these are nonsense, that the signatures are fake, that the only signatures he provided were fake, and that without question this person is not Satoshi. An attacker could remove a safety feature from the next version of Bitcoin to enable a new capability. In all software projects, there is a tension between adding new features or capabilities and maintaining safety features. This is often exacerbated by the fact that safety features often prevent software from being used certain desirable ways. As an example, cars have speed limiters to prevent a car from driving as fast as the engine will allow, but it does prevent users from racing at top speed. Even in the most effective software projects, the security versus features trade-off decisions become heated and political. If an attacker is able to convince the community that a new feature is more important than an existing safety feature, the safety feature would be removed. Safety features. The Bitcoin technical community has the best software security experts working diligently to keep Bitcoin secure. Because the Bitcoin software is currently securing over $60 billion in value, the technical community is slow to make changes that could introduce security vulnerabilities. Sidechains allow new features to be deployed and deployed using Bitcoin as the asset without changing the Bitcoin network or protocol. It is likely that any significant change in the future will be deployed onto a side chain before those features are included into Bitcoin itself. Past attacks. SegWit2x attempts to remove the block size limit safety feature. Medium.com article by Jimmy Song. SegWit2x, what you need to know about the 2 megabyte hard fork. Bitcoin XT attempts to remove the block size limit safety feature. Medium.com article, Faith and Future, why is Bitcoin forking? Bitcoin Classic attempts to remove the block size limit safety feature. BitcoinClassic.com. No impact to adoption. This attack is unlikely to be successful. An attacker could create a copy of Bitcoin, aka fork, that is missing a safety feature and trick people into using it. Because Bitcoin is an open source project, anyone can copy the code and build their own version of Bitcoin. If they can convince someone that their version of Bitcoin is the real Bitcoin, they will have successfully removed that safety for those users. Safety features. If investors are deceived into using a version of Bitcoin that lacks the safety features of Bitcoin, that does not reduce the security of Bitcoin. While siphoning off investors from Bitcoin would delay Bitcoin from becoming money in the near term, it would accelerate the education of investors regarding the safety features of the real Bitcoin, and this would accelerate Bitcoin becoming cash. Sidechains allow new versions of Bitcoin to be created while still using Bitcoin as the asset. New versions of Bitcoin will likely be tested as a sidechain before those features are implemented into the original Bitcoin. This would give people more time to understand any changes being proposed. A little aside here, this is kind of what's going on with confidential transactions currently on the Liquid sidechain by Blockstream, if you want to dig into that a little bit. But it's likely confidential transactions will never be added to the base protocol because it's too large of a change and it's very computation heavy. But regardless, this is a great example of testing a new feature on a side chain that could one day be implemented in the actual Bitcoin. Next point. It would be very difficult to promote a version of Bitcoin without the Bitcoin community exposing the attempt as an attack. While it is still possible some investors would be deceived, they would almost certainly understand there is a significant controversy, and if they made the wrong choice, they would be more immune to this attack in the future. By its very nature, this attack involves creating a new digital asset that doesn't work as well as Bitcoin as cash. This fact will eventually become clear to all investors, making this attack ineffective over time. Past attacks. Bitcoin Cash attempts to remove the block size limit safety feature. And here he links to the Internet Archive, web.archive.org page of bitcoincash.org. So you can dig a little bit deeper into Bitcoin Cash, where they were trying to remove the block size limit and did so. Bitcoin Cash is still around as of February 2019, at least. But they were removing the block size limit, which is a denial of service or spam limit built into the base protocol. No impact on adoption. This threat is unlikely to impact adoption. The Bitcoin Cash fork attack was well funded and benefited from a major design flaw in Bitcoin, transaction malleability, referred to earlier, that has now been fixed, and a method for deploying controversial changes, minor signaling, that is unlikely to be used in the future. It still had negligible effect on the adoption of Bitcoin. An attacker could create a variety of implementations of Bitcoin in order to add a security flaw. If an attacker is able to create a new implementation of the Bitcoin software that is not thoroughly reviewed by Bitcoin security experts, he could introduce a subtle security flaw that's not discovered before it is deployed. Currently, the vast majority of expertise is focused on a single repository, and this makes it very difficult for a flaw to go undiscovered. If an attacker could create one or more Bitcoin implementations of Bitcoin, it would at minimum spread out the efforts of security experts and at most prevent some implementations from being reviewed before deployment. Safety features. The Bitcoin development community is aware of this attack and has been very vocal about the need to prevent it. Bitcoin development is very difficult, and it would be difficult to recruit competent developers to participate in this attack. The Bitcoin development community does review other implementations and has offered security fixes, both to protect Bitcoin and to expose the poor quality of some implementations before they are adopted by the unwitting. Past attacks. Bitcoin Unlimited contained security flaws that would have been caught in code review. A link to BitcoinMagazine.com article where a security researcher found a bug that knocked out Bitcoin Unlimited nodes. Bitcoin ABC contained a security flaw that would have been caught in code review. And then a reviews.bitcoinabc.org link to a critical flaw that was in Bitcoin ABC. And Bitcoin XT contained a security flaw that could have been caught in code review. And then we've got a link to a reddit.com post on our Bitcoin XT about a Bitcoin XT bug that was network splitting. It would cause an unintentional fork, and the very unprofessional response that the developers had when this was pointed out to them. Let's take a quick break and talk about our sponsor for the show. An attacker could create an insecure second layer network on top of Bitcoin. If an attacker is able to create an insecure second layer network on top of Bitcoin, he could steal all Bitcoin moved into the second layer network. Historically large thefts of Bitcoin, even when unrelated to security flaws in the Bitcoin network itself, have resulted in significant decreases to the Bitcoin price. This would allow an attacker to profit in at least two ways. First, he could gain the Bitcoin stored in the insecure Layer 2 network, and second, he could, quote, short the Bitcoin price and thereby profit from the decreased market value of Bitcoin. Safety features. An insecure Layer 2 network must contain a security flaw. This would allow honest participants to make it clear that the intent is to take advantage of the design to drain the funds. By being public about that intention and their progress towards obtaining the funds, the honest actors will likely acquire more support, for example, hash power, than the attackers. This will have a few helpful effects. First, the attackers will lose significant motivation to develop the insecure Layer 2 solution because it is unlikely they will be able to drain the funds before the honest actors. Second, knowledge of the ongoing project to drain the funds from the Layer 2 network would discourage users from moving their funds into the insecure Layer 2 network. And third, if the attackers are aware of this, they will be further demotivated to implement an insecure Layer 2 solution because the amount of funds that will be available to steal will not be significant. A side note here, this apparently the description in this seems to apply more to drive chains and something like a merged mined side chain, which miners are actually players in, and or one that maybe has a joint signature, like a multi-signature of some set of businesses or miners that are participating in this Layer 2 network. This does not apply to a newer and more recent Layer 2 network like the Lightning Network. Miners are really unrelated to that one at all. It's more to do with the actual contract. And one of the biggest security features that is actually not listed here is really just the sheer fact that one would have to opt into the Layer 2 solution. So they would specifically have to go to this Layer 2 solution, download it, and then deposit money into it for it to be stolen. Very similar to using an exchange or something like. So making these Layer 2 solutions that could be insecure either on purpose or by accident does nothing to risk the security of the underlying Bitcoin asset. It's only if you choose to opt into this layer and then get duped by either the developer or the simply poor quality of code, etc., etc. So I think that was one that is worth noting here, that's a little bit more broad and would apply to drive chains and side chains, as well as something like the Lightning Network and other more recent Layer 2 network technology. All right, let's jump back in. Past attacks. Drive chains contained a security flaw that would have allowed 51% of the miners to steal all of the funds. Another web archive link to drivechain.info. And then RSK, or Rootstock, planned to introduce a security flaw that would also allow 51% of miners to steal all of the funds. Webarchive.org as well, rsk.co. Observing confirmed transactions. In order for a transaction to be completed, the receiver must be confident that the transaction has been irreversibly confirmed by the Bitcoin network. This is performed by Bitcoin Node software. The software maintains a copy of the longest set of transactions presented to it that are valid. The Node software considers a transaction valid if it is structured correctly, digitally signed by the Bitcoin owner, and does not attempt to transfer more Bitcoin than is available to the sender. Some Bitcoin wallets do not contain the Node software, but instead connect to a remote node to confirm that the transaction is completed. This is called an SPV, or Simple Payment Verification Wallet. An attacker could create a less secure digital asset and trick people into buying it. If an attacker can trick investors into using his digital asset as cash, it could prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash, a unit of account. Safety features. If a digital asset is less secure than Bitcoin, it is also less suitable as cash. Eventually, this reality will be understood by investors and they will abandon the less secure coin. Many members of the Bitcoin community are technically literate and obsessed by the technology and the incentive structure that makes Bitcoin secure. No criminal organizations in the world have been successful at keeping security flaws a secret. Digital assets contain the greatest rewards for identifying security flaws. Security researchers and hackers are highly incentivized to find every security flaw that exists. Effort spent on promoting flawed digital assets is most effective when targeting people that are new to the technology, because existing members of the community are more difficult to deceive. The net effect of this attack is to educate people of the value of Bitcoin. Past attacks. Ethereum has no maximum limit of Ether and no built-in difficulty adjustment. A GitHub.com link to the Ethereum white paper. Ripple does not use proof of work and requires trusted validators. Ripple.com consensus white paper. Bitcoin Cash removed the block size safety feature. Again, bitcoincash.org. Litecoin removed the cutting-edge chip design safety feature. Litecoin.info. No impact to adoption. Although the market cap falsely indicates otherwise, Bitcoin adoption has not been slowed by past attacks and likely has been accelerated. An attacker could create a more secure digital asset so that investors will abandon Bitcoin. If an attacker could create a more secure digital asset, investors would abandon Bitcoin and adopt this new asset as cash. Safety features. The vast majority of cryptography experts are working on Bitcoin. As an open source project, Bitcoin is able to incorporate any advances discovered in other projects. Digital assets benefit from network effects for adoption. A new digital asset would be starting at a great disadvantage in this regard. Cryptocurrencies require proof of work to secure the network. Bitcoin has the greatest amount of work by several orders of magnitude. If a new digital asset is more secure and honors past Bitcoin transactions, it would be an upgrade to Bitcoin, not a competitor of Bitcoin. Past attacks. This attack would result in improved Bitcoin security. It is not really an attack when properly understood. No impact on adoption. This attack would result in improved Bitcoin security, and again, is not really an attack when properly understood. An attacker could mine invalid Bitcoin blocks to remove a safety feature from Bitcoin. If an attacker could make the network accept blocks that don't include a safety feature, he would have effectively removed that safety feature. The safety feature. The Bitcoin network enforces the rules that include safety features on every Bitcoin node, miner, and wallet. As a result, blocks mined without the safety feature will simply be ignored by the Bitcoin network. Past attacks. SegWit2x, Medium.com article by Jimmy Song, SegWit2x, What You Need to Know About the 2 Megabyte Hard Fork. No impact on adoption. This attack is not effective, but it could be used to support a misinformation campaign, a fork to remove a safety feature, or a new digital asset that is missing that safety feature. An attacker could deceive a Bitcoin node into thinking a transaction did or did not get confirmed. Because Bitcoin nodes accept information from any other computer running the Bitcoin node software, it is possible to provide a node or a group of nodes false information about the current state of a transaction. Safety features. Bitcoin nodes form a peer-to-peer network and obtain copies of transactions from multiple nodes. An attacker would need to prevent a node from communicating with all innocent nodes in order for this attack to be successful. In order to provide a set of false transactions that appear valid, the attacker would need to perform the proof of work required by the current network difficulty, making this attack very expensive. As soon as a node discovers that a longer blockchain exists with valid transactions, it immediately accepts this new set of transactions as correct and disregards its previous set of transactions. Satellite connections allow nodes to download a copy of the blockchain even if they are using an internet connection that keeps them ignorant of a longer valid chain of transactions. If a node owner is concerned he may be the victim of a network split attack, he could wait until he receives physical media containing the longest blockchain from another physical location. Absolute censorship is difficult for a short period of time and nearly impossible for a longer period of time, as evidenced by the Chinese government's serious yet ineffective efforts to censor the internet. In many ways, this is not an attack on Bitcoin directly, but an attack on the internet itself. Building a secure internet is becoming more and more important, and there are several efforts underway to accomplish this goal. As Bitcoin and other digital assets become more important, the motivation to create a secure internet will also grow. In order to make this attack more cost-effective, more nodes would need to be deceived at the same time. However, the more nodes are deceived into trusting an invalid chain of transactions, the more likely it becomes that the victims are aware of the attack and stop trusting their node software. An attacker could deceive a Bitcoin partial node, an SPV client, into thinking a transaction did or did not get confirmed by the Bitcoin network. In some cases, such as operating on a mobile phone, the Bitcoin client software can't perform the full validation of Bitcoin transaction history. To the degree that the client does not perform complete validation, safety features are discarded. Bitcoin client software that doesn't perform complete validation of the Bitcoin transaction history often connects to another computer that it trusts to perform this validation on its behalf. While this is not ideal because an attacker could pretend to be this trusted computer, it does provide greater security than outright skipping validation. The Bitcoin community encourages users to run a full node, especially when acting as a merchant or accepting large amounts of Bitcoin from untrusted parties. In order for this vulnerability to affect Bitcoin as a whole, attacks would need to become systemic, and this would likely result in the awareness required to encourage full nodes. A side note here, as of February 2019, there's a new feature coming to Bitcoin that is getting very close to the end of its development cycle called Neutrino that will significantly increase the security of the SPV clients, the light clients for things such as mobile phones. And as part of increasing that security, it increases privacy. So where a current SPV client is asking a trusted computer for specific addresses and specific wallet balances, with Neutrino, those clients are asking for full Bitcoin blocks that has the information that they are looking for in them. An analogy to explain this would be similar to Google Maps. Currently, when you are requesting a specific street address or building address from Google, you are giving all of that explicit information to Google, and they are giving you back the data, the address, and the images related to it. And therefore, they could edit or cater that information specific to the user and give one user correct information and another user incorrect information. Whereas with something like Neutrino, it would be similar to requesting from Google the entire county map. So you actually download the entire county and then find the specific street address and building that you're looking for, and Google, as the trusted computer, does not know exactly what data you're looking for and makes it much more difficult for them to cater or edit it to a specific user and to cheat someone. This is not fully deployed yet, but it does apply to this specific type of attack, so I felt it was worth mentioning. An attacker could introduce security flaws into Bitcoin mining hardware in order to break the security of Bitcoin. If an attacker included a backdoor into mining hardware before it was shipped to the buyer, he could gain control of the majority of the Bitcoin computing power. Safety features. The Bitcoin network is not affected by the specific owners of mining hardware. The attacker would be as legitimate a Bitcoin miner as the previous owners before control of the hardware was stolen. As the new owner of Bitcoin hardware, he would be equally as incentivized to use these resources to secure the Bitcoin network as the rightful owners. Once the physical owners of hardware discovered the hardware was not behaving according to their wishes, they would remove the security flaw. Past attacks. Bitmain, the most popular mining hardware manufacturer, included a backdoor into their hardware. A link here to antbleed.com. No impact to adoption. Even if successful, this attack would probably have no effect on the actual Bitcoin network. 3. Human threats. Bitcoin can be attacked by attacking the humans that support the Bitcoin software as network operators, investors, merchants, developers, or hardware manufacturers. Network operators. People that run the software needed to support Bitcoin can be attacked. An attacker could threaten to harm an individual or group that is mining Bitcoin. Bitcoin mining is a critical part of the Bitcoin network. Without functioning mining software, no new Bitcoin transactions could be trusted. Safety features. Bitcoin mining can be done anonymously. In the most extreme case, a Bitcoin miner could obtain new transactions and distribute discovered blocks via SneakerNet. Before this extreme, however, Bitcoin miners could use anonymizing technology such as VPNs or the Tor network. Bitcoin mining is decentralized. No single person controls all of the Bitcoin mining computer power, and Bitcoin mining equipment is distributed across the globe. Even if a large miner was intimidated into action, there is little damage he could do to the Bitcoin network. Double spending is not cost-effective. Delaying specific transactions would have limited effect, and he could not create invalid Bitcoins or steal Bitcoins. An attacker that intimidates a miner has effectively stolen the mining equipment and would be best served by mining Bitcoins for profit and securing the network. No impact to adoption. Although the attack is possible, it's unlikely it would succeed in disrupting the Bitcoin network for any significant period of time. An attacker could threaten to harm node individuals or groups running a Bitcoin node. Bitcoin nodes are critical to the Bitcoin network. Without a network of functioning nodes, new transactions could not be relayed. Safety features. Nodes simply validate and relay transactions. Even if a node operator was intimidated into action, he could at most slightly delay the relay of traffic and deceive any partial nodes that trusted him to validate transactions, not a best practice for significant transactions. Nodes can be operated anonymously. In the most extreme example, node operators could run software on computers not owned by them. Nodes could download all new transactions using satellite connections and transmit new transactions hidden inside pictures and using burner phones. Nodes could use anonymizing technology, such as VPNs or the Tor network, to hide their physical location. Peer-to-peer networks such as BitTorrent and Bitcoin have proven extremely difficult, if not impossible, to shut down. This is in spite of the fact that well-funded industries and governments have attempted to shut them down in the past. No impact to adoption. Although the attack is possible, it is unlikely that it would succeed in disrupting the Bitcoin network for any significant period of time. Investors. Without investors, Bitcoin would have no market value and be unsuitable as cash. An attacker could extort the private keys from an investor. An attacker could threaten to harm a Bitcoin investor unless he hands over the private keys to his Bitcoin holdings. Safety features. Many Bitcoin investors are anonymous, making extortion difficult. Bitcoin investors have unknown balances, making extorting all of the Bitcoin held by an investor also difficult. Even if this became a common problem for Bitcoin investors, it would not be a threat to Bitcoin becoming money unless it was easier to extort a Bitcoin investor than an investor in government money. Many Bitcoin wallets make it easy to create false Bitcoin balances, making it appear that they have been emptied by an attacker when Bitcoin holdings remain. Public advocates of Bitcoin are often careful to own only a small amount of Bitcoin because they are security experts and very aware of this threat. Bitcoin allows multi-signature addresses that would require an attacker to extort multiple people simultaneously in order to steal Bitcoin. Criminal organizations are comprised of acting individuals. Senior decision makers would gain greater personal benefits by becoming investors in Bitcoin than attempting to prop up its organization's competing cash. No impact to adoption. While the threat to an individual investor may be high, Bitcoin offers more investor security than the assets it competes with, so it is unlikely that extorted private keys will prevent Bitcoin from becoming money. An attacker could deceive investors regarding the utility of Bitcoin. If investors were tricked into believing Bitcoin is less useful as money than another asset, they would sell. If this could be achieved at sufficient scale, Bitcoin would not become cash. Safety features. To the extent that this attack is only partially successful, it would inoculate investors to future deception. This attack would be impossible to maintain for a long period of time. Access to information has been increasing at a rapid rate for the last 50 years, and it seems unlikely this trend will reverse. Past attacks. False story that the Bitcoin network was hacked. A Wired.com article about a Bitcoin exchange getting hacked. A false story that Bitcoin can't become cash because of its limited supply. The Atlantic.com article, Why Bitcoin Will Never Be a Currency in 2 charts. A false story that Bitcoin can't become cash because its price is currently volatile. A Business Insider article, Goldman completely debunks all the arguments for Bitcoin. And the head of JP Morgan says Bitcoin is a fraud and can be shut down by governments. A Bloomberg.com article about comments from JP Morgan's CEO. No impact to adoption. In spite of the fact that these attacks have been constant and well-funded, Bitcoin adoption has been rapid and has arguably been faster than the technical advancements needed for Bitcoin to become cash. An attacker could threaten to harm Bitcoin investors if they don't sell or hand over their Bitcoin. This is a duplicate of the threat an attacker could extort the private keys from an investor. Using the threat of violence to force someone to hand over their private keys is essentially the same attack. The only difference is that this attack may more likely be attempted by large criminal organizations that have violent control over a population within a specific geography, whereas the other attack may more likely be attempted by individual criminals or smaller criminal organizations. But the safety features and technical nature of the attack is identical. An attacker could threaten to harm anyone that attempts to buy or sell Bitcoin. If an attacker can make it impossible to buy or sell Bitcoin, he wouldn't have to force existing investors to sell or hand over their Bitcoin because an asset that can't be sold can't become money. Safety features. As more of the world's savings moves into digital assets, this becomes a more difficult attack because digital assets can more easily be exchanged for one another anonymously. It is possible to buy and sell Bitcoin anonymously through decentralized exchanges. In these exchanges, the buyer can send cash through the mail, and the seller can send Bitcoin after the payment is received. The buyer relies on the reputation of the seller, including the number of previously successful sales, to avoid being ripped off. Millions of dollars in these types of Bitcoin transactions are executed daily at the time of this writing. As the threat of violence in commerce becomes a greater issue, the utility of Bitcoin becomes more obvious. This could backfire on the attacker and accelerate the move from assets such as physical cash, bank account balances, centrally controlled stocks and bonds, and precious metals into Bitcoin because it is more difficult to steal. As the number of people that own Bitcoin increases, the more a given population would resist this attack. Some assets are more valuable specifically because they represent rebellion or resistance to the threat of violence. This could increase interest in Bitcoin in areas where it is prohibited by a corrupt government or other criminal organization. No impact to adoption. Even the announcement that China, previously thought to be one of the most important regions for Bitcoin, will ban all Bitcoin transactions merely caused transactions to move to decentralized exchanges. Past attacks. China bans Bitcoin exchanges. The Verge.com article about Chinese regulators and their ban on Bitcoin. Bitcoin merchants. In order for Bitcoin to become electronic cash, including a unit of account, merchants that sell goods or services must accept Bitcoin for payment. If an attacker can prevent merchants from accepting Bitcoin, he would prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash. An attacker could threaten to harm anyone accepting Bitcoin as payment. An attacker could threaten merchants with direct violence, or they could tell merchants that they must perform free labor or pay money if they accept Bitcoin in order to prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash, including the unit of account. Safety features. Bitcoin transactions, like paper cash transactions, are difficult for governments to tax. This provides significant financial incentive for merchants to accept Bitcoin secretly and to provide a regular price and a Bitcoin or cash price. In the USA, this cash price is often 20 to 30% lower because sales tax, income tax, and payroll taxes to the business owner can easily exceed 60%. This means that the merchant is paid an additional 30% as compensation for the risk involved in making a secret transaction. Attackers are aware that as they increase the cost of in-the-open transactions, they increase the benefits of secret transactions. This makes these type of attacks risky as they could result in the loss of existing avenues of extortion. Medium risk. Although it is unlikely this attack could prevent Bitcoin from becoming cash, it could possibly slow adoption. Past attacks. U.S. government requires capital gain tax calculation on every $1 cup of coffee transaction. The Balance.com article linked on how Bitcoins are taxed. Bitcoin developers. Bitcoin developers are critical for the continued improvement of Bitcoin software. Without Bitcoin developers, the Bitcoin code would not be improved and could become unusable if vulnerabilities are discovered in the future and not repaired. An attacker could threaten to harm anyone contributing to Bitcoin software. If an attacker could convince developers that contributing to Bitcoin is likely to result in their death or kidnapping, it is possible that Bitcoin would fail to become cash. Safety features. Bitcoin development can be done anonymously. In fact, the original white paper author and first Bitcoin developer, known as Satoshi Nakamoto, has an identity that remains unknown. Bitcoin is the result of over 30 years of research and development by the cypherpunk community. This community has included the very best software security researchers and cryptographers that have invested the most basic building block of internet and computer security, public key cryptography. If any group could operate anonymously and effectively, it would be this exact community. If a security researcher that is part of a criminal organization discovered a way to significantly improve Bitcoin, the best way to profit from this knowledge would be to purchase a large amount of Bitcoin on margin and anonymously publish the code. The market price of Bitcoin would increase, and he would make a large amount of money. In this way, even well-funded organizations that wish to destroy Bitcoin development could likely end up funding improvements through reverse corruption. There are a large and growing number of Bitcoin developers. Past attacks. Satoshi stopped contributing to Bitcoin out of fear of harm. A link to a bitcointalk.org discussion about how Satoshi left shortly after Gavin Andresen, another contributor, had been spoken with and contacted by the CIA. Tim May left the cypherpunk mailing list out of fear of the U.S. government after 9/11, and a YouTube video showing discussion about this choice. No impact to adoption. Given the roots of the Bitcoin development community, it is unlikely this attack would be successful. An attacker could bribe or extort a Bitcoin developer into introducing a security flaw into Bitcoin. If an attacker could get flawed code into the next version of Bitcoin, he could destroy the features of Bitcoin that make it useful as money. Safety features. Bitcoin code is reviewed by hundreds of software security experts before any change is introduced. It would be very hard to construct a change that contained a security flaw that would not be noticed by the Bitcoin community at large. The Bitcoin community is very risk-averse. It is aware that the success of Bitcoin would result in the destruction or at least a drastic reduction in funding of many monopolies and other criminal organizations. As a result, it is hyper-vigilant regarding code changes. Sidechains will allow new features to be tested with millions or billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin before exposing all of Bitcoin to the risk associated with any new feature or change. As more money is available for an attacker without being a threat to the core Bitcoin network, the more unlikely it is that a flaw will remain undiscovered until it is implemented in Bitcoin. A Bitcoin developer will only have one chance to introduce a flaw if he is caught, as his credibility will be destroyed. Past attacks. Mike Hearn attempts to remove the block limit safety feature. blog.plan99.net link to, quote, the resolution of the Bitcoin experiment. Gavin Andresen attempts to remove the block limit safety feature. A CoinGecko.com article about Gavin Andresen's unlimited block size. No impact to adoption. Although it appears this attack has been attempted more than once in recent years, no security flaws have been introduced to Bitcoin. Bitcoin hardware manufacturers. Bitcoin hardware manufacturers produce hardware for mining. This mining hardware is critical for confirming Bitcoin transactions. An attacker could threaten to harm Bitcoin mining hardware manufacturers if they sell to the public. If cutting-edge Bitcoin mining hardware was no longer available, it would make confirming transactions less secure. This could reduce the security of Bitcoin enough to prevent it from becoming cash. Safety features. Mining hardware makes confirming transactions more efficient, but this action may motivate the Bitcoin community enough to overcompensate for the loss of efficiency using less efficient hardware. There are currently more than one mining hardware manufacturer based in more than one geographic region, and it seems likely that more competition in the mining hardware space will result in more manufacturers over time. This would make this attack more difficult over time. Side note here, this is true, both mining hardware owner distribution, like where it is geographically, as well as manufacturer distribution, have increasingly become more and more decentralized as the market has matured, particularly in the 2 years since this paper was written, as of February 2019. As the amount of computing power decreases on the network, the rewards for operating mining hardware increases. If this attack was executed, it would make Bitcoin mining more profitable and would attract additional manufacturers and mining operators. Past attacks. No past attacks have been disclosed. No impact on adoption. It is unlikely this attack would significantly slow adoption. And this concludes the Bitcoin Threat Model by J.W. Weatherman, read by myself, Guy Swan, host of the Crypto Economy Podcast. If you were interested in learning basically everything you could possibly know about the Bitcoin and cryptoeconomy ecosystem, cryptoeconomy.life and the Cryptoeconomy podcast are where you want to be. I read and discuss works from tons of different authors on understanding Bitcoin and Lightning and the ongoing development and the debates and the implications, where it's powerful, where its vulnerabilities are, just the entire scope of anything and everything you could want to know about Bitcoin and related technologies over at the Cryptoeconomy podcast, which you can find at cryptoeconomy.life. I hope to catch you guys up there, and until next time, take it easy. Beginning the Human Threat Model, a Security Review of Humans by J.W. Weatherman. Read by Guy Swan, host of the Cryptoeconomy podcast. Introduction. The Human Threat Model is intended to help humans better understand the threats that they face and the tools available and in active development for defense. Threats are assumed to be any activity designed to prevent humanity from accomplishing its mission to make the world delightful. The desire to accomplish this goal and the most effective strategy, honoring private property, is an innate characteristic of all humans. The system of property rewards productivity and enables complex systems of coordinated production to be established and managed effectively. To a human, any violation of property, starting with a human's own body and extending to the goods he has produced with his labor, is an injustice. Although this justice drive is not functional in some humans and they are looked upon by their fellows as inhuman beasts, it is considered an incomprehensible abomination that must be the result of a fundamental defect. In other words, they are no longer considered fully human by their fellow men. Because humans are so well suited for their mission, attacks on their mission will affect them deeply and cause anguish. Humans' progress towards making the world delightful is called production. The tools produced to make humans more effective in their labor are called goods. In order for an attack to be effective, it must meet two requirements. First, it must make the victims less productive. Second, it must provide the attacker with more goods than he consumed in executing the attack. This is because if he becomes poorer as a result of the attack, he will be incentivized to stop, and if he continues, he will eventually starve to death. Human production can be neatly divided into producing goods, choosing goods to produce, and rewarding production. We will look at each of these functions and the applicable attacks. Finally, we will look at strategic attacks that use an ingenious combination of attacks in order to be more effective than any one attack alone. For each attack, we will examine its major properties and the safety features in place or under active development to make these attacks less effective. To see the revision history, contribute improvements, or point out errors in this document, please see the GitHub repo, and then a link to github.com/JWWeatherman Human Threat Model. If you would like to financially support this and other Bitcoin community projects, buy Bitcoin. 1. Producing goods. Humans produce goods when they use their bodies, existing goods, and resources found in the world to make new goods. In order for the produced items to be, quote, goods, they must be more useful than the goods used as inputs. An attacker could damage a human. Because humans are fragile, they can be damaged by breaking their bodies or putting them through mental anguish. If an attacker is able to damage a human enough, he will become unproductive and unable to assist in the mission of making the world delightful. Safety features. Humans are incredibly adaptable. Even if an arm or leg is removed or they suffered great mental anguish, they are rarely incapable of producing more goods than they require for survival. Even damaged humans have such a strong desire to be productive that their injuries will not allow them to avoid anguish if they do not produce. The division of labor, a side effect of property, allows damaged humans to avoid tasks they are not capable of performing. Humans are social creatures and instinctively defend one another. Humans are incredibly creative and have a talent for inventing goods, even weapons, that make defense more effective. Humans have a strong desire to punish attackers. This deters attacks and reduces the power of attackers after the fact. Punishments range from decreasing their property to death, destroying their most fundamental property, their very bodies. Humans will often sacrifice themselves for their closest and weaker associates, husband for wife and child, wife for child, younger for older, etc., in defense. Humans invent highly efficient and effective systems to produce tools used to prevent attacks, defense, accurately identify attackers, justice systems, and reduce the influence of known attackers, punishment. The thousands of daily human interactions reward peaceful actions and punish attacks or even the slightest indications of a desire to attack. Genetic defects that create a predisposition to attack is bred out of the human species by reducing the property and therefore the opportunity to produce offspring of attackers. Past attacks. Cain and Abel. Expenses are high. An attacker would likely suffer death if they attempted to attack a human, either immediately in the course of defense or after the fact in the course of justice. Income is low. Unless this attack was performed in combination with another attack, there is no income for the attacker beyond the pleasure of a degenerate. Profitability, unprofitable. Because expenses are high and income is zero, this attack is unprofitable. No significant impact on mission. Isolated murder and violence has had little impact on humanity's mission to make the world delightful. It must be cleverly combined with other attacks in order to be effective. An attacker could take a human's goods. If an attacker is able to take all of the goods of a human, and he is far from assistance, he will die because he's usually unable to acquire the goods he requires directly from nature. If the attacker only takes a portion of his goods, he's effectively eliminated the contribution made by that human while he was producing those goods. This is the added effect of producing mental anguish upon the particular human and every other human that becomes aware of the attack. This mental suffering also impedes future production. In order to make this profitable, the attacker must possess overwhelming force, and he must be able to flee from the justice system. Two quintessential examples are finding a victim isolated during travel and a traveling band of attackers. When attacking a victim, quote, on the road, the attacker has the advantage of waiting until he is unable to avail himself of many defensive tools that are impractical to bring while traveling. The attacker is also to select a location that makes it difficult for the nearest justice system to find him. Roving bands of attackers are also able to select victims that are relatively isolated. A small village, for example, may not be able to resist a larger group of attackers. Because the attackers are continually traveling from victim to victim, the isolated village would not be able to appeal to the justice system of neighboring humans before the attackers are able to escape. These attacks are possible only when the victims fail to produce enough security goods for their circumstance. In the modern world, this implies a high degree of poverty, at least for the initial victims, because humans have a strong desire for security goods. Once the attackers have attacked poor victims, they can use the goods acquired to attack even better equipped victims. Few, if any, early writings shed light on the evolution of simple theft into more and more profitable crimes, but this logical progression is a helpful aid. 1. Theft started small and opportunistically and occurred rarely. 2. Possibly the result of unusual circumstances, some attackers became well-funded. 3. Well-funded attackers could combine murder in order to obtain a larger portion of the goods stolen without fear of a justice system. 4. Eventually war for spoils could happen at the scale of hundreds or thousands. 5. Once it was combined with enslaving the victims so they could be robbed regularly, called tribute or taxes, it became even more profitable. 6. Slavery evolved and added additional deceptions, such as democratic representation, social welfare, or constitutional restraints, that made it even more cost-effective and more profitable. Safety features. The safety features designed to prevent this attack are identical to the safety features found under An Attack Could Damage a Human. The justice system is designed to ensure that this attack is unprofitable even if it is only occasionally detected, because the punishment involves a multiple of the amount stolen. For example, in ancient Israel, a thief was required to repay 7 times any amount stolen. Past attacks. The earliest recorded attacks on property are strategic attacks that include murder. 1.1, an attacker could damage a human. However, it is reasonable to assume, as is done above, that opportunistic theft of isolated individuals or goods left unprotected due to strange circumstances took place before our earliest preserved writings. Expenses are high. An attacker takes a significant risk that they would suffer a reduction in property through the justice system if they attempted to steal from a human. Income is high. If an attacker is able to target humans with significant savings, they could obtain valuable goods through theft. Profitability? Very profitable. Although the risk is high in most cases, the attacker can select victims and circumstances that allow this attack to be profitable. This is the only attack that is profitable on its own. If this attack could be made unprofitable, it's possible all strategic attacks would also become unprofitable. Significant impact. Simple theft must be cleverly combined with other attacks in order to be effective. However, because this attack is probably a prerequisite for all other combinations of attacks, it has significantly slowed the human mission to make the world delightful. How Bitcoin will make theft unprofitable. Simple theft is profitable because humans are periodically unable to defend themselves against attack or access the justice system after an attack. And because savings must be physically stored and transported, it can be easily stolen. Bitcoin allows humans to store their savings in a way that is totally undetectable to attackers and much more difficult to access if they guess that it exists. This greatly increases the cost involved in obtaining the goods, while simultaneously decreasing the amount of goods an attacker is likely to gain. It is hoped that this will make simple theft unprofitable. An attacker could deceive a human into wanting to be unproductive. This attack is most effective when used against children. If an attacker can expose the human to the proper stimulation, he can be deceived and lose his desire to be productive. Common deceptions include convincing the human that production is actually not a good but a bad. For example, that the world is perfect and any changes made by humans are negative by definition. Convincing the human that he is broken and incapable of production. This is often done by giving him assignments that are naturally opposed to his nature. For example, asking a young male to sit still for long periods of time, or asking a young female to play aggressive sports and then making it clear that their performance is disappointing. Convincing the human that the human race as a whole is only capable of destruction. Convincing the human that production is pointless, the cosmos is really chaos, and whatever humans produce will soon be returned to the void. Safety features. A desire to produce and to care for oneself and other humans is extremely strong. Even with indoctrination from as young as 4 years of age, these ideas are often rejected in early adulthood. The cost involved in making this attack marginally effective is very high. Essentially, it requires becoming the child's parent. The instincts of mothers and fathers to care for their own children is great. It is uncommon in most of human history for parents to willingly permit their children to be raised by strangers. Hunger and suffering are the natural results of a desire to be unproductive. In order to meet these needs, the human would need to become moderately productive. And becoming moderately productive often rekindles the human drive to be fully productive. The human drive for production is very strong, and the human mate selection process is essentially a productivity selection process. This sex drive can often overcome any desire to be unproductive. Human relationships encourage production. Humans often thoroughly examine the productivity of associates through conversation. Unproductive humans are often either pressured to become productive or excluded from society. Past attacks. There are no known past attacks that did not involve skillfully combining it with other attacks. This attack is most useful in order to discourage existing victims from producing defensive goods that would increase the cost of theft. Expenses are high. Because humans have a strong drive to produce and the natural world reveals itself to need improvements through death and disease, this attack requires great expense. The attacker must fund the, quote, education of the victims and must control the victims' lives for a larger period of developmental years in order to be even moderately successful. Obtaining a human to victimize is also extremely costly. Stealing a human child is at least as costly as damaging a human physically. If the attacker produces the victim through mating, his mate would defend the child and call upon the justice system for assistance. Income low. By producing a human that is not productive, the attacker does not gain any goods. Profitability unprofitable. This attack is impractical on its own, highly expensive, and produces no goods for the attacker. No significant impact on mission. There are no known instances of this attack being attempted. However, when skillfully combined with other attacks, it can be effective. 2. Determining goods to produce. Humans need to determine what goods they should produce at a given time. If they choose to produce goods that are not as in demand as goods they used as inputs, they've actually been destructive. Even if they produce goods that are more valuable than the inputs, if they produce goods that are not as valuable as other goods they could have produced with the same inputs, they have, to some degree, failed. Therefore, it is as critical for humans to be free to discover what goods to produce as it is for them to be free to produce goods. Humans determine what goods are most needed through two primary mechanisms: conversation and prices. Through conversation, humans learn about the world around them, their fellow humans, and the needs of both. If conversation is hindered and free speech becomes costly, humans will be unable to understand the information available through prices or obtain other knowledge required to be productive. Humans have helpful instincts at birth, but require considerable conversation for those instincts to be directed into production. Prices indicate the relative demand for goods. By looking at the prices of input goods and the prices of output goods, humans can measure and maximize their productivity. Prices are discovered through the trade of goods between humans because prices are simply a ratio of goods used in past trades. In order for prices to be discovered, humans must be able to trade their property with each other. An attacker could deceive a human about the best methods for making the world delightful. If an attacker could convince a human that conversation, property, trade, and prices are not the most effective method for determining what goods to produce, he could greatly reduce the production of that human. Safety features. Human instincts for justice based on property are very strong. In order to learn, humans must engage in conversation. This predisposes them to allow it because they directly benefit by learning how to avoid suffering. Past attacks. Adam and Eve steal from God. All of the recorded examples of this attack have used a combination of attacks. Expenses high. Although this attack is cheaper than attempting to convince a human that production is impossible, it remains very costly. Because conversation is necessary in order to make the argument that conversation is impossible, humans naturally reject such a claim. Trade and prices are a natural consequence of property, and as previously mentioned, humans are born with a strong sense of justice based on property. Income high. If an attacker could convince the victims to abandon the concept of property and justice, he could obtain their goods without cost. But this is probably impossible unless it is strategically combined with other attacks. Profitability, unprofitable. This attack is impractical on its own. No significant impact on mission. There are no known instances of this attack being attempted. However, when skillfully combined with other attacks, it can be effective. 3. Rewarding production and punishing destruction. Humans are rewarded with prestige and goods when they are productive. Prestige is achieved when other humans show approval for the efforts of the producer. Humans are punished when they are destructive. If they are simply unproductive, they destroy their own goods and become less impressive to their fellow humans. If they attack other humans' property, they are considered criminals and are deprived of their own property in proportion to their crime. An attacker could remove a safety feature that deters attacks. If an attacker is able to remove a safety feature, he could lower the cost of an attack to the point that an attack is rewarded more than production. This would be particularly damaging as it would result in ongoing systemic attacks. Safety features. Safety features that deter attacks are mutually reinforcing. For example, if an attacker removed tools for defense, he would also need to remove the justice system, or those tools would be returned and the attacker punished. This makes it more difficult to remove a safety feature because you would need to remove most or all of them at once. Humans are highly adaptable and highly motivated to avoid attacks. They would invest nearly all of their creative capacity into restoring safety if it was removed. If the attack was successful and created a predatory environment, the attacker himself would likely become a victim. This deters all wise actors. If the attack was successful, it would cause agony and would greatly decrease the production of the humans. This would damage any attacker dependent on this production. Past attacks. There are no known past attacks. It is believed that it is impossible without skillfully combining it with other attacks. Expenses high. The justice system would regard any attacker that attempts to remove a safety feature from human society as more deserving of punishment than an attacker that attempted to damage a human. This, combined with the fact that the attacker would need to deceive or coerce many victims simultaneously, makes this attack impractical on its own. Income low. Even if an attacker could find a way to remove a safety feature, this would not in itself result in any goods for the attacker. Obviously, this could naturally be combined with other attacks, but strategic attacks are covered in the next section. Profitability. Unprofitable. This attack is impractical on its own. No significant impact on mission. There are no known instances of this attack being attempted. However, when skillfully combined with other attacks, it can be effective. An attacker could trick humans into becoming attackers. If an attacker was able to deceive a human into becoming an attacker, he would successfully remove the productive capacity of both the new attacker, because he is focused on destructive acts, and the new attacker's victims, because they are being prevented from producing effectively. Safety features. All of the safety features that apply to the specific attack attempted by the new attacker apply. For example, if the newly created attacker attempted to damage a human, all the associated safety features in that section would apply. Humans instinctually want to produce, and they suffer emotionally when they do not, because they're occupied attacking others. Humans instinctually want to protect rather than harm other humans. Predatory activities usually result in anguish for the attacker that can cause irreparable damage. This is a plausible explanation for some of the mental anguish of soldiers. Past attacks. There are no known past attacks because it's impossible without skillfully combining it with other attacks. Expenses high. The justice system would regard any attacker that attempts to convince a human to attack as more deserving of punishment than an attacker that attempted to damage a human directly. Income low. Even if an attacker could find a way to convince a human to become an attacker, this would not in itself result in any goods for the attacker. Strategic attacks are covered in the next section. Unprofitable. This attack is impractical by itself. No significant impact on mission. There's no known instances of this attack being attempted. However, when skillfully combined with others, it can be effective. 4. Strategic attacks. Strategic attacks use a crafty combination of attacks to be more effective. It's believed that all of these attacks are dependent on the profitability of an attacker could take a human's goods. Strategic attacks leverage this initial flaw in human safety features to amplify the profitability by reducing the costs and increasing the income from theft. This section will review a few of the most popular attacks throughout human history. Socialist slavery. Socialist slavery is a combination of attacks that's proven to be profitable for the attackers. It deceives humans about the very best way to make the world delightful, in order to convince them to remove safety features that deter attacks, and it even tricks humans into becoming attackers themselves. Ultimately, the original attacker is rewarded with the ability to take goods of the victims unhindered. This attack is probably only possible if the attacker is already well funded through taxation slavery, and may also require that the taxation slavery leverages democracy in order to amplify its profitability. Under socialist slavery, also called communism or fascism, the victims are told that the very concept of, quote, private ownership of goods has been eliminated. In this way, the attackers claim they are not stealing everything produced by the victim, but merely allocating resources more effectively. They claim this will better accomplish the mission of making the world delightful because everyone is treated equally. In reality, the predators allocate the stolen resources for their own benefit and claim possession of the very bodies of the victims. Past attacks. National Socialism in Germany, 1932 to 45. Communist Russia, 1917 to 1991. Fascist Italy in 1922 to 1945, and Wikipedia articles linking to each of these. Expenses. Because resources are rapidly squandered, predators are forced to create a steady stream of new victims. If they fail to deliver, quote, fresh meat, the existing victims will kill the predators out of sheer desperation. To gain new victims, predators must war with bystanders, and this is very expensive. If the predators do manage to bring in enough additional victims, they will still not be able to prevent a constantly decreasing standard of living. So even in the best case scenario, victims are increasingly motivated to kill the predator. Predators do assume some risk in attempting to gain power over a population, but they primarily use deception to obtain victims. This is far cheaper than kidnapping or purchasing victims from other predators. Income. As in racial slavery, the very bodies of the victims are controlled by the predators. All goods produced are immediately owned by the predators. This strategy of deception has proven more effective than racial slavery, where the predators attempted to convince victims that they are an inferior race of men. If victims' deception is increased, the productivity of victims increases, and this increases the income of the attackers. One indication of its deceptive power is the fact that it has been effectively used to steal from men performing skilled and creative labor, where racial slavery has only been effective in stealing from men engaged in unskilled labor. Presumably, this is because it's easier to inflict violence when productivity drops in unskilled and uncreative tasks, because productivity is easy to measure. For example, if a victim reduces the number of mud bricks produced from 100 to 90, it is obvious production has dropped. But if a carpenter takes 8 or 9 days instead of 7 to produce a chest of drawers, it can be because the materials proved challenging, the tools needed additional care, or that the carpenter improved the quality. However, the fact that victim productivity under socialist slavery compares favorably to the productivity of victims under racial slavery does not mean that it is not ultimately an attack on humanity's mission to produce a delightful world. Productivity is greatly hindered under socialist slavery. In socialist slavery, the key ruse that there is a difference between ownership of a resource and the power to allocate that resource is soon unmasked by daily experience. In the past, the victims decided what goods they would acquire for their labor and how they would enjoy those goods. Now they see that officials decide what goods will produce and how those goods will be enjoyed. The distinction between ownership and the power to decide is seen as a lie to even the most gullible. This greatly decreases incentives to produce, and it greatly increases the incentives to participate in predation, as this is the only way to obtain goods. This creates a vicious cycle where victims continually become more effective predators and less effective producers. This form of slavery also prevents good decision-making. Good decisions require market prices, and market prices require free exchange between owners. To understand this, imagine you have a field that's suitable for wheat or corn. How do you decide what crop to produce? Under normal circumstances, you can compare your costs for each crop to the expected sale price, based roughly on past prices, and you can grow the crop that will produce the greatest profit. Let's assume you determine that corn is going to be more profitable. This could be because a disease has affected corn production on another continent. It could be because the first ethanol-based engine was invented last week and insiders are buying corn futures. It could also be the result of increased labor cost after a dam broke and damaged a nearby town. It could be a million things or more, but in order to make the best decision for consumers, you need only to know the prices. Now imagine that you're a socialist slave owner. You own the men, you own the fields, you own the corn, the wheat, and all of the equipment. How will you decide if this particular field should go corn or wheat? What is the ratio of demand between corn and wheat? Your best option is to do a questionnaire and ask people how much corn and wheat they need this year. But since these people will not have to balance their desire for wheat with their desire for corn and milk, their requests will not reflect any of the costs involved. If they knew corn was 5 times more costly to produce, would they have bothered to change their forms? How could they possibly know that it's 5 times more costly? And if everyone asks for more than is available, how much will you deny them? Will you reduce the bakery and the airport's allocation of wheat by the same percentage? Who actually needs it more? What if they need a fixed ratio between milk and wheat because they're a bakery, and without milk the wheat will be wasted? Will that appear as a footnote on the survey so you know how to reduce their request for milk automatically if you can't fill their full request for wheat? Maybe you should improve the forms and start over. And even before you collected the first forms, the data is low quality as it is and would be outdated. The reality is that all of this data is represented in the deceptively simple market price. Millions of people making trade-off decisions, millions of times a day, in real time, is summarized in the constantly fluctuating market price of a product. That is the very purpose of a price, to communicate and coordinate where resources are most needed in order to make the world more delightful. By taking ownership of all of these goods, the predator has gained the ability to use them for his pleasure, but he has destroyed the distribution decision-making, reflected in market prices, essential for producing the things he wants to enjoy. The socialist slave owner is like a child that steals a candy factory only to find he is left eating granulated sugar and raw cocoa. Link to Mises.org Library, Economic Calculation in the Socialist Commonwealth. This is why populations under socialist slavery only survive as long as they are able to consume previously created resources. The deception is temporary, and predators can't make informed decisions. This greatly limits both the duration and amount that the predators are able to steal from the victims, making the overall productivity of victims low. Profitability? Moderate. While the portion of goods stolen from victims is as high as theoretically possible, the cost, combined with the inability to make reasonable decisions, makes socialist slavery a temporary venture with constantly decreasing returns. In this way, socialist slavery is like a Ponzi scheme. Predators that get in and out early profit greatly, but eventually the institution collapses and the remaining predators suffer along with the victims. How Bitcoin disrupts socialist slavery. Bitcoin disables socialist slavery in three major ways. First, wealth stored in Bitcoin is very difficult to steal. Without the ability to steal the savings of victims, socialist slavery may not be possible. Second, Bitcoin makes it safer to make black market exchanges. This allows victims to produce and trade goods without the predator's knowledge. Imagine that Sally creates pants. She needs to purchase cloth and tools. This can now be done in secret. She needs to work to turn that cloth into the more valuable pants, easily done in secret. Finally, she needs to sell her finished pants to customers. This can now be done on the black market. Of course, the predator can still periodically rob Sally, and it would be very hard for her to scale up production. Factories are hard to hide. But Bitcoin does make socialist slavery less profitable by making secret trades more efficient and safer. And third, socialist slavery requires the deception of a large portion of the population. Otherwise, it would be even less profitable than racial slavery. In order to accomplish this deception, a charismatic leader is required. If a small number of potential victims realizes that this new leader is attempting to establish socialist slavery, they could take advantage of a surprising mechanism enabled by anonymous gambling. Getting Hitler to throw the game. To illustrate this, let's imagine that we live in Germany in 1932. Hitler is about to rise to power, and it's clear to many he intends to establish socialist slavery. But unlike the real 1932, let's assume Bitcoin is available and commonly used for anonymous gambling. Wealthy factory owners can be sure that Hitler will steal their stuff as soon as he can. In response, they buy an insurance policy. Many of them place a bet that Hitler will become chancellor before the end of the year. At first, this would seem like a foolish bet. Everyone can tell that he will become chancellor, but this bet creates an unexpected incentive. Anyone in a position to prevent Hitler from becoming chancellor could bet against these men and take action to ensure the outcome, namely, ensuring Hitler does not become chancellor. Anyone with secrets about Hitler that would make his appointment less likely would be wise to share them after claiming the bet. Hitler himself might decide to take the bet, resign, and become a painter. If the pot became large enough, it would be irresistible to many people with special access. While this is probably one of the strangest applications of private defense, it could be effective at preventing the establishment of socialist slavery, and its great advantage is that its only prerequisite is anonymous and public gambling. If you can bet that evil will win, you can tempt it into throwing the game. Any one of these effects created by Bitcoin could be enough to prevent the establishment of socialist slavery. Sexual slavery. Let's take a quick break and talk about our sponsor for the show. Sexual slavery. Sexual slavery is an abomination that takes advantage of situations where the justice system is not functional, and there are enough damaged humans that are willing to trade goods in order to damage other humans. Under sexual slavery, the attacker, the slave owner, takes ownership of the victim's body and rents it to degenerates that use it for sexual gratification. Past attacks, the Roman and the Greek empires. Wikipedia page on sexual slavery in the ancient world. The United States Empire, present day. A link to sfgate.com article about the international sex trafficking market, a multi-billion-dollar market where San Francisco is a major center in establishing and coordinating the market. Expenses. This is probably the most objectionable form of predation to the average human mind. Victims are highly motivated to escape or kill the predator, and many bystanders are willing to risk their own lives or at least invest aggressively in order to see the predator suffer justice. Although predators often select geographies where other predators are willing to absorb some of the cost, the fact remains that, regardless of who pays the bills, the costs are very high. Because of the similarities with racial slavery, where we have reliable historical data, it is reasonable to assume that most predators purchase victims from other predators, and this represents a significant upfront investment. Income. As of this writing, there are enough mentally underdeveloped and financially capable individuals to support a high market price for the opportunity to engage in this form of violence and depravity. It is particularly odious to call receiving sexual abuse, quote, production, but it is labor, use of a person's body, and it does produce economic goods, sexual satisfaction. Profitability, moderate. Although the income obtained from this form of slavery is high, the high costs greatly reduce the profitability. Unfortunately, this remains a form of slavery that is profitable in the modern and economically developed world. How Bitcoin disrupts sexual slavery. Because sexual slavery is so repulsive to the human mind, it is only possible when security services are completely inept. And this only occurs, in wealthy countries at least, when security services are state monopolies funded through taxation and legal tender slavery. Bitcoin will disrupt both of these funding sources directly, and they are addressed below. Once people are free to hire security companies to perform the functions monopolized by the state, the quality will go up enough to make sexual slavery an unprofitable business by greatly increasing the costs to the predator. To better understand this, let's start by looking at how pathetic our existing monopolized security services are today. 50 years ago, about 9 people were arrested for every 10 murders. This might sound like okay results, but it isn't. Intelligent murderers that make their crimes look like accidents or suicide, or that hid the body so the victim is considered missing, are not included in that number. Also, this is the number of murder cases that resulted in an arrest. The number of murder cases that resulted in a conviction are lower. The number is further skewed by the fact that many murder investigations are simply a matter of asking people at the scene what happened. This is partially because the average IQ of a murder, especially one that gets arrested, is low. If you're not feeling good about the chances that a relatively smart person would be caught, you're about to feel worse. As of this writing, the number has dropped from 9 arrests to only 6 out of every 10, again, known murders. Not enough budget, maybe? New York City police spending is $4.89 billion per year. There are less than 150 homicide investigations per year in New York City. That's over $30 million per investigation. Of course, most of that money is spent on activities that are less important, like drug prohibition. But that's the point. Consumers are not getting what they want. The average salary for a homicide detective is about the same as the manager at a Chick-fil-A. However, since we are operating outside the market, we really can't say if that is too high or too low. Our gut reaction is no more informed than the bureaucrats that set salaries and decide that this is the best way to spend $5 billion. But through logic, we can discover the fact that, unlike a Chick-fil-A, the police will suffer financially if they become effective. Managers at Chick-fil-A receive bonuses based on the amount of chicken they sell, but police officers get promoted when the police force grows larger. When the police ask the city for additional budget, their best ally is a high crime rate. If they are more effective, they are punished with decreasing, or at best, flat budgets. On the other hand, they are financially rewarded if they can obtain money or goods by stealing them from citizens. This is called civil asset forfeiture in the USA. Is it surprising that the quality of homicide investigations have dropped and the amount of civil asset forfeiture has increased? This doesn't mean police officers are intentionally corrupt, although our aversion to this idea is probably more a result of public schooling than personal experience. But it does mean that they are rewarded when they do evil and punished when they do good. Should we expect positive results? At best, we should expect a system that is slow, ineffective, and boring. If we can't kick our idea of the selfless public servant, quote unquote, maybe we can at least acknowledge that this state of affairs would be demotivating to good men. Over time, we should also expect most good and capable men to leave the police force and find other work. Even a selfless and capable man must decide if he is going to sacrifice his family's financial well-being on behalf of strangers, and it isn't obvious that this holy man should choose strangers. We should also expect policies that attempt to exclude smart and capable men, because when the good men leave to better care for their families and communities, only the dregs remain in management. They are incentivized to protect their positions and reduce their labor by only hiring men that are either bad or too dim to get frustrated and cause, quote, management problems. And this is exactly what we see. Police forces actually test for IQ to ensure that they don't hire anyone intelligent. They openly admit that the ability to think clearly makes you a poor fit for the police force. Linked to ABC News Go, court okays barring of high IQs in cops. Why doesn't Chick-fil-A need to exclude smart people from their employment? Because performance is rewarded in the market and punished in state monopolies. It is always a challenge to imagine how thousands of entrepreneurs will problem solve in order to provide a good service at a good price. But if they can do it with food, arguably more essential to life than security services, we shouldn't be skeptical. If I have been successful, at least in introducing some doubt that security services are the one magical exception where state monopolies provide better services than free competition, we can move on to discovering how Bitcoin will break the backs of these monopolies. For a more detailed description of how police forces would be improved with competition, see Mises.org/blog on privatizing police. How Bitcoin will bust the police trust. While the ideal way to improve security services, to the point that sexual slavery is no longer profitable, is through free and open and legal competition, Bitcoin provides an odd mechanism that can work around state monopolies without a shift in public opinion. Through anonymous gambling, you can safely purchase and provide security services on the black market. If you suspect someone of a crime, you can bet that they did not commit the crime. Anyone with evidence that they did in fact commit the crime is incentivized to take the bet and then provide evidence for their guilt. In the case of sexual slavery, anyone, including other degenerates, could anonymously profit by providing evidence of the crime. If the state monopoly service still refuses to take appropriate action against the predator, a bet could be placed that he will not be brought to justice. This would incentivize individuals within the state monopoly to bring the predator to justice after taking the bet. Think of it as reverse corruption. If you can bet that evil will win, you can tempt it to throw the game. And we don't need to catch everyone all the time. We simply need to increase the cost for the predator enough to make it too expensive to run as a business. Once racial slavery became unprofitable, it was globally eradicated as an institution, and Bitcoin will do the same thing to sexual slavery. Prohibition slavery. Prohibition slavery is a well-selected combination of attacks. First, the attacker convinces the victims that a human's body is not his own property, and that using violence against humans that do not attack others but do make use of a specific good is just and reasonable. This makes it easier for the attacker to take the goods of the sellers and buyers of that prohibited good. Under prohibition slavery, the attacker creates a victimless crime out of a popular activity such as drinking alcohol or using other drugs. It is most effective if the attack activity is unpopular and seen as distasteful to the majority of the population, because the predator will expend less effort in convincing bystanders that their actions are not worth preventing. And they may even gain unpaid enforcement labor in bystanders that find the activity objectionable. After declaring an activity illegal, The predator then catches the victim performing the activity and uses this as an excuse for extortion. This has two effects. First, the predator is able to extract wealth from the victim through fines and penalties for engaging in the activity, and second, the predator has increased the cost of producing the popular good for everyone except himself. This is because any manufacturers of the good have the additional costs of avoiding being caught by the predator. Now the predator is able to provide the good, usually through intermediaries who provide payoffs, at monopoly prices. Normally, a monopoly is created when the predator announces that he is the only permitted supplier. In this case, the predator announces that there are no permitted suppliers, but when the predator becomes a supplier, because he is the only one that doesn't need to fear enforcement, he accomplishes the same result. He has established himself as a monopoly. The only difference is in the deception offered as a justification. Prohibition slavery is often combined with taxation slavery, where the cost to enforce the prohibition is used to justify greater theft through taxes. Past attacks: U.S. alcohol prohibition from 1920 to 1933, and the U.S. War on Drugs, 1914 to the present day. Expenses: the only significant costs involved are spent on preventing competing providers, but they can be extorted by taking their goods and then reselling them or through fines, and this is often a net profitable activity. Although a marketing campaign is required to convince the bystanders that the activity should be prohibited, this cost can be mitigated by choosing an activity that some of the population already wants to prohibit. This cost is far lower than the cost of acquiring victims by purchasing them from other attackers. Income: productivity is relatively unaffected by this form of slavery as long as the activity is seen as optional by the victims. Because the predator needs the violations to occur in order to sell the prohibited products, he will focus his efforts on extorting competing providers rather than enforcing the prohibition on the victims themselves. This results in relatively little disruption for the buyer-only victims, and this is always the majority. Because the predator must sell an activity that is seen as optional in order to keep the costs low, the portion of goods stolen from the victim must remain low. For a small percentage of the victims, the good may be addictive enough so that the predator gains a high portion of their productivity. This isn't ideal, as it could result in a higher cost for the predator, as in socialist slavery, but he can offset these costs by exaggerating the risks beyond all reason to justify increasing taxation. In fact, if the claims are sufficiently absurd, then legitimate sources of caution will be ignored by potential users, and this could also encourage consumption of the prohibited good. Link to a YouTube video detailing this. Profitability: moderate. Because the costs are so low and the productivity of the victims is almost unaffected, the profitability is pretty good, even though most of the victims' goods are not stolen. How Bitcoin will disrupt prohibition slavery. Like monopoly slavery, prohibition slavery is only possible if the predator is able to prevent competitors from providing the product or service. While most of the goods stolen in monopoly slavery are from monopoly prices, prohibition slavery bans a product so popular that the fines and penalties represent an additional revenue stream. Both of these points of profit are disrupted by anonymous transactions enabled by Bitcoin. First, the predator will not be able to prevent competing providers. The sting operation, where an agent of the predator pretends to be a peaceful buyer, is the preferred method to identify and violently shut down competition. However, if the transactions are anonymous, the predator would be able to buy products from the competition, but he would not be able to lay hands upon the seller. Second, the predator will not be able to extort the buyers through fines and penalties for the same reason. Buyers will be able to buy from anyone, including the predator, without revealing their physical location, making the threat of violence from the predator impotent. Taxation slavery. Taxation slavery redefines property in such a way that allows for the attacker to steal their goods because the attacker is providing a service that can't be provided if property is respected. Democratic elections are often added as an additional deception. The claim is made that if the theft is approved by a majority of individuals, then all individuals have consented to the theft, and therefore it is no longer theft. Under taxation slavery, instead of stealing all of the productive output of the victim, the predator steals a portion of the productive output of the victim at regularly scheduled intervals. The most common service provided by the attacker to justify this theft is defense services. Past attacks. The Italian-American Mafia, from 1931 to present, a Wikipedia article on the 5 families. Taxation in the U.S., 1776 to present, Wikipedia article on taxation. Expenses. A high percentage of the victims, when combined with at least one full generation of indoctrination from youth and democratic elections, believe themselves to be free. In fact, they believe that although they are victims, they are also equally predators because they enjoy the labor taken from others as they share in the spoils. A result, they believe the distinction between victims and predators isn't applicable. Of course, there still remains true predators that are only victims in appearance because they steal much more than is stolen from them. There also remains true victims that are only predators in appearance because they are stolen from much more than they steal, but the deception is effective. This form of slavery allows the victim to enjoy significantly more material well-being as his productivity is increased. As a result, it has proven effective at stealing from highly skilled and creative victims. Because of this relatively high productivity of taxation slavery, the victims can be left with an ever-increasing amount of goods, while at the same time they support an ever-increasing amount of goods stolen. It should be observed that the victims do in fact enjoy greater freedom than in racial slavery. This reduces the effort required to deceive the victim because he is, in reality, victimized less. Because the victims themselves also participate in predatory activities and see themselves as free, the inclination of bystanders to assist them is greatly reduced. Even if the victim was released from the clutches of the predator, he would return to his slavery. A bystander would not only need to rescue the body of the victim, but he would also need to rescue his mind from the idolatry of his youth, a much more difficult, if not impossible, task. Bystanders may attempt to educate the victims, but this can be cheaply countered through censorship and ongoing indoctrination. However, the deception is not so complete that individual victims, even if they believe the overall system is just, would not still retain their own goods if possible. They may vote for tax increases, but if they could get away without paying the tax themselves, most would find justification to do so. In order for the predator to obtain the wealth produced by the victim, he must be able to track the amount produced, to know how much to extort, and then intimidate the victim into handing over his goods. This is very expensive. It requires that the predator track the production of the victim as well as his location, even though he has a relatively high degree of autonomy. Once both the amount and location of the goods are known, the predator must display enough force to make the victim believe resistance would be futile. This is also costly because the predator must maintain the appearance of service to the public in the very act of enforcing his theft. Large displays of violence would be the most cost-effective means of intimidation, but would compromise the deception. To solve this problem, the predators often start by increasing the amount of goods to be stolen in the form of fines and penalties if the victim provides any resistance. If the victim still resists, he is, after years of negotiation, placed in prison with other, quote, criminals. Here he is often subjected to violence and sexual abuse, but the predator can claim this is incidental to their attempts to, quote, serve the public good, and that they try to prevent such abuses. This is the effect of providing a high degree of victim intimidation without compromising the deception that they are public servants and not predators. Income. The amount of income obtained through this attack is substantial. Most victims in the Western world have more than half of their production stolen in this way. Profitability. Moderate. While the productivity of the victims is high, the predator must keep the percentage of his theft relatively low. If the percentage is raised high enough, this form of slavery, like monopoly slavery, becomes socialist slavery. The predator prefers to avoid this because taxation slavery is more profitable than socialist slavery. This is because socialist slavery has significantly higher costs and significantly lower productivity than taxation slavery. These more than offset the fact that under socialist slavery, the predator gains a larger percentage of the victim's wealth. How Bitcoin disrupts taxation slavery. Cash in general, and electronic cash in particular, greatly increases the costs of taxation slavery. The cost of tracking income is increased when transactions are anonymous. Under taxation slavery, the anonymous or cash payment price is less than in the open payment method. This is because even though there is a cost associated with being caught, the incentive to avoid the theft is greater. Many predators in the modern world have worked very hard to make cash transactions difficult, but Bitcoin transactions are even more convenient and anonymous than cash. This will create a virtuous cycle. As predators find it more difficult to steal from victims, they will also lose the resources to invest in enforcing rules that make taxation easier. For example, regulations that encourage employee relationships and the associated payroll taxes, as opposed to subcontractor relationships, will be harder to enforce, and this will lead to even less taxation. Racial slavery. Racial slavery is a combination of attacks against human productivity. The victims and bystanders are told that the victims are inferior and that allowing them to maintain their property, including their bodies, would actually slow human progress towards a delightful world in order to take all of the victims' past and future goods. Under racial slavery, the victims' bodies are treated as property that is owned by the attacker. By targeting an identifiable race of men, the predators can claim that the victims are not fully human. Racial slavery is not cost-effective for skilled labor, and as a consequence is no longer common in developed countries. Expenses. In this form of slavery, the victims are aware that they're being stolen from. While it is true predators attempt to convince the victims that this is a natural and appropriate relationship among superior and inferior creatures, the productivity of victims of racial slavery is very low. Victims intentionally reduce their productivity by pretending to be less capable and intelligent. Under racial slavery, the victims are usually bought from a previous predator. This means that if the victim dies or escapes, the new predator will suffer real financial loss. Because of the obvious immorality involved, victims attempt to kill the predator in order to gain their freedom, or out of a natural desire for justice. This is particularly a problem for first-generation victims that have not been indoctrinated from youth. Bystanders often attempt to aid the victims, but predators discourage this by dehumanizing the victims through amplifying racial prejudices and open displays of power and violence. By coordinating with other predators in the same geographical area, these costs can be reduced, but they remain very high. Income. Because the predator has possession of the victim's very body, he takes immediate and automatic possession of any goods produced. It is also possible to sell the victim to new predators in order to share the spoils without the need to wait for the goods to be produced. Profitability very low. After the Industrial Revolution, the market value of unskilled labor was significantly reduced. This, combined with the high expenses, made racial slavery unprofitable. How Bitcoin disrupts racial slavery. Racial slavery is already unprofitable, but Bitcoin will further increase wealth and decrease inequality, especially among the poor. This should increase the expenses of attackers and make racial slavery even more unprofitable. Monopoly slavery. Under monopoly slavery, the predator forces the victim to buy his products and services. This is accomplished by convincing some of the victims and bystanders that this product cannot be provided in any other way, and that it is not a violation of property to use violence to prevent competitors. The predator then can charge higher than the market, monopoly prices. In effect, this steals wealth from the victims with every purchase. Expenses. Because the victims are often effectively deceived, the motivation to kill the predator is low. Bystanders are also often deceived as long as the number of services monopolized remains relatively low. Even the few that realize theft is occurring rarely associate it with the term slavery or the visceral response created by other forms of predation. This is partially due to the subtlety of the theft, and partially due to the fact that alternative services inevitably appear that are not seen as competitive to the predator until it is too late to convince the victims that the predator must take over. As long as the monopolies are limited to a small number of services, the productivity of the victims is not greatly impacted by the recurring theft. This is especially true if the victims can be convinced that it is to their benefit that the services are provided by the predator, because if competition was not prevented, it would result in a bad outcome for the victim, such violence between competitors, higher prices, lower quality, etc. Because most of the victims are deceived into believing the predators are actually providing them with benefits and not stealing from them, they willingly submit. As a result, the predator may have some cost associated with deception campaigns, but nothing as costly as purchasing the victims from other attackers. Income. By creating monopolies for key products and services such as defense, communication, and education, a predator can steal a significant amount of the production of the victims. However, if the predator applies this technique to too many products and services, it becomes indistinguishable from socialist slavery, and the cost increases accordingly. As a result, the most profitable option is to keep the portion of wealth stolen from victims low. Profitability, medium. Although the security and investment risk is low, the portion that can be stolen is also low. Additionally, the services monopolized are eventually replaced by alternatives, and this is accelerated the more the monopoly price is raised above the market price. As a result, the overall profitability of this form of slavery is substantial, but not as great as other forms of slavery. How Bitcoin will disrupt monopoly slavery. In order to enforce monopoly slavery, the predator must be able to prevent the victims from buying from competitors. Anonymous digital transactions enabled by Bitcoin greatly reduce the risk of secret exchanges, making this more difficult to prevent. Monopoly slavery also requires that the victims are vulnerable to violence. If they are not vulnerable, they will simply create and purchase competitive products, and the predator will not have the power to prevent it. For this reason, monopoly slavery can't function if private security companies are allowed to exist. This is prevented by creating a security service, police, that will not defend the victims against this violence. The establishment of a monopoly police force is a prerequisite to other monopolies and is generally funded through taxation slavery. To see how Bitcoin disrupts taxation slavery, see the applicable section of this paper. Legal tender slavery. Legal tender slavery is the most subtle and sophisticated form of slavery mankind has developed to date. In this scheme, the predator forces the victims to use his, quote, money for transactions. The money is an asset that can be easily produced by the predator. For example, paper or insecure electronic money are common choices. The deception varies, but it generally applies the justifications of monopoly slavery to the product of money. The attacker also claims that using violence to prevent the use of other money is not a crime. Now the predator can profit three major ways. First, he can print more money and use it in exchanges with victims to acquire goods. As more money is produced, the value of the money held by the victims is decreased. In other words, the predator is able to steal the value of the savings of the victims without any physical contact. Second, the predator can use this newly printed money to fund the acquisition of new victims through war. Legal tender slavery is uniquely suited to support large, immediate expenditures. All other forms of slavery require that the slave owner use a steady stream of income to save for being able to spend large amounts of money over a short time, a requirement for war. In this scheme, the predator is able to print large amounts of money to fund his adventures immediately. As the value of money drops, he can also tell the victims that it's a result of the disruption to the economy caused by war and not a result of the theft. Third, the predator can manipulate investments made by victims. By increasing the money supply, he can deceive victims into making investments that they would otherwise avoid. And by decreasing the money supply, he can deceive victims into avoiding profitable investments. This allows the predator to create a boom and bust cycle where investments are made aggressively and then aggressively abandoned. Because only the predator knows the exact timing, he is able to buy and sell assets, knowing when they are about to increase or decrease in value. Past attacks. As of this writing, legal tender slavery is in effect on every square foot of the earth. Expenses. It is only possible to implement this scheme after the predator has relative control of a population of victims, so those startup costs are not included. The primary costs in this scheme are in preventing competing money and preventing counterfeiting. Competing money is prevented because all creditors are forced to accept payment in the predator's money. Debtors wishing to use up the least valuable money when paying debts would use the predator's money and save the competing money. As long as the predator steals enough to keep his money increasingly worthless, debtors will act as his enforcement agents for no cost. Although counterfeiting is always easy, because otherwise it would also be costly for the predator to produce more money, as long as the amount of counterfeiting is much less than the amount produced by the predator, it is not a significant disruption. This is easily achieved by monopolizing the banking system and ensuring that the money is bulky and difficult to hide in large quantities. Because this scheme can only be implemented upon an already captive population of victims, the investment costs are very low. A good analogy for this scheme is upselling. This scheme can't be implemented upon new victims, but once a predator has a population under racial or taxation slavery, this scheme can be stacked on top without significant cost. Income. Although the amount stolen by directly printing money is usually limited to about 2 to 8% per year of the total money in circulation, called inflation by predators, this is in addition to the savings that would be enjoyed as a result of innovation. For example, if a hammer is $20 in 1995, the same hammer might be only $17 in 1996 because the cost of production is reduced through robotics, better software, improved material science knowledge, etc. In reality, the predator will print and take additional money until the hammer is actually $20.50 in 1996. While it appears the predator only stole 50 cents, he actually stole $3.50 because the innovation is consumed by him rather than enjoyed by the buyer and the market. And this is only profit from the most direct and obvious revenue stream enabled by this scheme. In the second revenue stream, he is able to acquire new victims until he faces a predator that is also well-funded through legal tender slavery. So until that occurs, he's able to compound his profits by acquiring new victims. And when a war does occur that is difficult to win, the predator can greatly increase the portion acquired through taxation slavery using the war as justification. Finally, he is able to make immense entrepreneurial profits by manipulating the economy as a whole through control of the money supply. Also, because this scheme is complex, most victims are completely unaware of its operation. They believe that, quote, animal spirits or some other manifestation of their own corrupt nature is somehow responsible for their misfortune. As a result, they work much harder to increase their production in a vain attempt to maintain their quality of life. Profitability high. Because the costs are so low and this scheme offers multiple significant streams of income, the profitability is high. However, in this scheme, the slave owner is poorer, when properly defined, than if he did not engage in the attack. This is for two reasons. First, the human creature is not designed to consume its fellow man. When it is engaging in any form of cannibalism, it is by definition abnormal and neurotic. While it is consuming the productivity of others, it is unable to enjoy it properly. As an ancient proverb says, bread gained by deceit is sweet to a man, but afterward his mouth will be full of gravel. Second, the predator doesn't even enjoy more material prosperity because he has slowed humanity's progress towards making the world delightful. In highly developed economies, an attacker with the intelligence and energy required to be effective could easily obtain more property than he could consume without theft. Further, By disrupting the peaceful investment of others, he prevents the creation of goods he could enjoy. For example, imagine that you're the dictator of an entire planet. You have so much leisure that it's actually pleasurable to do manual labor, carpentry, rowing, etc. You've never had to consider the cost of any food that you desire. You live in a house so big there are rooms you've never used. If you're wise enough, you enjoy a healthy relationship, but you can certainly afford any consensual perversion you desire. Now, because you've become the planet dictator, it's obvious you could have obtained all of these things without being a predator. In fact, you could have obtained all of these things by doing less inhuman work without the need to steal. And here's the worst part. Someday you and everyone you care about likely could die from a disease that would have been cured in a world where productive men were allowed to work in peace. For this reason and many others, even the most profitable forms of slavery will only be executed by men with impaired and underdeveloped minds. How Bitcoin will disrupt legal tender slavery. Bitcoin will break legal tender monopolies because it is not bulky to transport in large amounts. As a result, it is not dependent on approval from the predator through border checks or the banking monopoly for transfer to and between victims. The first effect of this will be to reduce the amount of legal tender kept in savings. Bitcoin, by providing a store of value that's difficult to steal and has no storage costs, provides a better alternative. And since it is likely to become money in the future, victims will be rewarded with significant gains for investing in Bitcoin. This reduces the predator's ability to steal from victims by printing more money as the overall market value of predators' money is reduced. Second, Bitcoin will compete with the predator's money as a medium of exchange. Once a large quantity of victims become investors, it will be natural for them to use Bitcoin itself for any immediate exchanges. However, at this stage, and for exchanges that involve contracts and debt, the debtor will still choose to pay in the less valuable legal tender. Finally, Bitcoin will enable private security that will not recognize the predator's money as a required or even legitimate means of paying debts. If a contract specifies payment in Bitcoin, any security provider other than the predator would recognize the contract as written. And this concludes our reading of The Human Threat Model by J.W. Weatherman, by Guy Swan, myself, host of the Cryptoeconomy Podcast. Don't forget to check out the Cryptoeconomy Podcast and cryptoeconomy.life for tons of other work, literally hundreds of discussions, debates, detailed explanations of understanding Bitcoin, the Lightning Network, and everything else happening in the cryptoeconomy space. That is cryptoeconomy.life and the Cryptoeconomy Podcast. Thank you guys so much for listening to this work by J.W. Weatherman, and hopefully I will see you there.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Stark. I am CEO and co-founder of Lightning Labs. We're building layer 2 scalability technology for Bitcoin and other blockchains. And I'm here to talk to you today about why layer 2 matters for the future of the decentralized internet and for blockchains. Let's take a trip down internet history lane. The year is 1995. The proprietary networks like AOL, CompuServe, Prodigy actually controlled the way that people would connect to their networks. But it turned out several years prior, the World Wide Web came out, Tim Berners-Lee came up with it, and it enabled anybody to build on top of it, and it was decentralized. So ultimately, it was the World Wide Web that won out over these proprietary networks. 1995 was a crucial year in the history of the internet. So Time magazine on March 1st, 1995 declared welcome to cyberspace. Millions more people were connecting to the internet due to the breadth of what the web could offer. There were lots of animated GIFs. You saw lots of under construction signs. And you also saw Netscape IPO'd this year, and one of the most significant ones of its time. 1995 was also the year Hackers, the movie came out. Who here has seen that movie? Great film, right? Great soundtrack. And turns out some friends of mine in New York just 2 years ago did a 20th anniversary party for that film in a warehouse in Brooklyn. One of the actors actually showed up. So then we had this transition to the OOs, the knots, if you will. And we went from the more decentralized web, when lots of people spun up mail servers and ran their own web servers, to this concept of the cloud, right? And the idea was great. You could then put your data in this ominous place called the cloud, and it was super easy, and you didn't have to store it on your own server. You also saw the advent of walled gardens. So you had, Facebook, Twitter coming alive then, and they were platforms where all the user data was stored in a centralized manner, and they could control things. So they could shut down your account, they could go offline, they could actually potentially censor users, and all your data could potentially be compromised as well. And you had these entities that controlled these walled gardens. But actually, it turned out there really was no cloud, right? As we've learned later on the internet and via various memes, it turns out the cloud was just somebody else's computer, and your data was actually stored on that computer. So as we've learned today about Blockstack, there are many issues that come along with that. So along came 2008. Something major happened in the history of global financial markets. What was it? Yep, so an individual or group of individuals going by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto, this is another guy whose name is Satoshi Nakamoto, different guy, came out with the Bitcoin white paper, peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And essentially what this proposed was the first blockchain. There's been some previous academic research, but really this was the first time in the paper the term chain of blocks was used. And what we had here was this major opportunity. I don't even think many realized it at the time, but when I first heard about Bitcoin in actually 2010, I saw this potential to re-decentralize the internet and to move things in a way back to the more mid-90s decentralization that we had and away from this concept of walled gardens and the central cloud. So when Satoshi first sent his proposal to one of the major mailing lists, it was the first time that this went out, one guy responded. This is the first response to Satoshi. Basically said, this is a very important proposal, we really need something like this, but I don't see how it can possibly scale. Basically, cool story, doesn't scale. So as we've heard earlier from Manib, there's a major challenge in scaling decentralized blockchains, because the fundamental aspects of these chains, like Bitcoin, is that you have to have global consensus across the network. You have to have a variety of full nodes that are validating the transactions on the network. This is how you solve the double spend problem in tandem with the miners that secure the network. And it turns out, imagine if to send an email, you actually not only had to download every email you'd ever sent, but actually any email that anybody had ever sent. Well, that wouldn't be really efficient now, would it? So we can actually look to the history of the internet and the layers that were built on top of it to look to the future of blockchains. So here we have two different structures of layers of the internet. One is the OSI method, and the other is that of TCP/IP. And they're similar. TCP/IP has fewer layers. But the basic idea is at the lowest core level, you have the physical layer, the network interface. Then you have TCP, Transmission Control Protocol, and IP, Internet Protocol. And then on top of that, you have a variety of application layers. So you can think HTTP, Telnet, FTP, Gopher, and actually Bitcoin would be one of those as well. And then so much of the innovation in the applications we see today are because of that application layer and because of the architecture that we've seen, where it was not all squashed into one layer. We had the variety of layers that could build on top of each other. So right now, we're basically in 1995 all over again when it comes to blockchains and decentralized technologies. And we have a major opportunity. What blockchains can do is they can serve as the base layer for the decentralized internet. And we can actually have this layer 2 that we're all building, Blockstack, Lightning, things like that, that can use the underlying blockchain as an anchor for data. It can use it to anchor transactions. It can use it to anchor data for domain names. You have Blockstack, as we've all learned about earlier today. You have Lightning, which enables instant high-volume transacting and payments. You have Tumblebit, which is payment channels on top of Bitcoin and potentially other blockchains that enables anonymity. State channels, which can enable off-chain contract state. And part of why this is so important is it minimizes the amount of data you have on the underlying blockchain, and then you can do things off-chain building on top of the blockchain in a decentralized manner, but it's still anchored to the underlying blockchain. So you have the types of applications on top of layer 2, and then you have developer APIs. And what layer 2 can really be is the application layer for blockchains and for the new decentralized internet. It can be the HTTP for blockchains. So back in 2015, 2 community members and colleagues of mine came up with this paper for the Lightning Network. I actually helped to edit it. And the basic idea was, because of this fundamental scalability problem of Bitcoin and other blockchains, they just couldn't really scale on-chain to reach all 7 billion people in the world. But what you could do is you could create instant, high-volume, off-chain transactions that still use the underlying blockchain for security. And it turned out you could do this in a peer-to-peer network, so you didn't have to trust an intermediary. So basically, the way the Lightning Network works is you have 2 participants, good old Alice and Bob. How many crypto people have seen that, quite a bit in your classes and so on? And they enter into a 2 out of 2 multi-signature transaction on the blockchain. So you have your initial anchoring transaction that gets you onto the layer 2 Lightning Network. So Alice puts in $10, Bob puts in $10. They now have a $20 what we call payment channel. And Alice and Bob, the blockchain, by the way, only sees this initial transaction. Now, they can transact with each other, and they can update the state. So they continue to exchange digital signatures. And maybe now Alice has $9 and Bob has 11, and they can go back and forth. Now, this sounds like, well, what happens if Alice might actually just want to steal Bob's coins? Well, it turns out there's a cryptographic proof that revokes the previous state, such that if Alice tries to steal Bob's coins, Bob can go back to the blockchain, have a proof that says, actually, Alice just tried to steal my coins, and not only can I get my currency back, I can get all of her funds too as a penalty for trying to steal his coins. Now, another scenario is, well, Bob could just go offline. Maybe Bob is like hanging out in Antarctica, has no internet, and is there for months. And these 2 are connected, and Alice wants her money back. Well, actually, we use time-locked contracts on the blockchain such that even if Bob goes online, all Alice has to do is broadcast the transaction to the blockchain and wait for a timeout period, and she can still get her money back as well. So one of the core tenets of this is you don't have counterparty risk, where you have to trust somebody you're transacting with. But actually, it turns out maybe Alice and Bob only pay each other once a year. So it's not very useful for them to transact off-chain, even if it's possible for them to do it, say, thousands or millions of times. But the really cool thing about Lightning is it can chain all of these transactions together. So here you have, Alice wants to pay Erin, and then poor old Fred over there is just hanging out and is an anonymous transaction. But actually, the way this is cryptographically designed is that, from Alice to Bob to Carol, Bob can only receive the funds if and only if he's already forwarded them onward, such that you actually cannot compromise funds when you have this multi-chain transaction. We call this multi-hop in Lightning. And the analogy is the way that packets can flow on the internet through a variety of servers. Actually, payments can flow on Lightning in this manner. So Lightning at its core is actually a smart contracting system built initially on top of Bitcoin. It's not one that can do everything. It's a much more limited contracting system. But these timeouts that enable everyone to get their money back and not have counterparty risk are a core tenet of this type of contract. So fundamentally, the way that Lightning works is it uses the blockchain as an arbiter. The blockchain is a court. And actually, kind of like the way that you have contracts in real life, not every contract goes to court. Well, in this case, you could transact thousands, maybe even millions of times, and then you could settle to the underlying blockchain. And then if somebody tries to cheat you or if they go away, you know that the blockchain is always there to secure your transaction. Now, it means that the underlying blockchain needs to be secure, but we know that Bitcoin right now is the most secure public decentralized chain. So fundamentally, the blockchain functions as a global decentralized judge that cannot be bribed. It can't be bribed because everything is predetermined in the smart contracts, such that the blockchain knows exactly how to interpret it. So it turns out Lightning cannot just work for the Bitcoin blockchain, but it can work for other blockchains, and it can also work between chains. So here we have Alice and Bob, and then there's some intermediate node. Alice is Bitcoin, and Bob is Litecoin, and they want to transact and go between the two. And then intermediate node can have liquidity in both currencies. And then using the same method that enabled when we talked about how Bob can only receive the funds if and only if, Bob can only send the funds if and only if he's already received them, you can do this across currencies, such that you can have decentralized, we call them cross-chain atomic swaps between assets. And this uses the same technology as Lightning. We call this multi-chain in our software. So at Lightning Labs, we build what's called the Lightning Network Daemon. Our code is all online, github.com/lightningnetwork/LND. And we recently released support not only for Bitcoin, but for Litecoin, so we now have 2 chains. Yeah, github.com/lightningnetwork/LND. And it turned out that segregated witness, a key change to various protocols that fix what's called malleability, had activated on Litecoin. So this was a big opportunity to bring Lightning to Litecoin. And then it also just last week finally hit the major mark to activate later next month on Bitcoin, which is a huge milestone for us in terms of building Lightning and enabling instant high volume and low fee off-chain transactions. So I talked a bit about how layer 2 can be the application layer. And actually, one really cool thing is we've seen a lot of developers, before we actually put any documentation up, building applications on Lightning. Because it turns out a lot of users don't want to have to wait for the 10 minutes it takes to confirm on Bitcoin, or even say 2.5 minutes it takes to confirm a transaction on Litecoin. And you can do all sorts of really interesting things where you could pay 1 cent, 1,000 times a minute, or even 1,000,000 times a minute. And people often ask, well, why would you need something like 1 million transactions, say, per second? Visa, by contrast, can do 40 to 60,000, and Bitcoin today can do about 5, and it'll soon be maybe 10. And the reason is, it may not just be humans transacting, it'll probably also be machines. And you can do all sorts of interesting things with high volume transacting. Also, when you have the ability to execute given a certain condition, which we'll soon do on Lightning. So this leads us to the idea of, well, we've talked a lot about what layer 2 can do, but actually we're just in the very early stages now of figuring out exactly what layer 3 can be. But the idea is you can have an additional layer that you can build upon that can go back to the layer 2, that can go back to the layer 1. It can do things like smart contracting, algorithmic trading, and really interesting things. So check out dev.lightning.community. We just put up some developer resources. We're at Lightning on Twitter, and look forward to talking to you all today more about what Lightning can do and why layer 2 is crucial to bringing the blockchain to the world. Thanks so much.
Welcome, Jonas Nick.
Does this work? 1, 2. Does it work? OK, thank you. Thanks for the introduction also. So my first Bitcoin meetup was 2013 here in Zurich, when we were just 5 dudes in a Starbucks. And one of these people went, unfortunately, to Silicon Valley. I left for Germany. Another person very publicly rage-quitted Bitcoin altogether. And the only person still left from that meetup is Lukas. So I'm very grateful to this community and very honored to be here today. Okay, today I'm a research engineer at Blockstream. I mostly work on cryptographic implementation for the next features in Bitcoin, Liquid, and Lightning. Almost 10 years ago, when Satoshi created the Bitcoin Genesis block, he embedded the message, "Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks," into this block. And this was the headline of the London Times that day. In Satoshi's writings, he continued to criticize how central government currencies prevents getting to a peaceful, prosperous, and global society. In the case of bailouts in 2009, it was already evident that the incentives of a financial system are broken if risk is not a direct consequence of reward. Where are we today? Now, almost 10 years later, have these problems been solved? Quite the contrary. Bitcoin is as needed as ever. What we have today are currency wars where governments manipulate the price of their currency, which threatens the global economy. We have dystopian societies where the citizens of these countries are surveilled, observed, and controlled at every step. Western democracies are very inspired by that and are slowly moving towards a similar model. We have European companies which are forced to shut down another country's access to the global payment system, which arguably slows down a potential peace process. And we have still people whose mere words can influence global markets in huge effect. That is simply inefficient. Bitcoin can help solve these problems because it's the only currency without central control. It's the only asset with a fixed, predictable supply that can be audited by all the people. It is truly global without anyone allowing to exclude anyone else, and it can be way more private than today's currencies. However, Bitcoin is still very young. And because it can't be shut down, it's very likely that it will continue to mature more and more. It's impossible to predict the future adoption of Bitcoin. But what we can say is that in terms of the technical potential, as we look at it today, there is incredible room for growth. Because Bitcoin transactions are still slow, they are expensive, they reveal way too much about the Bitcoin users. And the Bitcoin price is still very volatile. Exchanges are mostly custodial, which means that they hold their users' funds, and we have Mt. Gox-like scenarios where coins are lost very regularly. We want to improve all those things, but without changing the fundamental security assumptions and decentralization properties of Bitcoin. How do we do that? One solution is to build on Bitcoin in layers. And that way it's possible to innovate without changing anything about the other layers. A sidechain like Liquid can, for example, sit directly on top of a Bitcoin base layer. These layers may have different security assumptions. For example, Lightning security depends on anti-censorship on the Bitcoin layer. And we're going to talk about the security assumptions of Liquid a little bit later. Also, these layers can be combined differently. For example, Lightning can be used on top of Bitcoin, or it can be used on top of Liquid, and thereby gain Liquid's properties. So what is a sidechain and how does it work? A sidechain is a separate blockchain that has its own transaction history and its own rules. The main difference to something like an altcoin is that you're able to use bitcoins on the sidechain and that there's no need for a separate asset. In Liquid, we can still use multiple assets, and we're going to talk about that later. In practice, what it means using bitcoins on the sidechain is that it's possible to send coins from the Bitcoin main chain into the sidechain and back again. Among other rule changes, a sidechain like Liquid has a different consensus algorithm. Instead of blocks being found by miners, blocks are created by a set of known participants called functionaries. They are responsible for generating blocks and enable sending bitcoins in and out of the system. We call sending bitcoins into Liquid peg-ins and out of Liquid peg-outs, and we call bitcoins that we use in Liquid LBTC, short for Liquid Bitcoin. What is the particular purpose of the Liquid sidechain, and what are the new rules that Liquid introduces? The main purpose of Liquid is to be an inter-exchange settlement network. It addresses the needs of traders who use exchanges and the needs of exchanges who want to provide a smoother and more secure trading experience. In Bitcoin, exchanges can only credit their users with coins once the transaction has a few confirmations. A typical value there is about 3 confirmations. We expect that this takes 30 minutes for bitcoins to arrive, but it can take much longer, like over an hour. By using a set of functionaries that come to consensus instead of using proof-of-work mining, the time it takes for a transaction to be final can be reduced. In Liquid, a block appears exactly every minute, and after 2 minutes, a transaction is finalized or settled. In today's world, often capital in the form of cryptocurrency is uselessly parked at multiple exchanges, which is inefficient, and it has significant counterparty risk in case the exchange explodes. So one very simple application of Liquid is when a trader has Bitcoins on an exchange and wants to send it to another exchange. Then the exchange could just do that by sending Liquid Bitcoin through Liquid to the other exchange. And these Liquid Bitcoins can then be credited as Bitcoins. In this case, the trader doesn't even have to know that Liquid is being used in the background, but it has the advantage that his coins, are moved around very quickly. While Bitcoin is the native asset on Liquid, it's possible for any user of Liquid to issue new assets. And the way this works is that the user creates a special transaction, an issuance transaction that creates new assets. These assets can be used in exactly the same way as Bitcoin, but they can't be sent back to the main Bitcoin chain, of course. They have to remain on Liquid. And unlike Bitcoin, they have no intrinsic meaning. It's totally up to the issuer to define the characteristics of the token. This enables tokenizing a variety of things like fiat, securities, altcoins, and collectibles. The issuance transaction also optionally creates so-called reissuance tokens that are initially given to the issuer. Any holder of the reissuance token can generate new units of this asset. Conversely, the issuer can prove that no reissuance token was created or that all reissuance tokens have been destroyed in order to show that an asset is finite. As far as we know, the only assets that were created on Liquid so far were collectibles created by developers and early adopters. Using Liquid and issued assets, it's possible to trade tokens, including Bitcoin, without having to trust a third party. This does not require complicated smart contracts, but can be entirely expressed using partial transactions. Let's assume Scrooge McDuck has tokenized US dollars on Liquid and, being a smart businessman, wants to buy Bitcoin. So he creates a transaction that takes US dollar as an input and Bitcoins as an output and sends these Bitcoins to himself. Such a transaction is invalid because the inputs and outputs don't match. In this case, Bitcoins would be created out of thin air. But he can send this transaction to an exchange, hoping that another participant would see it and complete the trade. Let's assume there's someone who really loves US dollars. He would take Scrooge McDuck's partial transaction and add his own Bitcoin input and US dollar output. Both parties would check that their inputs and outputs are included in the transaction. They sign the transaction, and then the transaction can be included in the Liquid blockchain. The trade either goes through or it does not, but there's no third party controlling the assets for any of these participants at any point in time, and therefore there's no way to lose them. Issued assets in Liquid have a couple of advantages compared to other token systems. Because Liquid is its own blockchain, it doesn't have the problems associated with meta protocols building on Bitcoin transactions directly, like colored coins, for example. These systems only scale as well, or rather as bad, as Bitcoin, and have the same transaction fee. Because miners don't validate the rules of these meta protocols, it's not possible to build light clients that rely on the most proof-of-work chain. Similarly, using tokens on top of altcoins, for example ERC20s, requires high fees because Ethereum still aims to be a decentralized network, for example, instead of a special purpose chain like Liquid. The Liquid software is built on Bitcoin and therefore uses one of the most battle-tested code bases that we have right now. In altcoins, on the other hand, it has historically been very easy to make mistakes which led to fund loss. Most importantly, altcoins are centrally controlled by their founders. The founders, they have control over code base, or they have massive influence over the supposedly independent consensus process, or they own a huge percentage of the available coin supply. Liquid, on the other hand, is managed by a strong federation with skin in the game. Moreover, in Liquid, Bitcoin is a special asset that is not controlled by a single party. Instead, the functionaries run a consensus protocol to ensure that they always exchange Bitcoin for Liquid Bitcoin. As a result, there's no single point of failure when using Bitcoin on Liquid. As for the other assets, issued assets, this depends on the issuer. Also, in Liquid, transactions are by default confidential. Let's see what that means. This is an example of how the blockchain would store a transaction if transactions were not confidential. There's one transaction with a 2 Bitcoin input and a 4 tokenized US dollar input, and 3 outputs. One of them is a 1 US dollar output, 3 US dollar output, 2 Bitcoin output. Now with confidential transactions, both the amount and the asset types are hidden. In general, nowadays, it's very easy to encrypt things, but the magic here is that there's still a proof that no new asset is created out of thin air, and verifiers of the chain will check that. Confidential transactions protects Liquid users from unwanted exposure. In the particular case of Liquid as an inter-exchange settlement network, it protects against competitor analysis and also prediction of market patterns, which would allow attacks like front-running. When we generate addresses in Liquid, they are about twice as long as normal addresses, and that is because there is an additional key included there, which is the blinding public key. Now, if someone would want to give outside auditors the ability to view transaction amounts and assets, we could export and give them the blinding private key that they can import and then look at the transaction. Also, in traditional Bitcoin anonymization techniques such as CoinJoin, there is the problem that if you want to mix your coins with someone else, you must agree on the exact amount that is being mixed. If there was a difference, then you could just look at the transaction and check which output belongs to which input amount. This is a problem because in the future in Bitcoin, of course, we want privacy by default, and every transaction should be a coin join and a mixing transaction. In Liquid, that's possible today because due to confidential transactions, the amounts are just not visible. Liquid is built on the open source sidechain platform Elements, and Elements itself is built on the Bitcoin Core code base. Elements enables basic features like issued assets and confidential transactions, but it doesn't have a native Bitcoin functionality, and it doesn't specify a concrete consensus algorithm. People can use it today to build their own sidechains. The interfaces of Bitcoin and Liquid are very similar, so developers familiar with Bitcoin should feel right at home. And similarly, software that works for Bitcoin can be made compatible with Liquid, usually with very few modifications. Liquid also adds a few new operations to Bitcoin scripting language to enable more powerful smart contracts. For example, it's possible to build huge 1 of n or n of n multisig wallets, and also covenants, which enable vault contracts for more resilient wallets. And the basic idea of a vault is that even if an attacker is able to steal your private key, you're able to revert that transaction within a certain time frame with a second key. Also, because Liquid has this simpler consensus model than Bitcoin, it can also adopt features that are supposed to land in Bitcoin eventually more quickly, such as Schnorr signatures, Taproot, SigHash no input, etc. Segregated witness, for example, was part of Elements more than a year before it was activated on Bitcoin. Let's talk a little bit about the trust model of Liquid. Just like in Bitcoin, Liquid users running full nodes, they validate the transaction history and they check that no coins can be moved without knowledge of the corresponding private key, and that no coins are created out of thin air. Also, just like in Bitcoin, the functionaries can reorganize the blockchain, similar to miners, and undo transaction. In the case of Liquid, more than a third of functionaries would be needed in order to create this attack. So for Liquid version 1, that's 6 or more functionaries which have to be malicious to do that. In theory, the same malicious third of functionaries can steal Bitcoins on the main chain that back Liquid. Issued assets are unaffected because their backing depends on the issuer. We at Blockstream, we developed several defenses to secure the Bitcoins held by the functionaries. For example, in practice, the number of malicious functionaries required is more like 2/3, because functionaries are constantly communicating with each other and check for partitions and abort the protocol very early unless there's a global network attacker blocking connections, all connections. And we make that difficult by using or only allowing communications between the functionaries through the Tor anonymization network to obfuscate the traffic, protect functionaries and their locations from each other. One crucial part of the security design is that the keys to the Bitcoin are not stored directly on the functionary servers themselves, but they are on a hardware security module, HSM. The HSM speaks to the servers in a very simple protocol and does very few things but validates some parts of what it signs. Therefore, a hacker who's able to break into a functionary server can not sign forks and cannot arbitrarily steal Bitcoins, because the HSM is able to detect and prevent that. In the case where all HSMs suddenly stop working, they explode or broke in any other way, it's possible to regain access to these otherwise lost coins through an emergency process. And that is because the Bitcoins held by the functionaries are not simply stored in a multisig wallet, but there's an additional branch that uses the opcode check sequence verify and allows the coins to be spent by a separate 2 of 3 federation if the coins have not been spent in 2 weeks. So that means in practice that the functionaries continually try to respend coins, and once they don't do that for 2 weeks, because of some serious malfunction, the coins are now spendable by the second federation. But in any case, the security of Liquid depends on a strong federation of members and functionaries. And the Liquid network is comprised of a group of exchanges, traders, financial institutions from 9 countries across 4 continents in order to not have a single point of failure. And Liquid is completely operated by its members. Blockstream has no control over the network and only serves as a technology provider to the members. It was very important from day one in the design that Liquid can continue indefinitely, no matter if Blockstream exists or it doesn't, or if the members receive support from Blockstream or they don't. How do you use Liquid? So Liquid is a public blockchain, which means that anyone can download and use the open source implementation. We call this implementation Liquid D, D for daemon. At the moment, it requires Linux and familiarity with the command line, but we're working on a release of our Green Address wallet with Liquid support. Now, the easiest way to get Liquid Bitcoin is to generate a Liquid address using Liquid D, send Bitcoins to it, then wait for 102 Bitcoin confirmations, which is about 18 hours, and then wait for this peg-in to complete. Now you can use Liquid D to issue assets and use confidential transactions. And a very important point is that as a side effect of the protection against hackers from the HSM, not everyone is allowed to send Bitcoins, back to the Bitcoin main chain. Instead, only the members and functionaries are allowed to do that. So if regular users who are non-members want to do that, they have to do it through a Liquid member. For example, the Rock Trading is an exchange that has already integrated Liquid, and they offer such a service after registration. In the future, it is very likely that the Lightning Network will extend into Liquid. So this means that users can just transparently use Lightning on top of Bitcoin or Liquid and can avoid this peg-out process altogether. But then Liquid members will be able to provide the liquidity, because they can peg out, required for maintaining these Liquid channels, Lightning channels. Sorry. So this is where you can find more information about Elements and Liquid, where to download it, how to use it. We also have a block explorer for both Bitcoin and Liquid at blockstream.info. Check it out. It's really fast, and also it values your privacy. And I'll post these slides later today or tomorrow on the Meetup page, so you can look at that at home. So in conclusion, Bitcoin is relevant in 2018. Bitcoin scales by adding layers with different trust models. Lightning Liquid is a sidechain for an inter-exchange settlement network that provides confidential transaction, issued assets, and fast confirmations. And anyone can use Liquid today. So I think we have some time for questions.
Hello, thanks for the great talk. Can you describe a little bit more info about assets on Liquid Network? Because there is some protocol being developed right now by a team called RGB. Giacomo Zucca and others guys, they're doing this asset management on top of Bitcoin network and Lightning network. So is it the same or is it different? And if it is different, is there any specification or anything about it? It
is different, but it's RGB and Liquid, I think, can be used both, because RGB is kind of orthogonal. RGB directly uses Bitcoin transactions, similar to colored coins. And whereas Liquid is its own sidechain. So using colored coins has a couple of advantages. One is that it's a proven technology. So Bitcoin will continue to work for the next few years. And we've seen that in the past. So colored coins like RGB, they kind of have an advantage when they argue about liveness. But because it's built on Bitcoin, when there is congestion on the Bitcoin network, because many transactions are being made, then the fees for that will be very high. And also, you don't have the predictable times that you have with Liquid. But I think both techniques, they complement each other.
Do you have description, technical specification?
The question is if I have technical specification of what? Which, the one of Liquid? Yeah. Yes. So there is a mathematical paper, if you're interested in that. I think that can be found through some Googling, Blockstream confidential assets. That's the name of the paper. If you're looking for that, was that the question? Okay.
Hi there.
Hi.
How do you select the functionaries?
So far, I think we've talked to the functionaries and asked them if they want to become one. In the future, potential functionaries will come to us and ask if they will be included into the next release of Liquid. And then we will talk with the rest of the functionaries and see if they agree with that.
One more question on functionaries. I'm over here.
Yeah. Hi.
If you have noticed what went on with the EOS functionaries and how they decided to change some consensus rules because of some hacks, or if you go back and watch the interesting proof of work defense by Andreas Antonopoulos, and he basically makes the point, if there is a way for somebody to reverse transactions, then they will sooner or later be effectively coerced to do so. And are you not afraid that the functionaries sooner or later will get served with some subpoenas that forces them to implement some legal actions that break consensus or maliciously abuse their power?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting viewpoint. And so one countermeasure against that is often overlooked is that when we try to build a system like Liquid, we try to make it as private as possible. So even if you would get a subpoena against a certain kind of institution, it would be very hard to figure out what their transactions are. Another countermeasure is that you cannot revert the chain unless you get access to the HSM. And the HSM has some tamper protection. We continuously try to improve that, but it should be very hard just for the functionaries to open the box and try to create forks, because that's not possible just using our software that is running on the HSM. And another thing is, of course, that the functionaries are relatively well distributed around the world. So no single government can issue this kind of subpoena.
Hi, my name is Yannick Zender. I have a question about tokenizing securities. So is there a function that allows for execution of social and economic rights within the Liquid network, such as payment of dividends or voting processes?
Not right now, but there's no technical limitation why this wouldn't be possible, both things.
Sure. Hey, I'm Danny. Question, today with the given growth of the Lightning Network, would you create Liquid again, or would you use Lightning and implement maybe security partners and so on into this technology?
Thanks for the question. Luckily, I have a backup slide which compares Liquid and Lightning. So again, I think these two protocols are kind of complementary. What Lightning doesn't really, so when you make a Lightning transaction, the only way to do that is you have to find a route through the Lightning graph. And that might not be possible at all times. And if it isn't possible, then you have to wait for confirmations on the Bitcoin chain. So you have the same problem again. We don't have that problem on Liquid. Also, on Liquid, we can have new features that are not possible in Bitcoin and will maybe never be possible, or we don't really know, like confidential transactions. And additionally, we can use issued assets on Liquid. So I think these techniques are kind of complementary, and Liquid definitely has its place, even now that there's also Lightning available.
I have a short question. You said that I would have to register with a federate member to peg out my Liquid Bitcoins. Isn't that fully contrary to privacy? I mean,
yes, it's certainly not ideal. We hope in the future that we also have Lightning in Liquid. So that means that if you have Bitcoins on Liquid, you can just find someone who exchanged that for you, just some OTC trader or something, and you can do that trustlessly. And we hope that these people exist in the future, that you don't have to go through that peg-out process. This peg-out process is complicated because we need to make it hard for hackers who gain access to the functionary servers to steal the Bitcoins. And this is the main purpose. So we only authorize a few institutions to send Bitcoins directly from Liquid into Bitcoin.
Right, one question. I read an article recently about certain negative aspects of Liquid, mainly that Blockstream will try to charge transaction fees as well as sell certain services. Is there anything to this rumor, and what is your opinion about this?
I don't think there are any downsides that I haven't mentioned yet, but I haven't seen that article. I would really like to see it. So it's true that you have to pay a transaction fee. Was that one of the criticisms? So, yeah, okay. Yes, you have to pay a transaction fee on Liquid. Right now, it's like the lowest transaction fee that's possible on Bitcoin. That's 1 Satoshi per virtual byte. You need some kind of fee on the system because you have only a fixed space. This is very similar to Bitcoin, where you have 4 megabyte blocks every 10 minutes. We have 4 megabyte blocks every minute. So it's still an auction for this restricted space, so we have to charge fees. And the fees, they are adjusted dynamically, just like in Bitcoin. Wallets do fee estimation. Yeah. Did that answer the question? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I think the second part of the question was if like Blockstream takes a cut on those fees.
Yes, Blockstream receives these fees. This is true. And they are used to fund the transactions that are made on the Bitcoin side. So when someone does the peg-out process, someone has to do a Bitcoin transaction and pay for it. And right now we use the fees that were paid in Liquid transactions to do that. Yep.
Great. Thank you so much, Jonas, for this very comprehensive and clear introduction into the Liquid features and the overview about the trust model. So big applause and enjoy.
Good morning, everyone. So I've been working on a new language for the sort of consensus layer of blockchains, and I'm here to present that to you today. I know everyone is familiar with this in the audience, but I just sort of want to make sure that I'm on the same page with you guys, right? So how do blockchains and smart contracts and programming languages work together? So very, very briefly, right, a blockchain is a distributed ledger where all the participants share that ledger through a network. And then we append transactions to this ledger to transfer funds between participants. But rather than just sending funds to public keys, which are controlled by users, Satoshi Nakamoto had this brilliant idea of actually sending them to little programs. And then, because we have a little programming language, the simplest which is a program that says, here's a public key, and to authorize transfers out of this things, it requires a signature that corresponds to this public key. We can have little programs, and then we can do more sophisticated things where we can have 2 of 2 or 2 of 3 signatures. And then with even more complicated programs, we can get escrow and covenants and digital swaps that are atomic, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So adding a little programming language to your blockchain really has vast consequences on the types of things and the usefulness of your blockchain. All right, so we need to design a language for to use to authorize these, what sort of authorization, to provide some sort of scheme for designing different authorizations schemes for these transactions. And we have a lot of programming languages out there already in the world, so we could just use JavaScript maybe, right? So Ethereum's primary smart contract language is Solidity. It's syntactically similar to JavaScript. Solidity is compiled to a machine code for an abstract machine called EVM, right? So what could go wrong, right? And I don't really want to belabor the point of what could go wrong, right? But lots of things can go wrong. And I think that the problems that we've seen in Ethereum can be attributed to sort of the design of the EVM, right? It's difficult to assign costs to the various primitives that are used in the EVM, and this has caused denial of service attacks against Ethereum, where you can create transactions that just consume too many resources, whether it's CPU or I/O resources and stuff like that, and bring grind the network to a halt that way. It's difficult to bound the costs of programs, right? So you have created sort of a smart contract, right? But any smart contracting language used on a blockchain has to limit the amount of resources, because you're not going to allow unbounded computation to occur in the network. That would be a denial of service attack in itself. So there have to be some sort of limits imposed on these transactions. But when you have a sort of a Turing complete language or any sophisticated language, right? It's basically by Rice's theorem, it's impossible to come up with upper bounds on the cost of executing the program in all possible inputs. And the alternative is that's not to say that you can't reason about it, but there's no universal algorithm to reason about these cost bounds. So you have something like gas, which prevents programs from running forever, but then you enter in these contracts where it turns out that you don't actually have sufficient gas to actually complete them, and so there are a lot of transactions that get stuck in Ethereum just because it's impossible to provide them with enough gas to achieve their computation. And then sort of related to that is that the sort of complex and informal language semantics makes reasoning about EVM programs very difficult. And so there's an argument to be made, that it's really the participants' responsibility to make sure that their programs are correct, and there's certain truth to that, right? But I think a lot of the problems can be avoided by taking a look at the language design. All right, so what about Bitcoin, right? This was the first programmable blockchain, and in addition to being the first blockchain. And the problem is that Bitcoin's programming language is sort of inexpressive, right? There was a big purge done by Satoshi in 2010 because we speculate it was because that there were some denial of service attacks in some of the operations in early Bitcoin. So there was just sort of a vast purging of operations to ensure that there wouldn't be a problem going forward. And so even poor multiplication got axed right there. So you can add numbers, but you can't multiply them in Bitcoin. So we have a language design problem here. And so I like this quote attributed to Tony Hoare, that there are two methods to software design. One is to make the program so simple there are obviously no errors, and the other is to make it so complicated that there are no obvious errors, right? So we want to aim for the former rather than the latter here. So what we need is simplicity, right? We need to create sort of a solid foundation for building smart contracts on that's simple. So what is simplicity? Simplicity is a low-level language that I've designed for specifying user-defined programs that's to be evaluated within an adversarial environment, right? So most of the time when you're writing languages and doing programming, you're not in an adversarial situation. You're cooperating with the computer in order to build a program to accomplish some task, right? But our public blockchains are a different scenario, right? You're receiving programs from other people and you're executing them, and those people might be trying to create malicious programs to do denial of service attacks and other things. Right, so what's some of the features that Simplicity design, and we'll take a look at the language in a moment, right? But it's a typed combinator language. It's designed to be finitarily complete instead of Turing complete, and that means that for any particular program, there's only a finite number of possible inputs that the program will accept, and a finite number of possible outputs, and this makes it necessarily Turing incomplete. Simplicity comes with simple formal denotational semantics that we specify in the Coq theorem prover. It has formal operational semantics, so we can talk about how much time and space Simplicity programs take. And then one of the key advantages is easy static analysis of the computational costs of that's implied by these operational semantics. And we'll look at these features. All right, so the type system for Simplicity is very simple. We only have three basic forms of types. And anyone familiar with functional programming will find these very natural. And if you're not familiar with functional programming, you might be a little confused. So the basic type, the first basic type is the unit type. This is the type with exactly one value in it. In sort of C, it's analogous to void-ish. It's not perfect analogy, but other languages have a unit type, right? And so it just has a single value of that type. Call it splat or whatever you want. And then the second is the type former for disjoint union types, or called sum types. Here we have a tagged union between types A and types B, and it's important that it's a tag here, right? So you can do A plus A, and you can know that you have sort of different values for the types of A from the left-hand side, that's distinct from the values of type A from the right-hand side. And then we have product types, which is basically a record type, where you have a first component and a second component from types A and types B. And then the simplistic expressions themselves, they are always functions. So an expression T is always a function from some sort of input type to some output type. And we sort of denote it this way with this notation here to denote that some simplicity expression T has input type A and produces output type B. The core of simplicity has only these 9 combinators, and then here's the typing rules that you have for it. And very roughly speaking, we have in the top sort of an identity function and a functional composition operator for composing simplicity programs. And then we have a unit primitive, which is sort of a constant function that returns that unit value. Then we have a bunch of operations associated with the disjoint union type to add the tags and do case analysis on the tags. And then at the bottom, we have the operation sort of related to the product types, where we can pair up values and we can access the first and second components of inputs that we have over here. And then we can write out the denotational semantics for it. And it looks like this, right? And the larger point here is that it just fits on a T-shirt over here. Right? So. Right, I mean, we're not at a programming language conference, so we don't have to go into the details of the semantics, right? But it's very simple. And it's based on Gensen's sequent calculus, and instead of the lambda calculus. But the sequent calculus is well understood. So with only 9 combinators, you might be wondering how can we possibly write programs in such a paltry language, right? And well, we sort of start at the bottom or maybe even below the bottom, right? Because we can start defining bits using our type system, right? So a bit is just the disjoint union of the unit type with itself, right? So remember, we have a tagged union. So we have a tag distinguishing the left unit value from the right unit value. So there are 2 values of this disjoint union, 1 plus 1. So I like that equation, 2 is equal to 1 plus 1, right? So that 2 is the notation for a bit. And once we have a bit, we can start building words, machine words, right? So we can take the product of 2 bits, and we have a bit string of 2 bits, which we write 2 squared. And then once we have bits of strings of length 2, we can build bit strings of length 4 by pairing those up and getting 2 to the 4. Then we'll get 2 to the 8, which is an 8-bit word, which is starting to sound a little bit computer-y. And then we get 16-bit words and 32-bit words and 64-bit words and 128-bit words and 256-bit words. And right now at 256-bit words, we can really start doing real cryptography. So that's nice, right? Right, and so what we do is we build a half adder. So you go back to your digital logic course from your undergraduate computer science. And then, so we can build a little function that takes 2 input bits and then produces the sum, and you need 2 bits in the output type to hold the value of that sum in the worst case. And then you just write this little program like that, right? And once you have your half adder, you can sort of compose those together to get a full adder, to add 3 bits together. And then once you have your full adder, you can build a ripple carry adder to build up your adders for 32-bit words and 256-bit words, and you can build multipliers and stuff like that. And you just sort of like go through your digital logic course and your programming course and so forth, right? And pretty soon, you build the SHA-256 block compression function, right? So it takes an initial vector of 256 bits and it has a block size of 512 bits and compresses that down to a 256-bit word, right? And so I've written this in simplicity. But because we have formal semantics in simplicity, we can actually reason about this code, and then we have a proof in the Coq proof assistant that this compression function is correct. And so what does that mean by correct? I've taken a specification from the verified software toolchain folks, where they verified an implementation of OpenSSL's SHA-256 compression function. Well, the SHA-256 implementation from OpenSSL, right? They have an implementation and they prove it correct in Coq that it meets their specification. I take their exact specification using the formal semantics of simplicity to prove that my implementation in simplicity meets that same specification. And now, if you put the 2 formal proofs together, we have a proof that the implementation in simplicity matches the OpenSSL implementation in C, and that'll be important in a moment. When you actually represent in memory simplicity programs, it's important to take advantage of sharing of sub-expressions, right? So this is sort of what the half adder looks like inside memory, sort of diagrammatically, and we have a little bit of sharing going on the leaves. And as you build up half adder, full adders, and so forth, you get more and more sharing of sub-expressions. And this sort of gets, you get a directed acyclic graph, a DAG that represents your expression, and you sort of get, typically, when you have lots of sharing, you get this sort of exponential decrease in the size of the DAG compared to the size of the abstract syntax tree. So that keeps things manageable, right? And then, this is SHA-256, looks like that. The big blob in the middle is the giant lookup table that they have for all their constants, and all the logic is in the bottom corner, and then there's some composition on top. So how do we use simplicity inside of a blockchain? And so we're going to follow sort of this sort of similar to the pay to script hash in Bitcoin. Basically, we're going to take our DAG of our simplicity program and we're going to recursively hash the values of the program following a Merkle tree that follows the abstract syntax tree until we get a hash of the root of your simplicity program. And that becomes a commitment to your program, right? And so when you spend to, you make your output and you want to lock your program, you make a commitment to the Merkle root of the DAG of your simplicity program. That means that when you receive coins, you don't have to provide your simplicity program at that point in time. You can just make a commitment by spending to the hash of the simplicity program. And then only when you redeem the coins, only then you need to show what the actual program is. And then you will check that the Merkle root matches. And this is basically the same way that push-to-script hash works in Bitcoin, right? Here's just the simple recursive definition of how to compute a Merkle root. It's very straightforward. But another feature of simplicity is that we have this special witness combinator that provides, basically makes a constant function for some sort of output value b, right? So for any value b, we could create this witness node, this little witness expression, which is a constant function that ignores its argument and just outputs the constant b, right? So, but the purpose of the witness point here is that the witness value b itself is not committed as part of the Merkle root. So when we compute the definition of the commitment Merkle root for a witness value, we can see that its definition doesn't include the value b. So when you have these witness nodes, witness leaves in your simplicity expression and you compute the Merkle root, you get a commitment to everything except for those witness values b. And then when it comes to redemption time, you provide your simplicity program and you provide the witness values, and then the system will recursively check that the Merkle root matches the commitment. But at that point in time, you're free to set those witness values to whatever value you want. So at that point in time, you'll be providing your digital signatures. You'll be making choices about which branch that you want to redeem with. If you have a multi-sig, which public keys you're going to actually be using for your redemption. The system checks that the Merkle root matches, and then it evaluates the simplicity program, including these witness values over here, and to make sure that the program returns success. The important point here is that you would think that the simplicity function, which is a function from an input to an output type, that the input type would represent the input to your simplicity program and the output would represent the output of the simplicity program. But that's not true. The inputs to your simplicity program are really provided by these witness values over here, which are malleable, right? And that input-output definition for simplicity is really used for internal composition of simplicity programs, not for top-level inputs to your programs. Another thing is that during redemption, if you have unused branches because you've made choices where you're not going to utilize part of your code, those unused branches can be pruned at redemption time. You just have to provide the Merkle root for those pruned branches, and you can still verify that the commitment matches, right? And as long as the execution doesn't encounter any of those branches that you've pruned away, it can still determine that you've returned success over here. So this is great. It decreases the size of your program because you don't have to reveal all those branches that you're not actually using. It enhances privacy because you don't have to reveal those branches that you've committed to but not used. So in this way, simplicity is basically a native masked programming language. And there are other features that are part of the design of simplicity. We're going to have a signature aggregation once that's sort of decided upon. I guess we'll learn more about that after the break. Covenants and delegation are all sort of on the roadmap for support in simplicity. I want to talk a little bit about the operational semantics because that's a very important part of the design of simplicity. So the denotational semantics are great for reasoning about programs. We can talk about the correctness of the SHA-256 implementation and so forth. But denotational semantics basically says nothing about the operational costs of executing simplicity, and we need to make sure that our simplicity programs aren't going to themselves cause denial of service attacks against the network. So we need a way of modeling the time and space costs of executing simplicity programs. And in order to model that, I've defined this abstract machine called the bit machine, and it's designed to evaluate simplicity expressions. It's a state machine that has 2 stacks, a read frame stack and a write frame stack. And there's about 10 or instructions for the bit machine that sort of manipulate the values on these 2 stacks. So it's not like a stack machine that you would see in typical cryptocurrencies, just because I have 2 stacks. Its operation is quite a bit different. But these 10 operations, they can like push frames onto the write frame stack and can copy data from the read frame stack to the write frame stack and manipulate the stack elements. You can find more details in the paper that's linked in the program. But once we have this abstract machine, so the way the evaluation works is that the machine traverses the sort of the DAG that represents the simplicity program, and it executes these instructions and manipulates the bit machine. And once we have the bit machine defined, we can start asking questions to determine the cost or the weight of simplicity programs. We can look at the size of the program DAG. We can ask how many steps does the bit machine take to execute this program, and what is the maximum amount of memory that is allocated by the bit machine at any point in time during evaluation. And now that we can specify, what it means to take a certain amount of time or use a certain amount of memory, we can program a static analysis of simplicity programs to quickly compute upper bounds on the amount of time or space needed to execute simplicity programs. And so this is great. So the static analysis runs in time linear with the size of the DAG, so it's very quick. And it gives you upper bounds on the cost or weight of your simplicity program. And those upper bounds hold for all possible inputs, right? So when you and I are entering into a smart contract, right, we can do this universal static analysis of the simplicity program. We will know the worst case costs for execution of that smart contract in any context. Now, the astute observer may have noticed that this language is entirely impractical to use for anything, right? That's the price of simplicity, I guess. So we have to address that problem. And when you sort of analyze how the bit machine operates, you see that basically so it's doing this tree traversal of the DAG of your simplicity expression, and when it encounters sort of an internal node, it sort of processes the sub-expression at that point in time. And it turns out that all that sub-expression can do is read data from a segment in the middle of the read frame, top read frame stack, and write some output to the middle of the write frame stack. And you know exactly what portion of the read frame stack that could possibly be read from, and you know exactly the portion of the write frame stack that will be written to. So what you can do is that if you encounter, because we have this Merkle root, every sub-expression has some sort of name, which is basically the hash, it's Merkle root. We recognize a commonly used sub-expression that appears in, we expect to appear in lots of programs. We can recognize that, and instead of running the simplicity interpreter to do the computation, we can run the some sort of C code that does the computation instead. And so now, looking back to the SHA-256 implementation of the compression function for SHA-256, we can compute its Merkle root. We can recognize, when running the evaluator, I've encountered this node. This node has, the sub-expression's Merkle root matches the Merkle root of the SHA-256 compression function that I know about, right? We have a proof in Coq, essentially, that proves that the implementation of simplicity matches the OpenSSL's C implementation of the SHA-256 compression function. So we can just go ahead and run the C version and just write the output to the right frame stack of the output of the compression function. And this is basically an optimization that the interpreter can do. And so then what we can do is we can create a list of these discounted jets and provide discounts so that you don't pay the full costs associated with those jets, and that incentivizes people to use the jets and makes the costs not entirely prohibitive for running it. And so in this way, by having a rich set of jets, we can make the simplicity language practical. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, okay, you've just ruined simplicity, right? Because now we have a whole bunch of jets that are implementing a bunch of behavior, and your language is not really just those 9 combinators that we set out to start with, right? And that's true, right? But I think we've still gained something by going through this process over here, right? Because by using this jet mechanism, the jet's names themselves by its Merkle root provide a formal specification of the behavior, right? The jet has to implement the C code has to implement exactly the same behavior that the simplicity program would have run if you had run the interpreter itself. And by using the Coq proof assistant, we can make those guarantees. We can guarantee that sort of behavior, right? So jets provide formal specification of their behavior just sort of inherently. Jets themselves can't introduce new effects or new behaviors into the language, right? Because they can only perform what simplicity code could have done anyways. And another important point is that jets are transparent when reasoning about their behavior, right? So when it comes to some code that uses a bunch of jets and you're trying to reason about what's going on, you're using the Coq proof assistant to prove some security property or something like that, right? The jets are transparent, right? You can just replace, when you're doing reasoning, replace the jet with the simplicity code that specifies the jet's behavior, and you can continue reasoning, right? So basically, you have a single unified language for both specifying the behavior of jets and for composing jets together. And I think that's a big advantage. So I want to talk a little bit about formal verification, right? Because I think the ultimate vision here is that we want to have a smart contract language that supports the ability to manage, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of funds, right? That is possibly custom tailored for whatever purpose that the participants in the smart contract want. And it might be single purpose in the sense that this smart contract will only ever execute once and then it'll be done. And we want to run it in a public blockchain, which is probably the most adversarial environment to run these programs in, right? And in my opinion, formal verification is the only conceivable way of actually achieving the safety that we need in order to manage millions of dollars on a one-off piece of code that will only be run once and has to execute in the adversarial environment of a public blockchain, right? And honestly, I'm not certain formal verification is going to be enough, right? But it is, I believe, literally the best that we can do, right? So, I think it's the only game in town. So to aid formal verification, the plan going forward is that we have the simplicity language specification given in Coq. We're going to come up with a sort of a C implementation for that gives an interpreter for evaluating that. And then we're going to use the verified software toolchain to formally verify that the C implementation of the interpreter matches the language semantics, on the T-shirt or in the Coq proof assistant, right? And this is important, right? Because if your implementation doesn't match the specification of the language, well, guess what? Your blockchain's real language is the thing that you've implemented in C, not whatever you put on your T-shirt, right? So that's going to be an important step to get a formal link between that. And then we're using C because the CompCert project, more or less modulo some hand waviness, basically has a specification of the C programming language, right? So that makes it possible to say, the C implementation meets the language semantics of simplicity. But moreover, right, they have a certified compiler for that C specification that they've given, and then you can produce x86 assembly, and then by combining those proofs together, you'll know that the actual machine code that you've compiled out is in fact going to give you an interpreter for the Simplicity language itself. And there are actually some projects that take that end a little bit further to specify the hardware and then get some guarantees about the hardware executing the assembly correctly and so forth, right? But going the other way, this is sort of just the tail end of a larger formalization effort that's necessary, right? So there's probably going to be some sort of front-end language because Simplicity is not designed to be written by hand. So it's going to be the target of some compiler, maybe Ivy or Sigma State language or some of the other ones that we've seen yesterday, right? Or multiple front-end languages. And then if those languages have formal specifications, then we can create a formal verified compiler to Simplicity to show that transformation is semantics preserving. But then we have to go further, right? Because smart contracts are really composed out of lots of little scripting languages. We can take the Lightning Network as an example, right? You have your breach contracts, your payment channels, and stuff like that. So a smart contract protocol is actually composed of multiple little bits of these little programs that are sort of operating in concert together. So we'll need a specification of at the protocol level of what's going on, which will produce these front-end languages which get compiled to Simplicity and so forth, right? But that's just a protocol specification. We need to, our ultimate goal is to guarantee that some sort of properties of this protocol are achieved, right? So really, we need to formally specify the security properties that we're trying to achieve from our smart contracting language. And then we'll have to prove that the protocol achieves those security properties. And here you'd use something like the Foundational Cryptography Framework or other similar projects that are ongoing in Coq. That'll connect to your protocol. And the nice thing is that we have all these various projects. Simplicity is just one little node in this graph, right? They're all using the same proof assistant, which is the Coq proof assistant. I'm a big fan of the Coq proof assistant, right? But for the argument here, the important thing is that they're all in the same system. And then when you combine all these components that the various people are working on, they're all formally connected together, and we get to the point where we know that the actual assembly code that's running the nodes on our blockchain are working in concert to achieve the formal security properties of your smart contracting protocol, right? Now, so this is the ultimate goal, and we're not maybe going to get there this year or anytime soon, right? But the point is to have a design that supports the ability to achieve this end-to-end verification effort. And I think that's an important way to design things. So to quickly review, what are the solutions provided by Simplicity, right? We avoid denial of service attacks, right? Because we have a simple model for computing resource costs, right? There's only 9 core combinators, and it's not so hard to analyze what's the space-time usage of those little bits over there. There's a little bit of an issue with jets, but even then, the jets are so constrained because they have to only implement what Simplicity can do. I think it's going to be much more feasible sort of to analyze the computational costs of the individual jets, right? We can avoid running out of gas, right, because we have a very simple static analysis that bounds the resource costs for arbitrary programs. We have a universal algorithm to determine resource costs. We can try to avoid hacks, right? So I can't make people produce bug-free code, right? But I can provide them with tools that will enable them to formally reason about their smart contracts and have a hope of doing verification. Whether people will or not, I don't know, but at least we can provide them the tools. So those people who are willing to provide the expense, right? So if you're going to have $100 million in a contract, right? Maybe it's worth spending $100,000 or $500,000 due to the verification effort, right? If you're running like a $100 contract, maybe you're just going to wing it, all right? But we want to enable that $100 million case, and then we get some privacy benefits and reduce costs because we have this native masked language. All right, so you can read more about Simplicity. The paper's on the archive. It's also linked from the program. And yeah, I guess I have some time for questions.
Oh, thank you. I like simplicity. I do have a question. Do you, in your program, is there any conditional statement is possible? And also loop? Another question is, it looks like you based on DAG as the data structure, as the operation kind of thing. Do you have introduced as a type, as a data structure?
So the DAG is not a data structure. It's the format for holding simplicity programs. So it's sort of the, so it's not something that the program manipulates itself.
Okay.
It's just the internal representation of the program.
Cell within the DAG is the type.
Well, the program itself is in an expression form. So we have this, for the branching operator is this case operator over here that does case analysis on the tag of a disjoint union type. And in the case of a bit, the contents of the left and right branches of a bit are just the unit type, so they contain no information. So all the values contained in the tag. And so the case analysis for the bit type basically is an if statement. And for loops, there are no loops in simplicity, right? But there's like there's 64 rounds inside SHA-256, right? And the reason that this program is so compact, you can't really see it over here, is that those 64 rounds are unfolded, so there's no loop, so we have to unfold it. But then because we have sharing in the DAG, all the body of the loops end up at being combined together, right? So if you were to analyze this graph, you would sort of see sort of a fan-in of 64 arrows. I found it at one point in time pointing over here, right? So we have no loops, but we have sort of this replacement for loops that is very effective.
And a conditional statement?
Yeah, the case expression is the conditional statement.
Okay. So each cell, I still trying to figure out each cell in this DAG, in this DAG, so each cell is just a what kind of type of data in each cell?
It's the program, right? So it's
the expression.
Each one and its descendants represents a sub-expression of a program.
Okay, sounds cool. Thanks.
Can you talk about the reason why you've gone with sequent calculus rather than lambda calculus?
Yeah, so of course, lambda calculus is a natural thing to reach for when aiming for a simple programming language. The problem I have is with function types. While in principle you could still do the static analysis with function types, my conjecture is, and if I'm wrong, I'd like to be proven wrong, is that when you do static analysis in the presence of function types, you'll end up with upper bounds that are so far exceed the actual bounds of exceeding the program that there'll just be impractical values, right? So it's no good if your upper bound is computed as 2 to the 60 steps for execution or something like that, or 2 to the 60 cells of memory, when in fact you only use a tiny amount in practice. So the purpose of the sequent calculus is to avoid function types, and I'm expecting that you can still have function types in your front-end language. The aim here would be to use defunctionalization to turn a higher-order language into a first-order language, and the people I've spoken to about defunctionalization tell me that it works very well, so I'm sort of pinning my hopes on that. But for the little toy programs I've used so far, I have not missed the function type, so keeping everything first order seems to be working okay.
Okay. Continuing that, for the estimations, are there any bounded estimations for the language that you're using?
Yeah, so for any simplicity program, there's a universal algorithm that will give you an upper bound on the time and space usage when executed by the abstract bit machine.
How close it to the optimal solution?
So for the SHA-256 expression, right, I've run it on several inputs, and they basically, all the inputs take the same amount of memory, and that memory is within 1 bit of the bound or equal to the bound with a sort of a variant that I have.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the static analysis produces an upper bound, right? But I'm sure you can I have no doubt that you can construct programs that that force that upper bound to be arbitrarily far away from it. I think those programs aren't going to be practical, but that again is part of the unknowns of this project.
How are you assigning costs to operations, and related, how do you decide the discounts for jets?
Yeah, so I haven't done that part yet. So the idea will be to basically, I think something very simple like just counting the number of nodes. When you have the C implementation, there's sort of this tight for loop that is running through the expression tree and doing the updates to the bit machine. And you can sort of just count the number of iterations that you're going to have through that loop. And even though that some iterations will be faster than other iterations, depending on the interpreter that they're running, I think they're all pretty similar. And regarding discounts for jets, that's probably the weakest aspect of this design, that we'll have to do some sort of, again, analysis and come up with arbitrary discounts. But I think it's okay. I think it'll be okay because, look, we have this space of programs that you can write in Simplicity, which is very large, right? We have the space of programs that people actually want to write for smart contracts, and the set of programs that are just infeasible to run on a blockchain. And my hope is that there's a large gap between those two sets, and we can draw a bound roughly in between, and we don't have to be exactly precise about our estimates of computational costs, as long as we encompass everything that you could reasonably want to run on a blockchain and exclude everything that will be a denial of service attack.
How do the constraints expressible in time locks fit into all of this?
All right, so I didn't discuss, so there are some extra primitives beyond what I stated for here. So you're going to have some sort of verify signature function, or sorry, sig hash function in Simplicity that produces a digest and provides access to the environment that the program is running in. And for covenants, you'll probably want, we're going to give you a sort of a fine-grained access to the components of the transaction data, so you can pull out the end-lock time and so forth.
Is there going to be a jet for Quines?
I'm willing to jet anything that I can find a use case for. I plan to be very generous with jets. The plan for jets is to look at the type of programs you want to run, look at the sub-expressions that make up that program. So even just looking at SHA-256, right, we see we want XOR, we want a majority function and stuff like that. So we want to just sort of go through and find all the various components and provide jets for all of them, so that people have this flexibility to build what they want. Right, and we want to. It's a little bit tricky, but I think we can design it so that we can soft fork in new jets as we proceed. So when we get our post-quantum crypto, we'll be able to add jets that are suitable for that.
Hello, my name is Chen Liu. I'm from Ohio University. Thanks for sharing all these details. I have two questions. One, you talk about these two spaces. One, a space that people want to write in this type of contract. Second, what you enable with Simplicity. And today you talk about all these nice properties, what you can prove, what you can formally verify, the operational semantics, the denotational semantics, that's great. But to be able to have all these nice features, we simplify things, hence the name Simplicity, I'm guessing. So my question is, are there anything that people will want to use or need to use that we have to exclude in this language design because of the nice property we want to achieve? So this is my first question. The second question is, when can we use it?
To address your first question is that I've made the language, the language design is trying not to make any statements about what people want to do with it or what not to do it. So my hope is that basically everything that people want to express can be expressed with Simplicity. There are some other features like delegation, which actually enhance the power of Simplicity that sort of go beyond what I've talked about over here. But I don't want to exclude any reasonable. The only thing that I want to exclude is those things that people might want to do, which is just prohibitively expensive to run in a blockchain, right? So there are a lot of things that people talk about smart contracts that I think are entirely infeasible to run on a public blockchain, right? And unfortunately, those will be excluded, but they were going to be infeasible to run anyway. And regarding when we can use it, right? So I'm doing that actual thing where people say that they're going to throw away their first implementation and redo it. I'm actually doing that. So when I made this paper, this was basically based on a sort of a research prototype and stuff like that, code that you'd be embarrassed to share with other people, right? So I'm working on redoing that, and I can't provide any particular timeline. I wouldn't expect any earlier than the second quarter of this year, but it'll be ready when I think it's presentable.
Thank you.
I have to ask though, it's hopeless to compile Solidity contracts to simplicity, right?
Well, I mean, it's necessarily going to be incomplete because there are no infinite loops in simplicity, right? The semantics of simplicity is too narrow to it.
So you can have define a subset of Solidity that you can compile to?
You could, in principle, especially with the delegation feature that I didn't talk about at all over here, you could create a simplicity program. You could take Solidity program and produce something that produces a sort of a trace of its output, and you could write a simplicity program that is able to verify the trace of Solidity programs that do something like that. I think it would be totally unreasonable to take this approach, but theoretically possible.
I see. Okay, fantastic. This is really cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right.